This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Smitten, an SSU boys novel, number 2. Written by Maris Black. Narrated by Chris Patton. Chapter 1. Dan. Your turn, Mr. Fisher. My art interpretation professor, Dr. Smith, eyes me over the top of his black hipster glasses and waves me toward the front of the room. Wow me, he says, like he doesn't believe I can. I steady my heart and make my way to the front of the classroom, scared to death. Funny how I can hop up and dance in front of anyone, or act the fool at a party, but public speaking always makes my hands shake. For my project, I chose... I clear my throat. Dr. Smith, can I go get some water? He shakes his head. We don't have time for that. Just muscle through it. I laugh and flex my biceps like I'm some kind of bodybuilder and make a goofy face, but no one laughs. They all stare back at me with that bland look college students get the minute they enter the classroom, as if they've had to check their sense of humor at the door. My project is on a picture I found in Photographica magazine, I continue, placing my blown-up digital copy of the photo on the easel. I know it's not a news magazine, but I think the image I chose has a lot to say about current affairs without being an actual news piece. Go on. Dr. Smith looks skeptical. Well, in the photo, the woman is dressed in stylish clothes and carrying a bunch of shopping bags from expensive stores. She has a carefree look on her face and earbuds in her ears. Behind her is a condemned house that looks like it's about to start falling down. There's police tape stretched all around it. And what do you think this says about current affairs, Dan? Dr. Smith leans forward in his desk, looking almost interested. It says there are two classes in our country, the haves and the have-nots. The people with wealth don't look at the poverty. They don't see it. They look straight ahead with their blinders on and stick their earbuds in their ears, and they're completely oblivious to it all. They smile and swing their bags of jewelry and dresses, and they pretend the house right beside them isn't crumbling down, that there's not a family living under a bridge somewhere because their house got condemned. I've gotten so passionate during my speech that I forgot to be nervous, and when I realize that, it makes me smile. But then when I was lying in bed contemplating the whole thing, I realized that there's a deeper meaning here, one that isn't apparent on the surface. I mean, this picture is good, but there's nothing really groundbreaking if you take it at face value. The juxtaposition of the haves and the have-nots isn't really compelling enough to evoke the kind of passion I feel when I look at the picture, you know? And what do you think could be evoking this passion? Dr. Smith asks. Motivation. This girl isn't necessarily oblivious. She's obviously wealthy, right? No arguing that point. So why is she strolling down through the ghetto with a big smile on her face? Most rich people would be driving a fancy car or at least paying for a ride. Who wants to lug their bags by condemned houses? Where is she going? That's when I realized she's not turning her back or looking away. She's not afraid to get down in it, to try to make a difference. Maybe she's carrying gifts to someone less fortunate. Maybe she's just setting an example. Who knows? But it means so much more when you think of it that way. I believe that's what the photo means, that there doesn't have to be such a division in our society. Very interesting, Dan. I like this photo, and I like the idea you came up with about it. Oh, I didn't come up with it. The photographer did. It's all right there. I laugh. It's funny, but in doing this project and studying the picture, it struck me for the first time that a good photo tells you more about the photographer than the subject. Have you ever thought about that? Weird, I never did before. But whoever took this picture, he gets it. He feels, you know? I stare at the picture for a moment as Dr. Smith contemplates my words and most of the students remain zoned out. "I like it," Dr. Smith says, motioning me over. He gives me a rare smile and a slip of paper with a capital A scribbled on it, and I return to my desk feeling elated for a change. 3 more students do their presentations before the end of class, but I don't think any of them are as good as mine. They stick to the assignment a little too closely for my taste. Of course, I have to remind myself that bending the rules the way I did could have just as easily ended with an F as with an A. As soon as the buzzer sounds, signifying the end of class, there's a traffic jam in the doorway as students shove their way around each other. I sling my backpack over my shoulder and check my phone for text messages. "Working on an art project again. Can't make lunch," Seth says. Seth has been staying late a lot these days, and now that Beck and Jeremy are deep into their wrestling training, they're not eating lunch with us anymore. In fact, it seems like they hardly eat at all. So that just leaves me. Again. "Excuse me, Dan?" A female voice startles me as I'm slipping my phone back into my jeans pocket. "Yeah, what's up, Avery?" She smiles hesitantly, which surprises me considering how slick and self-assured this chick is. With her long black hair and designer clothes, she could easily have been the girl in my project photo. Only much better looking. In my opinion, Avery Wakefield is by far the prettiest girl at SSU. She's also probably the richest. I've always admired her from afar, and we've had several classes together, but we're not what you would call friends. To be honest, even though she's been nothing but friendly to me, I've always imagined she thinks she's better than everyone else. "I was wondering," she begins, biting her lip. "Well, this is going to sound strange no matter how I say it, and please don't read anything into it, okay? I just need a friendly favor." I cross my arms around my chest, a smile coming onto my lips. "Well, you've got my attention. This is starting to sound interesting." "I hope it will be." She beckons me out into the hallway, and I follow. Once we're in a secluded spot, she continues, looking around to make sure no one can hear us. "There's no way to beat around the bush about this, so I'll just put it out there. I'm from Savannah, you know, and the Christmas cotillion is coming up at the end of December. I'm 19 now, and it's my debutante ball. It's pretty important, but..." She looks down at her shoes. "But..." I urge her on. "I found out my boyfriend cheated on me last week. We broke up." "Oh, sorry to hear that." "Well, that leaves me without an escort. The worst part of it is that now I have to go home and tell all of my family and friends that this wonderful guy I was bringing home to meet everyone cheated on me." "And you don't think they'll understand?" "Dan, I don't think you understand. This is like being stood up at the altar on your wedding day. At least for me it is." She frowns and bites her lip again. "Leslie Jacobs will have a field day with this." "Leslie Jacobs?" "Bitch reporter in Savannah who writes for this online gossip magazine. She loves it when she can drag someone through the mud. She also covers the cotillion every year, and if I don't show up with a hot boyfriend, she'll eat me alive." I shake my head. "Actually, that sounds kind of cool to me. I can't even imagine having a reporter want to write anything about me, even if I begged. But I'm not really following. You said something about a favor?" "Oh, yeah." She worries her lip again. "Well, here goes. I want you to be my escort to the cotillion. No expectations, I promise. I don't want to date you or anything." I'm shaking my head before the words are even out of her mouth. "Honey, I don't know anything about that cotillion shit. My daddy's a mechanic and my mom works in a department store. I have to save up my allowance for a month just to get a new outfit." "Well, that's another thing. I don't want to offer you money because that would just be creepy, but I can offer you an all-expense-paid vacation in historic Savannah with tons of shopping and fun." She slings a hip out to the side and strikes a saucy pose, clearly getting her confidence back. Let me put it this way. By the time you get back to school, you'll have such an amazing wardrobe, young Hollywood will be jealous. Let me think about that. Your eyes are sparkling, she says. I know you want to do it. I think your eyes are sparkling too. I cock my head to the side. You do know I'm gay, right? Of course. She rolls her eyes and laughs a little too loudly. I told you I'm not trying to date you, silly. Then why me? She thinks for a moment. Well, you're extremely cute, so I wouldn't be ashamed for us to be seen together. You have pretty good taste in clothes, and you look fantastic in a tux. You're always nice to everyone, and most importantly, you won't expect to sleep with me. Ah, I get it now. You think I'm safe. That makes me laugh. I guess I could do it. It's hard for me to turn down a bunch of new clothes, but then you already knew that, didn't you? I do know how to make an offer, Dan. With my acceptance pretty much in the bag, Avery's confidence has returned to its usual level. Off the charts. So I'll pick you up at noon on Friday after final exams. Give me your number and I'll text you so you'll have mine. I spout off my cell number, wondering the whole time if this is really such a good idea. In my 21 years, one thing I've learned is that if it seems too good to be true, chances are it is. But I'm also a sucker for an adventure, and this definitely sounds like one. I look out the window of Seth's dorm room, watching his students rush the parking lot. The first day of the holidays always looks like rats jumping ship, doesn't it? Seth asks with a laugh. Yeah, good analogy. I just want to know why everyone has a freaking car but me. Your dad won't let you borrow his Harley again? No, he doesn't understand how hard it is with no way to go. Even Jeremy has a car. Maybe Jeremy will sell it to you. He doesn't need a car anyway. He's got a boyfriend. Are you crazy? I don't want to buy that ragged-out piece of shit. I sit down on the bed that used to belong to Jeremy before he and Beck moved in together. The bare mattress squeaks beneath my weight. You gonna move in here with me next semester? Seth only looks half hopeful. I don't know. Do you really want me to? I know you've been enjoying your privacy. I could just let the school pair me up with someone random. Anyone would have to be better than Ian the asshole, right? As long as I don't have to walk on eggshells anymore, I'll be fine. Seth stops packing his suitcase and runs a hand through his long auburn hair. Look, Dan, you're my best friend. Yeah, I like my privacy, but you're way more important to me. And besides, if you're going to start helping me with the writing on Glyph, it will be good to be close. Yeah, I agree. We'll be like a real manga production team in here. I'm really excited about that. Seth's face lights up like it always does when he talks about his pet project. Imagine, if you can just feed me storylines and dialogue and let me focus on the artwork, we can get updates out so much faster. People are really starting to complain that a couple of pages a week isn't enough. We're doing that whether I move in or not, so it's your choice. But we need to decide by the time I get back from Savannah. He nods. You lucky shit. Why the hell did she pick you, anyway? I'll bet she wants some of that dick. Shut up, Seth. I don't think she's expecting any dick. She told me that she knows I'm gay and that she doesn't want to date me. Seth does his thoughtful chin grab that drives me crazy. He's so overly dramatic sometimes, I think he should have been an actor rather than an artist. What? I ask, taking the bait. Well, I'm just wondering why a beautiful, popular straight girl would choose a gay guy to take home to meet her family and pretend to be her boyfriend when any straight guy on campus would jump at the chance. She's got to have an angle, right? I lean back onto my elbows and stretch my legs out. Honestly, I think she doesn't want the hassle of fighting off some guy when he ends up wanting more. Imagine if you were a straight dude, and the hottest, richest girl in school invited you to stay at her house and pretend to be her boyfriend. Would you be content with staying just friends? Hell no, Seth says. I'd be trying to stick it to her, and probably marry her. I'd succeed, too, because I'm smooth like that. Good Lord. I roll my eyes at him. I'm so sure you would. He throws a rolled-up pair of socks at me, and I throw them right back. So Avery Wakefield is a Deb. Seth drops the socks into his suitcase. It figures. Yeah, she's 19, and apparently this is her cotillion. You have no idea what any of that means, do you? I laugh. I know a little. I do read, you know. This isn't the 19th century, though. Why doesn't she just tell her family and friends she kicked that guy to the curb and get another date? He throws the last couple of things into his suitcase and zips it closed. Hello? I wave my hand in the air. That's what she's doing. Getting me to take his place. She's really embarrassed about the whole thing, you know? Being cheated on is a big deal for her, especially this close to her debut. She said showing up without her boyfriend for her coming out party is like being left at the altar. So she's brought me in to save the situation. A guy who knows nothing about high society? Great idea. Seth rolls his eyes. But it sounds like you've really got it made. Spending a couple of weeks in Savannah with Avery Wakefield's insanely rich family. Nothing to do but shop and go to the beach. I'm jealous. First of all, I don't think the beach is really going to come into play since it's winter. It's not like I'm going to be having hot man orgies in the sand. Secondly, you don't have to be jealous because I'm planning on inviting you down for a visit when I get settled in and everyone is comfortable with me. They shouldn't mind, right? They have a huge mansion in the historic district. They might not even notice you're there. Seth's eyes stretch wide and he grins. Oh, please don't forget about me. If I have to spend the entire vacation helping out in my mom's craft shop, I'll suffer a slow and horrible death. I swear I'm already dying a little inside, and I haven't even left school yet. Ah, you know I could never forget my best friend. He smiles, but I can see the doubt in his eyes as if it's written in words. He really wants me to invite him, but he doesn't believe it will happen. Well, bye, he says. Please save a hot beach guy for me, or a really good-looking rich guy. Either one will do. He walks out of the room and leaves me by myself to think. I can't help but wonder if he's right about Avery's plan. It does seem a little over the top, like the plot of a Shakespearean comedy, and that scares me, because those things are known for going horribly wrong. In the end, I decide that doubt is just going to have to take a back seat. No way am I turning down a free luxury vacation in Savannah, especially when the alternative is piling up in my parents' tiny house with my 4 sisters and having to deal with their drama. They probably won't even notice I'm not there. While I'm daydreaming about mansions and hot guys, someone knocks on the open door. I lean up to see Avery, looking fabulous in designer clothes and riding boots. Her jet-black hair is swept up onto the top of her head in a loose pile, exposing a pair of silver hoop earrings and lots of creamy skin at her throat. Her blue eyes are so brilliant, they look almost electric, and I wonder for the millionth time if she wears contacts. Surely no eyes look like that naturally. Ran into your friend Seth in the hallway, she says with a scowl. I hate to say it, but he's kind of rude. I laugh. He's an acquired taste, but he's also one of the best people you'll ever meet. Forgive me if I'm not convinced. Is this all of your stuff? She indicates my 2 suitcases on the floor. That would be it. We'll be buying you some new clothes anyway. You need to look fashionable. Hey, I frown down at my t-shirt, jeans, and work boots. I think I look pretty damn sexy. Her glossy lips stretch into a smile. You definitely look sexy, Dan. I don't think anyone could dispute that. But I want you to look respectable, okay? You've got good fashion sense, but you don't have much to work with in the clothing department. Fine. I get up off the bed with a huff, slip into my leather jacket, and pick up my suitcases. Where to? My car is downstairs. Have you said all of your goodbyes? Yeah, you just saw Seth leaving, and I went over to Beck and Jeremy's house last night. That's pretty much everyone who matters in my world. Oh, Beck, that wrestler guy? He's super hot. Yep, that's the one, I tell her with a laugh. He and his boyfriend are really good wrestlers, and very close friends of mine. I leave out the fact that I have certain intimate knowledge of both of them. After all, I'm trying to seem respectable. I don't want her thinking I'm the man whore of SSU. You can invite them to Savannah for a visit if you'd like. I'd love to meet them. That would be great. And Seth, too? She wrinkles her perfect nose. I guess so. If he can behave himself. Chapter 2. The drive to Savannah flies by a lot faster than I expect. Avery is a chatterbox with a surprising exuberance for everything around her. I keep expecting her to morph into some stuck-up shrew, but it never happens. She does seem to have a slight chip on her shoulder where Seth is concerned, but that's because of his personality rather than hers. It always takes people a while to warm up to him. Avery's car is a 1957 Arctic Blue Corvette convertible, which has me pissing my pants. The unusual combination of white-on-blue exterior and bright red interior is stunning. I absolutely can't believe I'm sitting in something so gorgeous. I grab my shades from the dashboard and slide them on, instantly feeling 100% cooler. So, Avery, how does a person go about getting a car like this? I don't want to sound like an idiot, but my curiosity has gotten the better of me. She shrugs. Daddy knows how to get stuff. Auctions, I guess. He's obsessed with old cars, so we can get pretty much whatever we want. I used to drive a red 1969 Camaro, but this year I was in the mood for something a little classier and understated. Well, this is the sweetest car I've ever seen in person, that's for sure. I've always loved classic cars, but I never let it grow into too much of an obsession since I have zero chance of getting one. I laugh, trying to make light of my near-pauper status. But she just gives me a sad look that makes me feel even poorer than I actually am. You want to drive it? Avery flashes me a conspiratorial side-glance smile as my adrenaline starts pumping. Oh my God, really? You trust me to do that? Of course, she says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. What kind of fake girlfriend would I be if I didn't let my fake boyfriend drive my car? She takes the next exit, pulling the car up to a convenience store gas pump and handing me her card. I'm going to run to the ladies' room, dear. Fill it up. She winks at me and starts walking toward the store, drawing the eyes of everyone she passes. Once she's inside, the stairs turn to me, or more likely Avery's car. The attention makes me uncomfortable. Worse than standing at the front of the class. Hard to imagine that Avery lives like this all the time, being the constant object of attention wherever she goes. It explains why she carries herself differently than I do, though. She's always aware of eyes on her. There's no telling how much money she spends on her appearance. Clothing, jewelry, hair care, cosmetics, and I'm also betting on a nose job. The bitch is ultra-polished. By the time she returns, I've already finished pumping gas and slid in behind the wheel, testing the feel of it in my trembling hands. Shit, I'm nervous, I breathe. Bet you think that's silly, don't you? Yes, she says. Very silly. I'm sure you'll do fine. Now crank up and let's get the hell out of here. Mrs. Sprague makes cupcakes for me every time I come home, and I can't wait to get my hands on them. Savannah's historic district is a series of 22 squares leading all the way down to world-famous River Street, a cobblestone road running along the Savannah River. Avery helps me navigate the scenic squares, which are lined with historic mansions and ancient oak trees dripping with Spanish moss. She has to call my attention back to the road several times, because I can't seem to stop myself from gawking at the scenery. "Here we are," she announces, pointing to a putty-colored mansion with black trim and a black wrought iron fence. The house itself appears to be configured into the shape of a horseshoe, with a gated courtyard in the center. With its porches, balconies, and turrets, it reminds me of New Orleans. Avery grabs a remote out of the glove box and uses it to open the door of an elaborate carriage house. I pull in, praying I don't scrape the sides of her classic car on the garage entrance. "Stop being paranoid, Dan. You're not even close to hitting anything." "Forget about our suitcases," she says after I've parked the car safely. "I'll get Mr. Sprague to bring everything in for us." She grabs my hand and tries to pull me toward the house, but I don't budge. "What's wrong, Dan? Are you nervous?" "Hell yes, I'm nervous. Wouldn't you be?" "Everything is going to be fine. It's not like my family is going to eat you." "Thanks a lot. I never considered cannibalism until you brought it up. Now you've given me something else to worry about." She laughs, pulling on my hand again, and I finally give in and let her tow me to a side door. We enter a mudroom, then a kitchen that blends so seamlessly into the surrounding house it's hard to tell it's even a kitchen. The only appliance I recognize at first glance is a gas stove. The rest are disguised by high-end cabinetry. "Oh, my sweet girl!" A plump woman in her 50s with bottled brown sausage curls and a frilly apron waddles up to us. "You're earlier than I expected. The chocolate chip cupcakes haven't even been iced yet." Avery jumps up and down, her boot heels clicking on the floor. "That means Dan and I can ice them, right?" "Well, of course. What a great idea, Avery," she says. "But maybe you can keep from making a huge mess." "Now, Mrs. Sprague, do you actually think I would make a mess for you to have to clean up?" She gives the woman a wicked grin. "Yes, I do." Mrs. Sprague sets a plate of naked cupcakes and a bowl of dark brown icing on the marble-topped island in front of us, then looks at me with an expression of mock sternness. "This young lady is a mess and a half, but I love her with all my heart." "Yeah, she's pretty cool." My lame compliment is met by blank stares from both women. Note to self: act like an actual boyfriend, not a sixth grader with a crush. Before long, all three of us are acting like grade schoolers, icing cupcakes and entertaining Mrs. Sprague with gossip from SSU. By the time we're halfway done, we've dissolved into fits of giggles as we paint faces onto the tops of the cupcakes with our fingertips. Mrs. Sprague has brought out a bottle of sprinkles, and we're making a big mess, just as she'd feared. I don't think she minds very much, though, because she's playing just as hard as we are. Avery dabs a bit of icing onto my cheek and doubles over with laughter, nearly falling off of her bar stool. Alarmed, I reach out to catch her. "Am I missing the party?" A deep voice intrudes on our moment, and we all spin around to see who has entered the room. A young man leans in the doorway with a glass of amber-colored liquor in one hand. He appears to be in his mid-20s, with black hair and an angry 5 o'clock shadow. He's definitely not built like the athletes I usually go for. Instead, he looks like the perfect rich frat boy who works out a little and takes care of himself. His outfit probably cost more than my entire wardrobe, but he wears it as comfortably as jeans and a t-shirt. Without being told, I know beyond a doubt that this is Avery's brother. "Julian, what are you doing here?" Avery seems surprised and possibly a little less than thrilled. "I couldn't miss your debutante ball now, could I?" He moves closer, and I see that he has the same electric blue eyes as his sister. "I told Mom I was coming, but since she's been in Atlanta with Aunt Nell for 2 weeks, I guess you didn't get the message." "No, she told me you were coming, but she said the weekend. Julian laughs quietly. Despite his friendly smile, there's something dark about him. And beautiful. God, he's beautiful. I got back early. What's the matter, sis? I thought you'd be happy to see me. Have I done something to make you mad? Mrs. Sprague puts her hands on her hips and gives him a sour look. Well, you've done something to make me mad. I've always done something to make you mad, Mrs. Sprague. No surprise there. Julian cocks his head sideways and regards me curiously, as if he's just noticed I'm here. Is this the boyfriend? Yes, it is, Avery says. His name is Dan Fisher, and you can forget about trying to give him a hard time like you've done to my boyfriends in the past. He needs to focus on getting prepared for the cotillion, not trying to impress the unimpressible Julian Wakefield. Avery, when will you ever trust my judgment? Julian gives her a distinctly pitiful look, like he thinks she couldn't find her way in from the rain. Those boys deserved what they got, with their ulterior motives and dodgy smiles. Older brothers can sense these things, you know. We see right through the bullshit exterior. That being said, I'm sure Dawn is perfectly sweet. He reaches out to smudge the icing on my cheek with his index finger, then puts it into his mouth. The sight of his lips wrapped sinfully around his finger, moving subtly as he sucks the icing off, does something to my insides. Julian, Avery squeals. That's gross. Ooh, you're right, he grimaces. Tastes artificial, but now I have a craving for some dark chocolate. He looks at Mrs. Sprague. Get me some dark chocolate, would you, Sprague? The real stuff, not that convenience store bullshit. Make it at least 80%. And lots more Glenlivet 21. If I'm going to have to stay in this house for weeks, I'll need something to dull my senses. Yes, sir, Mrs. Sprague says through tight lips. Anything else? Julian twists his face into an expression of exaggerated thoughtfulness. Can't think of anything right now, but I'll let you know when something springs to mind. Well, if that's all, I'll go tend to it and leave you children to play. She shuffles away, and Avery starts to giggle. She still calls us children. That's so sweet. Hasn't been that long since you were a child, Julian says, taking the bar stool on the other side of Avery. Like you're some old man, she counters. How old are you? I ask Julian. When he and Avery stop to look at me, I can practically hear a record needle scratch. I'm 21, I say with a nervous laugh. Barely legal. For drinking. I mean, not the other. Okay, now I sound like an idiot. Julian stares at me, but Avery comes to the rescue. Julian is 24, Dan. Or is it 25? 24, Julian says, grabbing one of the cupcakes and taking a bite. The fact that he's chosen one that I decorated excites me for some reason, like in a sexual way, which is weird. I find myself watching every move he makes. Even while he's eating a messy cupcake, he's got an ease about him that comes from extreme self-confidence. And it doesn't hurt that even in his modern clothes, he's a tantalizing hybrid of my two favorite literary anti-heroes, Jay Gadsby and Heathcliff. I've never been so mesmerized by a person before. As if he can feel me staring at him, he looks at me and pops off a quick wink that starts butterflies dancing in my belly. Oh, he is so fucking with me. So, Julian, Avery begins, how was Europe? I don't know how I'm going to feel now that I don't have your weekly postcards to look forward to. She turns to me. Julian is a photographer, Dan. An amazing one. He had custom postcards made of the pictures he was taking as he traveled across Europe. They've been the highlight of my week for a long time. Now I'm going into withdrawals. Julian laughs, and for the first time he appears slightly self-conscious. Glad you enjoyed them, sis. And thanks for not giving away my whereabouts. I just needed some time to myself without anyone bothering me. I know. She runs a hand down his stubbled cheek and rests it on his shoulder. I understand. Of all the people in the world, you don't have to explain yourself to me. For a split second, Julian seems almost sad as he looks at his sister. Then his expression glazes over and he takes another bite of his cupcake. These really aren't bad, you know. I just wanted to give Mrs. Sprague a hard time and get some dark chocolate and liquor in the process. You're so bad, Jules. Why do you insist on terrorizing her? He shrugs. What do you think of Mrs. Sprague, Don? I sputter, realizing that anything I say could send me down in flames in this guy's eyes. She's nice, I guess. I only just met her. And my name is Dan, by the way. Julian's smirk tells me I may not have said the wrong thing exactly, but I damn sure didn't say the right thing. What's your major? He asks me. English, with a focus on British lit. He muses for a moment. You know what my father would say about that? He'd say that's a pansy major. English, art, those are for girls. Business is for boys. I can feel my face turn bright red. I'm trying to make a good impression on this guy, and he's practically calling me a pussy. So, you're a business major, I suppose? A real man? I will my voice not to crack. Graduated Emory last year with a master's in business administration. His stare is sharp enough to cut. So yeah, I'm a real man. Only by the skin of your teeth, Avery says, and he pulls her hair playfully. Shut up, Miss Undeclared. She laughs. I might major in English like Dan. The professors keep telling him he's got talent in writing if he'd quit slacking off. How do you know that? I ask, feeling suddenly exposed. Common knowledge, she shrugs. People overhear things, whispers, gossip. I press the palm of my hand to my chest and swallow, feeling the blood rushing to my head. That's sort of embarrassing, I admit. People talking about me behind my back, saying I'm a slacker. Don't worry about it, hon, she says, soothing me with a hand on my shoulder. Trust me, the slacker part is not what people focus on. It's the talent part. It's like you're an artist, you know? People overlook the quirkiness. Quirky? I run a hand through my hair. Shit, that sounds awful. Would you rather girly? Julian pipes up with his velvety voice of disdain. I meet Julian's gaze head on. Just because I can't imagine being stuck in a stuffy office deciding how to allocate funds or market to some demographic? I'll take my girly major any day of the week. You and your business major sound boring as fuck. Avery starts laughing as Julian and I stare each other down. You're preaching to the choir on that one, Dan, she says. Don't let Julian fool you. He hates business with a purple passion, but he loves taking pictures, don't you, Jules? She pinches his cheek and he snatches away. Yeah, he says. Dad despises my little hobby, as he calls it. He's waiting for me to take over the helm of the family business, which I'm dreading. I give Avery an apologetic look. I hate to admit this, but I have no idea what your family business is. Somehow we seem to have overlooked that topic. That's okay, Dan, she says. Wakefield Distribution started out as a beer, wine, and liquor distributorship, but over the years it has grown into much more than that. We sell paper products, restaurant supplies, hotel supplies, that sort of thing. It's really quite extensive. She glances at Julian. Guess Dan and I have spent too much time making out and not enough time getting to know each other, huh? I only thought my face was red before. Now it's absolutely on fire. Please spare me the gory details of your love life. Julian pushes back from the counter and stands. For a moment he looks awkward, as if he can't decide what to say or do. "Nice meeting you," he finally grates out before grabbing his empty glass and rushing from the room. "So," Avery fixes me with an intense look, "what did you think of Julian?" I don't answer immediately, mostly because I don't want to offend Avery by sharing any of the myriad emotions he made me feel during our brief encounter. "Intimidating and scary," I finally manage with a sigh. "I was beginning to think that joke you made earlier about cannibalism wasn't a joke after all." Avery just smiles and touches me on the arm. "You'll get used to him." I stifle the urge to laugh out loud, because at the moment, it seems absurd that anyone could ever get used to Julian Wakefield. Chapter 3. Julian. "Cotillions are total fucking bores," I say, spearing a piece of salmon with my fork. My mom gasps and points a lacquered nail at me. "You watch your language at the dinner table, young man. You're not too old to be put on restriction." I laugh, knowing good and damn well I am too old. But I love my mom, and I don't want to spoil her little illusion. If it makes her feel better, I'll go along with it. "You've been in enough of them," Avery says to me. "It's my turn now. Don't ruin it for me." She looks at her new boyfriend, who's trying his best to look like he belongs anywhere near this dinner table. Julian has escorted 4 Debs to their cotillions, so he's a little jaded about the whole thing. "Glad you've kept up with the number," I tell her. "I try my best to forget." Mom smiles proudly in Dan's direction, her red hair and diamonds sparkling in the subtle glow of the chandelier. "My handsome son is considered quite the catch around these parts, Dan. Girls keep asking him to be their escorts, but none of them can seem to convince him to settle down. Ever the mysterious Scorpio. If he'd been born one day later, he'd have been a Sagittarius, and then he'd have dated them all." I finish chewing my fish and drop the fork to the edge of the plate with a clink. "Mom, I hate to break it to you, but handsome has very little to do with it. It's more the money than the looks that gets me those requests. Their daddies want my daddy's money to add to their stockpile. I'm not interested in that, no matter what my zodiac sign is." Dan gives one of those daffy smiles he's been flashing around for the 4 days he's been here. He and I haven't talked that much, but it seems like every time I see him, he's smiling. Makes me wonder what the guy's got to be so happy about. "What's so funny, Dan?" I ask. "You have experience with that sort of thing? Women wanting you for your money?" "Not really," he counters smoothly. "I don't have any money, so they actually do like me just for my looks." Avery giggles. "I don't doubt it. I mean, look at you, for heaven's sake. He's gorgeous, huh, Julian?" "What the hell, Avery?" I hope my face doesn't look as red as it feels. Good Lord, you don't ask one dude if another dude is gorgeous. "Well, why not?" my mother asks, her eyes wide. "You can see, can't you?" She looks at Dan. "I, for one, think he's just adorable. Those curls make him look so sweet." "Sweet?" Dan touches his golden curls self-consciously, and I'm pleased to see that I'm not the only one blushing at this totally inappropriate conversation. His cheeks have turned a pale shade of pink that makes his coloring even more alluring, and I find myself being drawn in. Fucking hell, what am I thinking? I've been warring with myself for 4 days, avoiding him as much as possible, trying my best to deny that I find him attractive. He's a poor English major from some podunk town, that's all. He's nothing, and certainly nothing to me. Worse than that, he's dating my sister. And he's a guy. It's just my mind playing tricks on me. I don't even like guys. Sure, I look at them sometimes, but I think it's just a side effect of being an observant person, being aware of the attractiveness of all people and of being discriminating when it comes to choosing women. I mean, I don't want to date just any woman. My standards are high. The truth is, I only admire men in the way that one might admire a quality thoroughbred horse or a fine painting. Hell, the human body is a work of art in itself, right? Nothing wrong with noticing that, especially being a photographer, a student of the appearance of things, the beauty of all things, all people, male and female. The way I feel is perfectly normal, right? Nothing to be alarmed about. I'm just hypersensitive about it, paranoid, and worried that it's been going on so damn long. But high school and college were confusing times for me. Now that I'm a man, I'm sure these feelings will go away soon. Then I'll laugh and wonder why I was ever confused in the first place. I just have to keep holding my breath, gritting my teeth, and digging my heels in. And that thing in college, that never would have happened if I hadn't been drunk. Julian? Avery is waving a hand at me and laughing, drawing me back to the present and back to reality. What were you thinking, hon? You looked 1,000,000 miles away. Sorry. I offer a weak smile. What were we talking about? I was asking if you agree that Dan is a gorgeous specimen of male flesh. Totally doable. Avery! Mom cries. Avery laughs, but her questioning gaze doesn't stray from me. It's clear she isn't going to let me get by without answering. Poor Dan looks like he's ready to crawl under the table, and he won't make eye contact with anyone. I don't know who feels more awkward, me or him. Yeah, whatever. I shrug, making a big show of my nonchalance. He's gorgeous, okay? I'm a photographer. I can appreciate a good-looking guy. He's got nice bone structure, pretty hair, green eyes, full lips, and a great smile. What's not to like? There, are you happy? I cross my arms across my chest and lean back in my chair. And here comes the freaking smile again. I can tell Dan is trying to hold it back, warring with it, but it won't stay off his face. It's as if he can't help himself. Goddamn habitually happy, gorgeous fucking little green-eyed angel. Thanks, he mumbles, looking down at the table and glancing at me from beneath lowered lashes. Does he have to act like he's flirting with me? Jesus Christ. But a slow roll begins in my guts, just below my ribcage. He needs to not look at me that way ever again. It makes me feel off-kilter, almost giddy, and the muscles in the vicinity of my solar plexus have gone all quivery and weak. The feeling travels downward, building, growing. I need a drink, I announce suddenly, pushing back from the table and tossing my used napkin down. I'll be in the library if anyone needs me. We'll come too. Avery jumps up and throws her own napkin onto the table. Come on, Dan. Oh, great. She reaches over, grabs him by the hand, and yanks him out of his chair, making him stumble backward. Chair legs scrape on the hardwood, and his fork clatters across the floor. I guess I'll see you all later then, my mom says, looking slightly disappointed. If you need me, I'll be in my room catching up on my TV shows. Sometimes I feel sorry for her. I know she's lonely, and my dad is never anywhere to be found. Even if he was, I don't see how she could stand his presence. The man is not a joy to be around. You're welcome to join us in the library, Mom. I push an errant lock of red hair behind her ear and smile at her, loving the look of the gentle crinkles at the corners of her eyes and the freckles scattered across her nose. The charming Irish looks that neither of her children inherited. Thanks for asking, baby, but I'm getting tired anyway. I need to slip between the sheets and see if this is the episode where Dean and Castile are finally going to get together. Whoever they are. I don't think I'll watch that show. She just laughs and walks into the hallway, slipping off her high heels and dangling them with 2 fingers by her side as she makes her way up the stairs. I follow Avery and Dan into the library, where they're already sitting down, Avery on the sofa and Dan in my chair. No. I motion for Dan to get up. Move your ass. That's my chair forever and a day. No one sits there but me. Tell him, Aves. Avery gives him a sympathetic look, but there's a tiny smile playing at the corners of her mouth that makes me think she's let it happen on purpose. Like she's messing with me. Or him. Or both of us. My sister is like a little sprite or fairy. She's known for her mischief, but she's so sweet and pretty she can get away with whatever she wants. Especially with me, because I've doted on her shamelessly since the day she was born. I guess I feel responsible for her. Oh, sorry. Dan jumps up from my chair, looking as flustered as if he stepped on the president's toes in the greeting line. I had no idea this was your special chair, Julian. I'll just sit on the sofa beside Avery, is that okay? Yeah, I tell him, feeling almost guilty as I pour a glass of scotch and take my seat. He thinks that's his throne, Dan. Avery smiles playfully in my direction. King Julian on his throne with his beloved scotch. He's an enigma, isn't he? Looks like a frat boy, but acts like a 50-year-old man. Damn if she isn't right. I do feel old sometimes, I admit, holding my scotch up to the light, swirling it, watching the film of alcohol clinging to the sides of the glass. And this stuff is going down way too easily these days, you know? Shouldn't I be hanging out at keg parties, funneling beer and sticking my tongue in girls' ears? Isn't that what guys my age do? Avery laughs. I don't know about the ears, but definitely the kegs. Yeah, I could see you kicked back at a kegger, Dan says. Leaning against the counter in some frat house with your baseball cap on backward, an entourage of adoring guys and girls crowded around you, effortlessly handling the cops when they stop by, waking up the next morning in a pile of naked... He blushes and clears his throat. Sorry, I've taken too many creative writing courses. My mind just goes there. I stare at Dan, my mouth slack, my heart pounding. I'm alarmed because his words took me there, to that scene he was describing. I pictured every bit of it in detail, felt it as if I was actually there. When he got to the end of the story, the naked part, I pictured that too. And I was in a pile of naked guys. Fuck that, I say out loud, struggling to get my bearings. Sounds mildly entertaining, but it's not my style. Avery groans. Maybe you could have a little fun if you stopped trying so hard to be like Dad. I am nothing like him. I cut my eyes at her, shocked that she could even suggest such a thing. He's an asshole, Avery. A hard, stubborn, relentless man who doesn't care about anything but making money and giving a good impression. He's a fake, a troll, and I think you should take back what you said. Okay, sorry. Her eyes are apologetic, but there's something else in her expression that makes me think she doesn't altogether agree with me. Like maybe she really does think I'm like him. What are your parents like? She asks Dan, thankfully taking the focus off of me. He shrugs. They're pretty normal, I guess. My dad is a mechanic. He works for a car dealership, but he does shade tree work at the house for extra money. He's a nice guy, kind of quiet. I guess I'd describe my mom as sweet, supportive, but she's pretty outspoken. You guys would probably think she was crude. He looks awkward, like he's afraid we won't approve of his family or something. As for me, I couldn't care less what his family is like. He's just another in a string of boyfriends who will fade out of my sister's life soon enough, making room for the next asshole to move in. No reason I should be concerned about any aspect of the guy's life. Are they upset about you spending Christmas here? I hear myself asking the question, but I'm thinking it must be someone else's voice because I don't actually give a shit. Do I? That damn house is so full over the holidays, he laughs. As the middle child with 4 sisters, I don't exactly stand out around there, if you know what I mean. But my mom was a little upset when I told her. It would be different if I was skipping our family Christmas to spend it with that special someone. His voice breaks, and he looks over at Avery in sheer alarm, like he's just really put his foot in his mouth. And just like that, I want to kick his ass. He's as much as admitted he doesn't care for my sister as that special someone that his parents might be glad he was spending the holidays with. He may not have finished his sentence, but it was clear where he was headed. So his motive is not love with my sister, which means it's either money or sex. Either way, I want to kick his ass. Avery just smiles sweetly at him, perfectly content to be seen as less than the one, and it makes me want to take her into my arms and comfort her. That she feels she has to settle for a guy who has so little feeling for her is heartbreaking to me. Do you have any idea what kind of girl you've got here? I narrow my eyes at Dan, warring with myself to keep from wrapping my fingers around his neck and choking the daylights out of him. This isn't one of those second-rate bimbos you're used to dating. This is top shelf right here. You'd better remember that. I cross the room and bend down to hug my sister and kiss her on the cheek. Please don't be mad at Dan, she says. He really didn't mean anything by it. It's not like we're engaged or anything, right, Dan? Right, he agrees. I think your sister is great, Julian. Definitely top shelf. Oh, now he's going to kiss ass? I'm going upstairs. Before I lose my cool. Dan has officially succeeded in pissing me off, and I'm angry and frustrated and just generally not fit for company right now. I grab what's left of my bottle of scotch and head off to my bedroom where I can be alone and think and drink. Neither Avery nor Dan speak as I leave. On the way to my room, I pause outside Dan's bedroom door, wondering why this one guy has got me feeling all tumultuous inside. Several past assholes have stayed in this guest room at various times in Avery's dating history. In my opinion, they've all been unworthy of my sister. They've all said stupid shit and put their feet in their mouths, just like Dan. So why is he so different? Is it because I can't quite get a read on him? Funny thing is, even though he made the idiotic special someone comment, I still don't get a bad vibe from him. If anything, he's putting off good vibes, which makes it really hard to dislike him. And then there's that uncomfortable flutter I keep getting in my gut every time he trains those green eyes on me. What the hell is that all about? Maybe I'm coming down with something. Or maybe I'm drinking too much. I continue on to my room, clutching the sloshing bottle to my chest like it's a life preserver. One thing's for sure. I'm not feeling like myself ever since this guy has shown up in my house. I'll be glad when this debutante bullshit is over and Dan Fisher goes back to his side of the state where he belongs. Chapter 4. Dan. We're having a party, Avery sings out when I let her into my bedroom late on our 8th evening in Savannah. Julian says so, and if Julian's throwing a party, it's going to be fantastic. Everyone comes when Julian snaps his fingers. She raises onto her toes and sits delicately on the edge of the huge 4-poster bed, looking around at the understated luxury of the room. You liking it so far? I could give you another room if this one's not— It's perfect, I interrupt. The view of the courtyard is so cool. I love it down there. I wander over to the balcony door and stare down into the private cobblestone courtyard cradled within the curve of the horseshoe-shaped mansion. Mine is only one of 5 wrought-iron balconies overlooking it all. Several bistro tables with curved benches sit in alcoves, one right beside what looks to be an old stone fountain. There are private little nooks everywhere, partially hidden by evergreen shrubs. I have the strongest urge to creep into one of them, sit alone in the quiet cool, and just think. I've noticed you spending a lot of time down there by yourself, Dan. But you can go anywhere you want, you know. Wakefield House is your home for the next couple of weeks. I don't want you to feel like a guest, all stiff and nervous. Why do you stay in your room so much instead of coming down and hanging out or watching TV with me and Julian? I keep asking, and you keep refusing. I laugh. You need time with your family, and I didn't want to interfere. And I don't feel right about just wandering around by myself. I've just been in here reading and writing when I'm not with you. Been working on a short story. I hesitate for a moment. Actually, I didn't realize it was going to be this hard. I've been terrified of running into Julian when you're not around, or of being around him, period. She comes over and touches me gently on the arm and offers up a sympathetic smile. Look, don't let Julian get to you. You know that old saying, his bark is worse than his bite? Well, that was made just for my brother. And he's doing a lot better, Dan. He's been a lot more sociable the last few days. He hates me, Avery. I don't have to be a business major to figure that out. I approach the bed and sit down beside her, staring dejectedly at my feet. He thinks I'm nothing. I'm getting judged as a potential husband by everyone in your family, and you and I are not even dating. Sometimes I just want to say, stop looking at me that way, okay? I'm not sleeping with her. Oh, Dan. She rubs up and down my back, dragging her fingernails lightly over my shirt, comforting me. I never meant to make you feel that way. I chose you because you are someone I could be proud to bring home. I guess I really should have made that clear. Never in a million years did I think our arrangement was going to make you unhappy. She moves her hand to the top of my scalp and turns my head to face her. As for my rotten brother, he's asked about you several times. Really? Did he ask where that low-class boyfriend of yours is hiding? Did he suggest you count the silverware? No, silly, she laughs. He always wants to know where you are and why you aren't joining us. He even suggested that I wasn't being a very good hostess and that I should make you feel more a part of things. You don't know Julian very well, but for him to be even that concerned is a big deal. He hasn't said a single negative thing about you. Wow, give him a fucking cookie. Look, I get that you don't like him, okay? I give her a surprised look. I don't dislike Julian. He hates me. Well, you're the only one who's saying anything negative, Dan. I just told you he's been politely asking about you. Crap, you're right. I run my hands exasperatedly up over my face and through my hair, sighing. I'm being the asshole, aren't I? She hops up off the bed and heads toward the door. When you get to know him, when he gets to know you, you'll see that he's much different than he seemed at first. Kind of like Seth. Avery looks sheepish. Ha ha, very funny. I guess you got me there. She pauses. If you don't mind me asking, why haven't you invited your friends to visit? I shrug. They've got their own stuff. It's kind of weird, but I just feel like having my own thing for a while. Does that sound selfish? Not to me. But you need to stop being so shy around here. Jump into the mix and you can start with the party tonight. Hey, this might sound like a stupid question, but what am I supposed to wear to a party at Wakefield House? Is it a black tie affair? That's not a stupid question. And no, it's not black tie. Just wear your... Oh my goodness, you don't have anything, do you? We're supposed to go shopping with Mom and Mrs. Sprague tomorrow at noon, but that won't help you for tonight. She screws her face up into a thoughtful expression. Hang on. Let me see if Julian has something you can borrow. No, Avery. I call out after her, but she's gone in a flash. I bite my lip and stare down at the courtyard, contemplating. This is going to be embarrassing as hell. No matter what Avery says, I don't feel like Julian likes me at all. How is he going to feel about me asking to borrow clothes? At the moment, I can't even come up with a more awkward scenario. Julian is way too sexy, with his electric blue eyes and commanding presence. He's the kind of guy you want so desperately to make an impression on, even though deep down you know he'll never give you a second thought. And now Avery is going to ask him to loan me clothes. Shit, he's definitely going to hate me now. I decide to ease the tension by taking a shower. I could use some freshening up, and I don't want to stand here like an idiot waiting for Avery to return. Besides, the attached bathroom is heavenly. Granite countertops, tumbled tile shower. Everything's in natural colors you might find in a riverbed or up the jagged side of a mountain road. It gives me a feeling of serenity. Soon, I'm standing naked beneath the shower head, thoroughly soaked, all of my concerns being washed away by the hottest water my body can stand. I remind myself that this is supposed to be a fun adventure, and that I'm here to help out my new friend. To hell with guys, especially ones that are laughably out of my league. My only concerns should be enjoying the heat of the water in this amazing shower, relaxing on my cushy vacation, and being the best escort I can for Avery. She's been very good to me so far, so the least I can do is hold up my end of the bargain. And who cares if her family doesn't like me? They'll never have to see me again after this is all over. "Okay, Dan," Avery says loudly. She walks right into the bathroom where I'm displayed in all my nude glory. Nothing between the two of us but the glass wall of the shower. "Damn, Avery!" Her abrupt entrance startles me, and I slip, catching myself on the shower wall just before I go down. I'm naked over here, you know. I'm not really that appalled at being seen naked, more like embarrassed because she scared me. "Oh, I'm not looking at you, Dan," she says. "Don't get all crazy. I just wanted to tell you that Julian said he was glad to loan you something to wear, and he hopes you like it. I'm laying it out on the bed. Come on down as soon as you get dressed. People should be arriving within the hour." After she leaves, I take my time finishing my shower and getting ready. Normally, I would be throwing those clothes on and running downstairs, but not this time. I even relax on the bed for about an hour, reading a novel on my digital reader before I finally slip into the too long jeans and slinky black sweater Julian has so graciously sent over. I nearly shit when I read the tags. Armani. My reflection in the mirror looks almost like someone else. Someone with a lot more money than I have. I'm especially digging the fact that the lower 2/3 of the sweater is made of a finer weave than the upper third, giving a subtle glimpse of my abs beneath the fabric. Maybe not the most practical sweater for December, but it makes me feel sexy as hell, especially knowing who it belongs to. The thought that this very fabric that is touching me has rubbed against Julian's skin has me vibrating with forbidden excitement. And then one of the most ridiculous ideas my imagination has ever conjured enters my mind. I unzip the jeans and slide them down, watching myself in the full-length mirror. My dick is already hard from thinking about Julian's shirt, and that fact makes my face flush hot with shame. But it's not enough to stop me from stroking myself. The thin mesh of the sweater gives tantalizing glimpses of my own flesh as I move, and I imagine Julian seeing it and being turned on by it. Will he notice? Maybe he gave me this particular sweater on purpose because he wants to see me. Stuck-up Julian with his perfect face and his fucking superiority. What would he think if he knew what I was doing right now? Jerking off in his precious Armani sweater. And what would he think if he knew I want him to touch me like this? To cover me with his body and hang on tight as he fucks me. Jesus, that's hot. I need him to want me. To spread my legs and push into my body. To take me. To fucking own me. The thought of his eyes on me. The feel of his warm hands. The sound of his voice coaxing me to climax as he pounds into me. Oh, God. I imagine him admiring me with unbridled lust, his bright eyes roaming over me as he lifts the sweater up over my belly, past my chest, all the way to my throat. He presses me down into the bed with his beautiful naked body, grunting, wrapping the sweater around my throat just tightly enough to immobilize me, to let me know he's in charge, and that I'm his. That's it. That's what I want. My cock jerks and erupts into the palm of my hand, and I have to bite back a moan. Gasping, I smear my own cum all up and down my shaft, squeezing just a little, delighting in the slippery sensitivity as I come down from the orgasm. Fucking intense. My heart pounds loudly in my ears for a moment, my breathing ragged, eyelids opening and closing repeatedly like camera shutters, taking in the reflection of my flushed body in the aftermath. But as the elation subsides and the leftovers of used-up lust congeal on my hand, my dick, and my belly, I begin to see the situation in stark reality. Look at me. I'm a pathetic guy who has just shamelessly jerked off to another guy's sweater. Fuck. After wiping myself down with a wet rag in the bathroom and avoiding looking at myself in the mirror, I straighten my clothes and prepare to brave the unknown downstairs. One thing's for sure. I'll never be able to look at this sweater again without feeling ashamed and horny. Chapter 5. The library is already full of people by the time I hesitantly descend the curved staircase and make my entrance. I feel like Cinderella in my borrowed clothes. Hopefully, they won't disappear at the stroke of midnight. A Christmas tree that's at least 20 feet tall has been erected in front of the library window, decorated in black, white, and hot pink. The hidden stereo system is piping alternative pop music. Not too edgy or loud, but not too cheesy either. The beat puts me at ease, as always. I think I have more of a connection with music than I do human beings, but I don't care to explore why that might be. Dan, you look amazing, Avery says, moving up beside me and wrapping her fingers around the inside of my elbow. She's wearing a little black dress that fits much too perfectly to have come straight off the rack. When I look down at her, she smiles a hopeful smile that makes me wonder once again what her real motive is for asking me here. Most girls just don't look at me this way. No, darling, you're the one who looks amazing. Freaking Aphrodite in black is what you are. She turns on a high beam kind of smile, her eyes sparkling, and I wince inwardly at my own unfortunate choice of words. If she does have any ideas about the two of us getting together, over-the-top compliments are not going to help, however deserved they might be. You really are awesome. She lifts onto her toes and plants a delicate little kiss on my cheek, still smiling. I'm so glad I chose you. Always remember that, okay? Okay. I don't know what she meant by that, but to me it sounds like things might have officially moved into the awkward zone. Please forgive me while I stake my claim on you for a moment, she says quietly. We need to be seen together so that everyone gets the message that you're off limits. It won't be good if some girl comes up and starts flirting with you. Best to avoid having to give more explanations than absolutely necessary, right? Yeah, I agree. Cuts down on the lying. She laughs under her breath. You really don't like being dishonest, do you? No, of course not. Do you? I'm a little shocked that such a question even needs to be asked. No, I don't like it either, but would you agree that sometimes it's necessary to get a certain result, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone? I guess. Kind of like what we're doing, right? We're not really trying to gain any advantage over anyone else, not hurting anyone. We're just trying to save you from feeling bad at your debutante ball. Yeah, and we're not even really lying exactly. Just misleading a bit. I nod. I can see that. Still doesn't feel fantastic, but there's nothing really unethical about it. Right. She beams at me again. I'm so glad we see eye to eye on that point. Now how about dancing with me? There are a few other people letting loose over there in the corner. I follow Avery to a spot at the edge of the library where a few tipsy-looking couples are attempting to dance. We start to move along with them, keeping a respectable distance from each other. I don't dare pull out my club moves in this place. That would be the quickest way for me to stand out. Instead, I keep my motions sedate and in line with what the others are doing. Of course, at the risk of seeming egotistical, I look much better doing it. "You're good," Avery says, swaying in time with the music. "You're not half bad yourself." And she really is a much more competent dancer than the society stiffs around us. As I dance, I scan the room. I know who I'm looking for, even though I don't want to admit it, even in the confines of my own mind. But when my eyes finally settle on him and stop their searching, I breathe a sigh of relief. Julian leans against the black baby grand piano, whiskey glass in hand, surrounded by people I presume to be his friends. This is his party, after all. He's flanked by 3 young women and 1 man, all exceptionally attractive, all with their bodies turned to face him, all hanging on his every word. I can't blame them. Even from this distance, he captivates me with his dark beauty and that superior air he has about him. I've never really liked people who think they're better than everyone else, but something about the way Julian wears his superiority makes it different. Hell, it makes it fucking believable. He throws his head back and laughs, the first time I've seen him do that, and it takes my breath away. His face transforms into something so boyish I can't believe I'm even looking at the same guy. It's as if a shell has cracked and exposed something else entirely. I can only imagine what my expression looks like as I watch him. Wonder, excitement, admiration, lust. They're probably all etched on my face, because that's exactly what I'm feeling. It's no use denying I have a crush on Avery's brother. And it's not just one of those, hey, he's pretty hot crushes either. It's something totally new, and it gives me a funny feeling way down deep inside. I can't get enough of the way he looks, with his impossibly black hair and stubbled face. He exudes youthful masculinity, but in a way that is so refined he seems older than he appears. As I watch him, it occurs to me that if he was wearing a baseball cap and a t-shirt, he'd look like one of the hot frat boys at SSU. But he's way too sophisticated for that. Instead, he wears a sweater so similar in style to mine, I know instantly that it's also an Armani. But it fits him almost snugly and has a grungy gradient pattern that fades unevenly from silver at the shoulders to solid charcoal a third of the way down. He's finished the look with dark jeans and leather shoes. And his sweater isn't see-through. Suddenly, I'm remembering my heated private moment in the bedroom with his sweater, picturing myself with my hand wrapped around my cock, fantasizing about him. As if he can sense my thoughts, he glances up and stares directly at me. Oh shit, look away. But I can't. I'm locked in his gaze, almost certain that he's just read my mind and seen exactly what I'm thinking about him. And what I've done. A hot flush creeps up my throat, but I can't tear my eyes away from him. It's vanity and longing that keep me from breaking the stare. I want him to notice me, to see me and react to me. But when he does finally react, it's the worst kind of reaction I could have imagined. He smirks at me, his expression so heavy with disdain that it instantly shrivels me inside. If I ever thought to wonder if Julian found me beneath him, it's just been confirmed. I'm nothing but a piece of shit to him. I swallow around the lump of hurt pride that's lodged in my throat, reluctantly turning away from Julian and back to his sister, who is eyeing me intently. Oops, I need to be more careful. Letting on that I have a crush on her brother would be humiliating, not to mention a decided conflict of interest. Obviously, nothing is going to happen there anyway, so I just need to put it out of my mind. And burn this fucking sweater. As we're regarding each other silently, a young man comes up beside us, his feet moving in a way that could almost be considered dancing. I would ask if I could cut in, he says, but that would be awkward. So do you guys mind if I join you? He's cute. About 21 like me, with light brown hair and a crooked smile. Avery and I glance at each other in surprise, and I nearly laugh when I realize she and I are both thinking the same thing. We don't know which one of us this guy actually wants to dance with. Sure, join in. Avery touches him on the arm. The more the merrier, right? Yeah, I guess, he says. My name's Zach. Hi, Zach. I'm Avery, and this is Dan. I nod politely without speaking, swaying with the music, trying not to let myself get too carried away. It's tempting, though. Music really makes my body want to move. So, are you, Zach falters, obviously trying to choose his words carefully. Well, what are your stories? Avery sends me a secret little wink when Zach glances away. I don't know, Zach, she says, toying with him. What do we look like our stories might be? Zach stares at her for a moment, his lips slightly parted as if he might speak, but he never does. I'm just teasing you, Avery says. This is my house. I'm on break from SSU. Julian, the charismatic one over at the piano, the lovely ray of sunshine, is my brother. Oh, he smiles. I forgot Julian had a sister. He and I were friends at Emory. I'm a biomedical engineer major, and also home for the holidays, staying with my folks out on Wilmington Island. Wow, Avery breathes. Biomedical engineering? You must be really smart. Zach shrugs, but there's a little glint in his eye that says he liked the compliment a lot. So, Dan, Zach turns his attention fully on me. What's your story? And there it is, the moment of truth. I wish Zach had been contented with Avery's story, because the fact that he's still so keen to hear mine stops the spinning pointer of attraction probability right dead on me. Avery senses it too because she wrinkles her nose and rolls her eyes at me. Hey, Dan, she says, halting all dance moves. I forgot something upstairs. You don't mind if I excuse myself, right? Sure. Is she pissed? I know she wants everyone to think I'm with her, so I'm a bit confused as to why she would leave me alone with a guy who seems like he might be interested in me. It defies logic, and my head is spinning as she walks away. On her way out, she stops briefly to speak to Julian, who watches me suspiciously during their entire exchange. Even after she walks away, Julian continues to stare at me in that unapologetically intimidating way of his. Did she tell him to keep an eye on me? Something wrong? Zach asks, his voice laced with concern as he looks back and forth between me and Julian. You look a little upset. Oh, no. No, not at all. I watch Avery leave the room and head toward the stairs without looking back. She's abandoned me with all of these strange people, and with her brother giving me the evil eye. Well, fuck it, I guess. Okay, Zach laughs, looking bewildered. Hey, you want to get some air? I ask. Some really brisk December air? If we can stand it. He laughs. Yeah, why not? On our way out of the library, we both grab a drink from the tray Mrs. Sprague is balancing. She gives me one of the sour looks she usually reserves for Julian, as if she somehow doesn't approve of me now that Avery isn't around. Confusing-ass people around this house. Zach follows me past the staircase, down the dark hallway, and through the sunroom. This is my favorite place to go around here, I tell him. An amazing courtyard where I like to sit and think. Cold air blasts us in the face when I open one of the French doors, but I wrap my arms around myself and keep going, determined to brave the cold. Leaving the party feels deliciously rebellious, especially with a cute guy on my heels. Nice, Zach says nonchalantly. As unaffected as he is by the house and grounds, I have to wonder what his home is like. Surely not a 70s brick ranch house like the one I grew up in. And biomedical engineering? That sounds like a rich boy major if I've ever heard one. And he's a guest at this ritzy party. Then again, so am I. And I definitely don't belong here. So how close are you and Julian? I ask, knowing I shouldn't. Pretty close. He arches a brow. Like I'd have to guess we're closer than you and his sister are, if you know what I mean. No, not really. Let's sit here. I indicate a bistro table with my elbow, unwilling to unwrap my arms from around my midsection. The thin perforated fabric of the sweater seems even less appropriate now. It's frigid out here, huh? Yeah. Down your drink. It'll help. I don't know if anything will help with this sweater. It's got long sleeves, but it seems to be missing something in the torso area. Zach laughs. But damn, it's fucking sexy. If you were going for the eye candy prize tonight, you succeeded. I try to ignore the compliment. Either his gaydar is off the charts, or I'm just that obvious. I hope it's the former, because I'm trying so hard to seem straight. Maybe I need to grab Avery and start making out with her on the couch in front of everyone. That should be convincing enough. Only it would bother me if Julian saw it. I wasn't going for any prize, I assure him. Julian loaned me the sweater. He picked it out. Figures. Zach frowns and chugs his whiskey, setting his empty glass on the table. I follow suit and set my empty beside his. The liquid burns a trail down my esophagus, then disperses warmly through the rest of my body. Too bad Mrs. Sprague doesn't deliver out here. Maybe if we get drunk enough, we won't feel the cold at all. Definitely need more alcohol, Zach agrees. Hang on, I tell him, an idea formulating in my head. I sneak back into the house and hurry to the library, grabbing one of many bottles of Glenlivet from the full liquor cabinet I noticed Julian dipping into earlier. Then I rush back out to the courtyard before my new friend freezes to death without me. Luckily, I notice a blanket slung over the back of the sofa in the sunroom, so I make a quick detour to grab that. Zach rewards my efforts with a huge smile. Fuck yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. A good bottle of liquor and a blanket, and a hot guy with only half a shirt. I settle back down beside Zach and wrap the blanket around both of us. For an awkward moment, our eyes meet, and I'm wondering why I thought it would be a good idea to sit this close to a strange guy, especially one who is very obviously hitting on me. But I do know, or at least I think I do. Being in Avery's house with her family in a strange city, especially when everyone is so totally removed from my social class, has me feeling lost and lonely. It's sort of like my first night at summer camp when I didn't know any of the guys in my bunkhouse. Only now, instead of crawling tearfully under the blanket after lights out and hugging the comic book my mom gave me, I'm cuddling in a blanket with a guy whose only appeal for me is that he's gay. It's weird, but he just feels familiar in these unfamiliar surroundings. We're part of a secret club. Zach takes a long pull on the liquor bottle and passes it to me. I force out after I take a matching swig, trying to keep from gagging. You like it? Zach asks. Actually no. I was faking it, okay? This shit tastes like paint thinner. We both laugh, shaking with our blanket cocoon. Then we both take another swig. I can tell it won't take much of this stuff to get me drunk, because I'm already feeling it. The cold has begun to slip away, and my muscles are relaxing. We stare up at the night sky, sitting entirely too close, while we finish off a good portion of the liquor. We ought to put this bottle away, I say, my tongue feeling thick. Yeah, Zach agrees. Don't need to get too drunk. I gotta drive. I look at his eyes, his expression, the way he's holding his body. It's a little late for that. You might want to call a cab because I guarantee you're over the legal limit. He waves me away exaggeratedly, which lets me know he's just as buzzed as I think he is. Just as buzzed as I am. How well do you know Julian? He asks with a slight slur. Or should I ask you like you asked me? How close are you? I'm trying to think of an appropriate answer when I hear the gentle squeak of the sunroom door opening As if on cue, Julian exits the house, managing not to flinch as the cold air hits him. There he is. Why don't you ask him yourself? Ask me what? Julian's voice and body language are casual, but there's an intimidating sternness in his eyes. How close you two are, Zach says with a hint of challenge. Julian laughs. Not close at all. We've only known each other about a week. Right, Don? Dan, I correct. Whatever. Julian frowns in my direction. Dan, do you have any idea how much that bottle cost that you stole from my liquor cabinet? Even at wholesale? Oh, shit. I look at the bottle and back at Julian. Was this not fair game? I just figured since it was a party, everything was up for grabs. Obviously, some other people have gotten that same impression. He glares pointedly at Zach. You do know this is my sister's boyfriend, don't you? Zach's eyes stretch into saucers. No. Neither one of them said anything. I thought... Well, to be honest, it seemed more likely that Dan might be involved with another member of the family. He drops a hand brazenly onto my leg, and I freeze. Shit, this guy is trying to out me to Avery's brother. Julian's gaze zeroes right in on Zach's hand, his expression murderous. I wiggle a little, and Zach takes the hint and moves his hand. Julian's face relaxes slightly. That's ridiculous. My sister brought him home for the holidays. This year is her cotillion, and he's her escort. Thank goodness Julian isn't buying it. Guess I misread the signals. Zach winks at me, and I look away. What difference does it make anyway? Dan and I are just hanging out drinking. Would your sister not approve of that? The last question is delivered in a decidedly sarcastic tone. I can't speak for Avery, Julian says, but I know I don't appreciate it one little bit. Fine, Zach growls. Fuck you, Julian. As always. He shrugs out of the cover and stands, glaring down at me. I hope you and Julian's sister will be very happy together. Then he slams into the house, window panes rattling behind him. As soon as Zach is gone, Julian sits down beside me, pulling the cover around his shoulders. You mind? His eyes dip briefly to the revealing part of the sweater, and my face heats. It's your cover. I scoot my ass slightly away from him, putting an extra hair of distance between us. The proximity didn't bother me so much with Zach, but this feels different. It's as if Julian takes up more space, uses up more of the air, overwhelms me. Without missing a beat, he scoots toward me to close the gap. I scoot reflexively away again. When he does it a third time, I don't dare move again for fear of going off the end of the bench. Jeez, this guy is a professional mindfuck artist. Do I make you nervous or something? Julian asks, squinting at me as if he's trying to size me up. Well, I release the breath I've been holding. Yes, you make me nervous. But not in a bad way, so don't think that. It's just... I don't know. Yeah, nervous as hell. He looks up at the sky and half smiles. Can you let go of your death grip on that bottle long enough for me to have a drink? I don't know. It's pretty expensive. I notice for the first time that my words are getting slurred. He snatches the bottle from me. I don't know how much he's drunk tonight, but he's had a drink in his hand every time I've seen him since we met, and he doesn't seem off kilter even a little bit. Kind of a scary thought, really. I don't want you talking to Zach again. His voice takes on a dark quality that's almost threatening. Why not? I have to bite my tongue to keep from asking what right he has to tell me who I can or can't talk to. He muses for a moment, choosing his words. Let's just say he's not our kind. What, is he poor? Julian lets loose with one of his rare laughs, and I get a shadowed glimpse of his boyish side that's got me so intrigued. No, what kind of asshole do you think I am? If you must know, I'm trying to save you and Avery some embarrassment. Trust me. If I hadn't come out here when I did, Zach would have had his tongue in your mouth and his hands down your pants. He regards the borrowed jeans and raises a brow. Well, technically my pants. They look good on you, by the way. A little shorter in the legs and the stride, and they'd be nearly perfect. What the hell is a stride? Julian glances at me from beneath his lashes, almost shy as he pulls back the cover to reveal his body. Here. He grabs onto his own crotch, and I almost forget this is Avery's straight brother I'm talking to, because damned if it doesn't look like an invitation. I have the wildly inappropriate urge to drop to my knees right then and there and take his cock in my mouth, show him what I can do with a stride, make him come down my throat right here in the courtyard while his friends and family celebrate inside. Instead, my mouth hangs open for too many awkward seconds, and then I start laughing. A stride. Guess you learn something new every day. Yeah, I guess so. He pulls the blanket back around his shoulder. So how did you and my sister meet? How long have you been dating? I seem to be out of the loop. Uh-oh. Deer in the headlights. I'm really not prepared to answer these questions, because Avery and I never worked any of it out. I just assumed she would always be around to handle stuff like this, or that we'd have more time to talk. Now it's dawning on me that I've been thrown to the wolves tonight. Where the hell is Avery, anyway? We met in... Well, our last class we had together was art interpretation. I mean, we knew each other before that. Kind of. Not real well, but you know. Sort of. But then art interpretation was really the... I'm screwing this explanation up so badly, I just finally shut my mouth. My head is beginning to spin anyway, and not much is making sense. So, you knew each other before, but you started dating during art interpretation. Yes! I'm so grateful to Julian for working out the logistics of my lie, I could hug him. Before I accepted Avery's proposition, I probably should have explained to her that I absolutely suck at lying. I mean, not only do I hate doing it, but I am horrible at the execution of it. As if my brain function stalls when it's faced with telling an untruth. All I can hope for is to bend the truth slightly enough that it makes it through my mental filters, and convincingly enough that it's effective. Julian and I sit for a long while just passing the bottle, each lost in our own thoughts. The chill is nothing now, as if it can't even touch me. So, you haven't been seeing each other that long, then? Julian asks after a long silence. Not long at all, actually. Why are you so interested? Julian pauses and stares out into the courtyard. I usually don't like her boyfriends much. Am I an exception? I'm not at all sure I want to know the answer, but I'm just drunk enough to ask. He doesn't answer right away, and when he does, his voice is as far away as his stare. Maybe. I don't know yet. Check back with me when you've had enough time to break her heart. I assure you, I will never break your sister's heart. There is zero chance of that, okay? Every relationship ends with at least one broken heart, Dan. No getting around that. You could just not get into a relationship at all. I take a huge gulp of whiskey and nearly gag. What the hell is this, turpentine? I don't know how you drink it. He snatches it from me and takes a swallow. Then he turns the bottle upside down and watches the last drop roll out. You don't seem to be having any problem doing away with a whole bottle of it. I had help, I point out. Oh yeah, Zach. Julian's lips draw into a tight line. I'm not kidding about staying away from him. Man, you're like obsessed with that. What's the matter? You fucking him or something? The words hang between us on the air, like some evil spirit that's gotten loose and can never be contained again. I'm not gay. Julian accents every word. But Zach does have a tendency to create drama everywhere he goes, and I'd rather not see you or my sister caught up in that. Imagine if he made a move on you, and Avery had walked out here and seen it. She would have been devastated, even though there was nothing to it on your side. You understand? Aye, aye, Captain. I salute him dramatically, wobbling so much that I nearly pitch forward off the bench. But I still think you might be doing him. He grabs me by the chin and turns me to face him, looking into my eyes. You are truly fucked up, aren't you? What? Drunk. I think my turpentine has finally caught up with you. You don't know me, I snatch away from him. I'm no lightweight, honey. I can hold my shit. Really? He doesn't look convinced. What do you normally drink? Beer? Because that's not the same. Much lower alcohol content. For your information, I hate beer. I drink liquor drinks only. White Russians, sex on the beach, chocolate martinis, apple teenies. I could go on, but I have to stop because Julian is doubled over laughing at me. That's not straight liquor, Dan. That's mixed drinks. Most of the time, they have very little alcohol in them, especially in the clubs. You're drinking girly drinks, man. Kiss my ass, Julian, with your condescending attitude and your fake blue eyes. I can hear my words coming out all slurred and garbled, but like all drunks, I'm determined to prove I'm sober. Look, I'm fine. You don't know me, I say again, stepping out of the warmth of the blanket and standing in front of Julian. So why don't you tell me about you, then? Help me get to know you. His eyes drift down to the sheer part of my sweater again. I swallow hard. Oh, I'll bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Think if you get me drunk, I'll spill all of my secrets? Sorry, not happening. I think you should stop drinking now. That's what I think. Let me walk you inside. No. I can walk myself, thank you very much. I teeter toward the door, but before I can get there, Julian is at my side, offering support by holding onto my arm. He's so close, every now and then I bump up against him, and I can feel hard muscle beneath his shirt, surprisingly hard for a pretty boy socialite. It's darker than I remembered inside the house, but thankfully warmer than the outside. We make our way down the hallway toward the music, the light, and the sound of people talking loudly. The atmosphere of the party has loosened up since I left. Either that, or my perception of it has changed. Probably a bit of both. Why is it that you can drink so much liquor and not be drunk? I ask Julian. You've been drinking all day. I am drunk, trust me. No, hell you're not. You're smooth as ever, like you're so rich and perfect. Even alcohol can't touch you. I hate you. You're an asshole, and you think you're better than everyone else. I lurch toward the library and run Julian straight into the wall of the hallway. We fumble in the dark, our equilibrium seriously compromised. In the shuffle, I come up against his body again. Hot sparks of desire surging through me as parts of me accidentally touch parts of him. Sorry, man. I get my bearings quickly and pull back from him, hoping he doesn't notice that the feel of him has left me a little breathless. You want to see me piss drunk, Dan? Is that what you want? To see me lose control like you? Will that make me less of an asshole in your eyes? Maybe. All right. You asked for it. He pulls me by the arm out of the darkness and into the bright lights of the library, and I have to shield my eyes as I'm dragged relentlessly across the floor. Julian nudges people out of his way as he makes his way to his liquor cabinet and pulls out an unopened bottle. He doesn't even wait to get out of the room before he uncaps it and takes a long pull from it, his Adam's apple bobbing as I watch through a haze. Then he grabs my arm again and pulls me toward the door. "Where are you two headed?" Zach comes up beside me, and I can hear Julian's deep sigh as he stops and faces Zach. "Dan's had a little too much to drink. He needs to lie down for a bit." I'll bet he does." Zach eyes the freshly opened bottle. "And I suppose you'll be tucking him in?" "If I want to." Julian's voice is low, challenging. He moves around behind me and hooks an arm around my shoulders, his forearm resting across my chest in what I assume is supposed to be some kind of drunken buddy hug. To me, it feels more intimate, but then I'm drunk and gay and have a raging crush on the guy, so I don't think my perception is to be trusted. Yep, I'm definitely compromised. Being this drunk and trying to understand the exchange between Julian and Zach is sort of like trying to watch a foreign movie with subtitles. I never feel like I'm getting the full picture. I can either focus on the words or their expressions, but not both, so a lot of the meaning is lost. Zach leans right into the spot between our faces where he can whisper to both of us at the same time. "I can help tuck him in if you like. I'm really good at that sort of thing, as you know." Julian tightens his grip on my shoulders and pulls me closer to him and away from Zach. Territorial, like a dog with his bone. Even though I know he's only looking out for his sister's interests, it still gives me a thrill to know he feels protective of me. I lean into him, and he doesn't let up. If anything, he leans even harder against me. It occurs to me that at this point, we might just be two drunk guys propping each other up. Zach reaches out as if to touch the mesh of my sweater, but Julian's reflexes are faster than his. He intercepts Zach's hand just as his fingertips graze the fabric, latching onto his wrist like a vice and forcing his hand away. "I will fuck you up," Julian growls low where only the three of us can hear. Zach wrenches his wrist free and rubs it, giving Julian a nasty grin. "Wow, looks like Dan's not the only one who's had too much to drink. I can see where this is going, and I have a feeling you're going to want to slit your wrist tomorrow." Julian unwraps himself from around me and stares coldly at Zach as he grabs my arm and pulls me on towards the stairs. Zach doesn't follow. Once we're halfway up the stairs, Julian looks over his shoulder at me. "Don't pay him any attention, Dan. He's just a vindictive little twit trying to make me look bad in front of you." "I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about anyway," I say, my tongue too thick in my mouth. "That's a good thing." He knocks on Avery's bedroom door as we pass. When she finally appears, she looks bleary-eyed in a silk sleep shirt and socks. "What is it?" Your boyfriend is smashed, dear sister." She frowns. "Looks like you are too, dear brother. Jesus, you both reek. Where have you been?" "Courtyard," I volunteer too loudly and too cheerfully. Julian nods. "Yep, courtyard." "Well, you look like you just took an all-day tour of a whiskey distillery. I think you both need to go to bed." "That's where we're headed," I say. "Together?" Avery's eyebrows fly up. "No," Julian says, as if she's just suggested the most absurd thing ever. "I'm dropping Dan in his room on the way to mine. Want to come tuck him in?" "Good Lord," I say. "Does everyone get tucked in around here or just me? You people are obsessed with tucking me in." I don't even want to know what you meant by that." Avery gives me a confused look, then glances down at her sleep shirt and back to us. "Besides, I don't think I'm really dressed for wandering the halls, do you? Especially with strangers in the house." "He's your boyfriend," Julian whispers, sounding almost desperate. "But whatever." Wouldn't want you to break a nail. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Yeah, I'll bet. Avery regards him skeptically and then looks me in the eyes. Dan, are you going to be ready to go shopping with me and Mama and Mrs. Sprague at lunchtime tomorrow? We've got to get you some clothes and a tux. Sure, no problem. I'll be fine. Yeah, right. Even I don't believe myself. Oh, fuck, Julian facepalms. I've got a 1 o'clock tea time with Dad and Mr. Sprague. I've got to get some sleep. How the hell did I forget? You know very well how. Avery taps Julian's bottle with her index finger. You really need to lay off the hard stuff, Jules. I'm worried about you. Julian rolls his eyes at her. Just go to bed, Avery. I'll handle everything. I'm fine. Just text Mrs. Sprague and tell her to kick everyone out for me. Uh-huh. She closes the door in our faces, then opens it back up. And no tucking in, she says, before slamming the door again. Julian and I look at each other and burst out laughing, the way only drunk people do. Then we continue on what feels like the longest journey toward a bedroom in the history of the universe. I just hope he can remember where it is, because I can't. Especially not with the world spinning so hard. When we stagger into my room and Julian closes the door behind him, I immediately fall onto the bed, relieved to be where I can relax. I think you're right, I admit. I'm pretty tore up. Me too. Julian leans against the mirrored dresser, eyeing me darkly for a moment. I need to go. He leans up and promptly drops his bottle onto the carpet, spilling out a good bit before rescuing it and placing it clumsily on the dresser. Ah, fuck it. I'll get Mrs. Sprague to clean it up tomorrow. She'll be thrilled to have something to blame me for. I hear myself laughing before I even realize it's me doing it. Yay! You dropped your bottle. I think you're officially drunk. Yeah? He smiles broadly. Are you proud of me? Definitely. I hold my hand in the air. Come give me a high five. I'm too lazy to get up. He comes over and presses his palm to mine. I lace my fingers through his and squeeze his hand. This isn't exactly a high five, but thank you. I open my eyes and look into his troubled face. Tell me the truth. How do I look in this sweater? He clears his throat nervously. You look good, Dan. It suits you. A goofy smile overtakes my face. Why did you pick it? This particular one? Did you want to see my super sexy abs? I wiggle a little bit, accentuating the view, remembering jerking off in the mirror. Unfortunately, that makes me start to get hard. He snatches his hand out of my grip and backs slowly away. I shouldn't be here. No, don't go. Please stay. I don't want to be alone. My voice is whiny, my inner drama queen coming out to play. These are the moments I will remember tomorrow with a cringe and a shudder, if I remember them at all. But hey, I'm drunk. There's no stopping me now. Julian opens the door to leave, pausing for a moment with his back to me before stumbling out into the hall and pulling the door closed behind him. I fall back onto the bed and close my eyes, and that's the last thing I remember. Chapter 6. Light streaming in through the window hurts my eyes, and I grab my phone to check the time. 1:15. I have a vague recollection of Avery trying to rouse me for our shopping trip this morning, and of me refusing to go. Now it's too late to run downstairs and tell her I've changed my mind. The women left over an hour ago, and the men as well, so I'm stuck here by myself until this evening. Shouldn't have drunk so damn much. It's difficult to drag myself out of the covers, as fluffy and wallowed out as they are, and as good as the Egyptian cotton feels against my naked body. Besides that, my hangover is still clinging to me. I know from experience that it won't dissipate until I get up and get moving. I've been here before, too damn many times. Well, actually, I don't often wake up feeling like I've lost days of my life. That only happens when I get drunk enough to pass out, which I apparently did last night. I wish someone had warned me about hard liquor before I started drinking it. Oh God, what did I do last night? I can't quite remember. I rummage desperately in my toiletry bag, sighing with relief when my hand seizes on the supersized bottle of ibuprofen. I shake it, comforted by the sound of the little pills bouncing like pebbles in a maraca. My life depends on the stuff today. Other than the noise I'm making, the house sounds like a burial vault. It's funny how you never notice the subtle sounds of living until they're gone. I find Julian's borrowed clothes from the night before folded on my bedside table. Shocking, considering I don't fold my clothes even when I'm sober. I skip the sweater and opt to wear just the jeans. As I'm pulling them on, my cell phone vibrates to alert me that I have a text from Seth. "You got a tan yet?" he asks. "No. P.S. It's fucking winter." "Are you at least having fun?" "Hungover as hell. Passed out last night." "Ooh, I'll take that as a big fat yes." I groan, remembering little flashes of things from the night before. Things I'm not sure I want to remember completely. What the hell did I do? Or say? "Talk later, okay, Seth?" He texts me a frowny face, and I shove my phone into my pocket. I'll make it up to him later. Right now, I just need something to drink before my tongue turns to dust. Knowing there's no one else in the house makes me feel awkward, but also a little bit brave as I tiptoe down the stairs barefoot and shirtless. The jeans, loose as they are, hang low enough on my hips that if anyone saw, they'd instantly know I wasn't wearing any underwear. It makes me feel naughty. Of course, I wouldn't dare expose this much skin if Avery's parents were here. I'm walking half naked through a mansion in historic Savannah. Is this really my life? The kitchen is just as silent as the rest of the house. To the sound of me opening the refrigerator door is abnormally loud. Even the light pouring out of it is too bright. A pitcher of tea calls to me from the center of the fridge, and I pour a huge glass and down it in record time, feeling the cool liquid seep into every pore of my dehydrated body. Oh my Lord, that hits the spot, I gasp when I finally come up for air. I pour another glass and drink it a little more slowly, putting the glass in the sink when I'm done and returning the pitcher to the refrigerator. Maybe a little exploring is in order, I tell myself aloud in my best fake British accent, which ends up sounding more Australian. Okay then, guess I'm going on walkabout. I chuckle much too enthusiastically for the quality of my joke, but I'm allowed to do that because I'm alone. All of the rules are different when you're alone. My bare feet slap against the marble tiles as I make my way purposefully toward the library. Now would be a great time to climb to the second level and check out all those ancient-looking books. I bet anything that the Wakefield House Library has got more than one first edition on its shelves. Maybe I could talk Avery into giving me one. The library door is slightly ajar, and when I push it all the way open, my entire body flushes with the heat of intense embarrassment. Jesus H. fucking... What the hell have I just walked into? Julian is lounging fully dressed in his favorite leather chair with his eyes closed, one arm slung carelessly over his head, and his legs splayed wide. The beauty of that pose alone is enough to stop my heart, but what really gets me is the blonde guy kneeling between his legs and furiously sucking his cock. I feel as though I've just walked onto the set of a porn movie. I'm a dirty voyeur with a sudden violent erection, watching the new object of my affection get his cock sucked by some other guy. Up and down he goes, his lips dragging against the skin as he sucks and strokes. Even from this distance, I can see the head of Julian's dick popping intermittently out of the guy's mouth, the blue of the veins twisting down the shaft, the sudden jerk as Julian's leg muscles tense. I let my gaze swing back up to Julian's face to catch a glimpse of what he looks like in the throes of ecstasy, but I get the shock of my life when I discover that his eyes are now open and focused directly on me. He sees me, but he doesn't stop. Oh, fuck. My instinct is to bolt, but I can't move my damn feet. Instead, I let out a surprised squeak, like a wide-eyed mouse who's been caught casing the cheese stash. The guy between Julian's legs startles at the sound and makes a move to turn toward me, but Julian doesn't let him. He snakes his fingers around the back of the guy's head, holding him still and pushing deeper into his throat. A gagging sound follows, and the blond boy lifts higher onto his knees to adjust. Using his other hand as leverage, Julian raises his hips off the chair and fucks the poor guy's throat like he's trying to knock the back out of it. My own dick is no longer content to stay within the confines of my jeans. I reach down instinctively to rearrange it, pulling it up until it's reaching above my low-slung waistband. I try to pull the pants up to hide it, but they just fall back down, exposing the head again. I position my arm awkwardly in front of it, hoping it's not as obvious as it feels. God, I want to rub it so badly. Would it be proper etiquette to just reach down and start jerking off? I mean, he's still going at it hard with me watching. The corners of Julian's mouth turn up into a wicked Cheshire cat smile. He keeps his eyes focused on me as he jams the length of his cock into the guy's throat until I think something has to give. Why does he have to look at me like that, holding me riveted in place with his beautiful eyes while he fucks the ever-loving hell out of someone else's mouth? And another man at that. What does it all mean? My head is swirling with questions, and I remember his words from last night. Zach is gay. I'm not. As confusion takes over completely, I'm about 2 seconds away from packing my bag and calling Beck and Jeremy to come get me. But I'm equally close to running across the room and throwing myself between Julian and his mystery date. In fact, the guy looks enough like me from the back that I can easily fantasize myself into his position. Imagine running my tongue along Julian's cock, tasting it, feeling it slide between my lips. Suddenly, Julian bridges hard up off the chair, coming into the back of the guy's throat and letting out a gravelly moan that I can feel all the way from my belly to my balls. I press my own dick discreetly against my abdomen with the underside of my wrist and hold my breath, praying that the urge to jerk off will subside. Nope. No way I can stay here after this. But how can I leave Wakefield House when I can't even will my feet to take me out of the goddamn library? Before I can figure out what to do, the blonde is hoisting himself up off the floor, wiping his mouth with the back of his arm. Julian tucks his spent member back into his pants and zips them. Then he holds up a folded sliver of cash between his fingers. What the hell? The guy takes the money and leans down as if to get a kiss goodbye, but Julian turns his head away at the last second. Thanks, Julian says coldly. When his guest turns toward me, he looks surprised to discover they're not alone. He doesn't speak to me, but he does smile after he recovers from the shock, and I'm struck by how much he looks like me, even from the front. Maybe I'm not so far from Julian's type after all. Hi. I greet him as he passes, but I'm too embarrassed to make eye contact. From the corner of my eye, I can see him nod, and I'm thanking my lucky stars that the feeling of social awkwardness has caused my dick to retreat below the waistband of my jeans. Morning, Dan, Julian says, his expression as unreadable as ever. Before our little friend goes, will you be needing anything? He pulls more money out of his pants pocket and sets it on the arm of the chair, holding it in place with the tip of his index finger. I look at the guy paused beside me in the doorway. He licks his lips slowly and deliberately, a gentle tease that almost hits its mark. I swallow hard, looking from one to the other of them. Is this a test? When I look back to Julian, his sardonic grin seems to answer my question. If I take him up on the offer, I'll be the biggest asshole on the planet. Julian, I begin, my voice shaky. You know I'm with your sister. I don't think that would be ethical, do you? He stares at me for a moment, before turning to the guy. Thank you, then. That'll be all. Paid and dismissed, the man saunters out the front door, and Julian and I are left staring at each other. I'm suddenly regretting the choice to go shirtless, because I feel too exposed in his presence. His hawk eyes pick me apart, break me down to nothing like they always do. Come have a drink with me, he says. I know it's a little early, but I think we could both use it, don't you? I nod and move hesitantly across the room to join him in the intimate bar area that contains his chair, a desk, and a sofa. It's where he seems to spend most of his time. Tons of books are shelved above us on a partial second floor. A drink sounds great. I'm still a little hungover from last night, so maybe some hair of the dog will fix me right up. A little hungover? You ought to be half dead after what you drank. I know I am. I stand as close to him as I dare while he pours my whiskey. He's fully clothed, and I'm nearly not. Even this pair of jeans can't help me from feeling naked, the air chilling each and every exposed inch of my skin. If I don't watch out, our proximity is going to have my dick playing peekaboo again. I should probably go get dressed. Why? He hands me my glass and pours one for himself. We're the only people in the house right now. The others won't be back for hours. I laugh. Yeah, but I thought I was completely alone, hence the formal attire. I thought I was alone, too. Hence the prostitute. He grins, putting me at ease for the first time today. I believe I've got you beat on the awkwardness scale. So keep the shirt off, okay? It makes me feel a little better. Okay, since you put it that way. What the hell are you doing here, anyway? Thought you were going shopping with the women. Right. I plop down onto the sofa next to Julian's chair. Someone got me drunk with his evil turpentine last night, and I was too hungover to go shopping, so now I have to make do with the clothes in my bag. I see you're still wearing my jeans. His eyes bore a hole in me as I try in vain to pull the jeans up to a respectable position. Yeah, Avery was going to outfit me in Dolce & Gabbana or whatever, make me more presentable, since I don't have that much money. Too late, it occurs to me that I'm telling Julian way more than I should. I'm making it sound like I'm some freeloader mooching off his sister, but I suppose it's better than letting him know the truth. That I've virtually been hired to pose as her boyfriend. That I'm no different than the rent boy who just sucked him off. The exclusion of sex and hard cash in the arrangement I have with Avery doesn't make me any less of a prostitute, does it? In fact, I'm technically functioning as a paid escort. Shit. How had I not thought of it that way before? So why are you still here? I ask, changing the subject. Weren't you supposed to go golfing with your dad and Mr. Sprague? Guess I thought a blowjob sounded better than golf, he says with a naughty smile, leaning back against the bar and contemplating his glass. First time I've ever ordered a guy, though. I swear I don't know what possessed me. He laughs self-consciously. So what did you think of my choice? The way he looked, I mean. Besides looking like me? I choke down a swallow of scotch, feeling it hit my empty stomach like a ball of fire. Not really my type. Guess I'm not much for blondes. I've always preferred darker hair, more muscles, hairy, manly, more athletic. Oh my God. My eyes go round as I realize what I'm saying. Girls, I continue in a rasp. More athletic girls is what I usually go for. I was just joking about the hairy and manly part. He levels those crazy blue eyes at me over the top of his glass, giving nothing away about what he might be thinking. Well, one thing's for sure. My sister is not the athletic type. I think she played tennis one semester and failed miserably at it. Dad took her out golfing with us a time or two, but all she was interested in was flirting with the caddies and giving a running commentary on what everyone was wearing. Every time she was lucky enough to connect the club head with the ball, she shanked it. Then she whined the whole back nine because she was ready to go home. He laughs. And she's definitely not hairy or manly. How about you? I ask, trying to sound casual. Are you athletic? As long as it can be done at a country club and you can wear nice clothes doing it, then I'm your man. I'm also a pretty good swimmer, though the fashion on the men's swim team is less than inspiring. I can tell by the huge grin on his face that he's messing with me, but I'm not sure what kind of reaction he's going for. I feel like I'm debating against the coolest kid in school, who also happens to be the smartest. Is he trying to have a genuine conversation with me? Or is this one of those infamous tests Avery accused him of subjecting her boyfriends to in the past? Trying to impress the unimpressible Julian Wakefield. Fuck. The realization that I can't afford to relax around him drops like an anvil in my gut. Going over recent events in my head, getting drunk and babbling about God knows what last night, walking in on this awkward situation this morning, being offered the services of a male prostitute, being questioned about my preferences, I begin to wonder if I could possibly be a bigger idiot. When he asked me what I thought of his choice, he almost got me. No telling how much of what he's done has been part of some sick test to prove, I don't know what. That I'm unfit to date Avery? That I'm not who I say I am? That I don't measure up to his standards? Maybe he senses that I'm gay, and this is all an elaborate ruse to trick me into giving myself away. Well, I've got news for this haughty bastard. His opinion doesn't matter to me, and it certainly doesn't define me. I'm here as a favor to his sister, to save her from public embarrassment, and that's all. I have a fantastic life at SSU, and I can't wait to get back to it, where I belong. Thanks for the drink. I set the glass on the end table and stand up. I'm going back to my room to read. I make a big show of stretching my arms over my head in an effort to look bored. Julian's eyes drop to the waistband of my jeans as my stretch makes them drop even lower, revealing my hip bones and my happy trail. Possibly even more, but at this point, I don't give a flying fuck. His eyes linger for a moment, but I can't read the expression on his face. I want him to put his sexy mouth on me, but of course he doesn't. Instead, he squeezes his eyes shut tightly and takes a couple of big gulps of his drink, draining the glass. Then he chuckles under his breath. Not sure how I feel knowing that you find reading preferable to my company. Why don't you stay and talk for a while? Should I? Can he be trusted? Oh God, I want to. I don't think that's a good idea. I turn and leave the room as calmly as I can, trying to pretend my emotions aren't waging a war inside me. Don't look back, Dan. Just be cool. Once I've made my way back up the curved staircase to my room, I grab my jacket, unlock the French doors, and step out onto the balcony. The view of the courtyard with its ivy and stone pathways begins to calm my nerves instantly, working its pastoral magic. It's disconcerting to look across the courtyard and see the other half of the house, though, and I find myself wondering exactly how many square feet this thing has. Hard to believe something this big is just for one family. I wonder if the fabulous Wakefields have a clue that there are homeless people walking the streets of Savannah, living under bridges, camping out on street corners, squatting in empty houses. It makes me feel guilty, and I don't even live here. I'm reminded of the photo from my class project. How ironic that I'm spending my vacation with the very people I was preaching against in that presentation. The haves. The ones who don't see. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I dig it out and read the screen. It's a text from Beck. Hope you're having fun. I'm bored. Why don't you wrestle Jeremy? That seems like fun. Is that all you think about? Hot guys wrestling? Pretty much. Why don't I let Jeremy wrestle you? Gladly, right after I make out my will. The phone rings then, and I see that Beck has decided to abandon texting in favor of calling. What's up? I try to make my voice sound cheerful despite my dark mood. Nothing, he says. I told you I'm bored. Jeremy's at work and I can only do just so much house cleaning and working out. Jeremy got a job? Beck sighs. Yeah, waiting tables part-time down at the Italian restaurant. I didn't want him to, but he felt like he should contribute. Well, he does have a point. You're not made of money, you know. Does he like it? This is only his first weekend, but so far he's loving it. He's actually making tips like you wouldn't believe. It makes him feel really good about himself, so I can't complain too much. I just miss him. You'll get used to it, I tell him. He chuckles. God, I hope not. Why would you want to get used to missing your boyfriend? Boyfriend. Damn that evil word. I'm beginning to think I'll never have a boyfriend. I'm just cursed to be alone for the rest of my life. Beck ponders silently for a moment before he speaks. What is it, Dan? What's happened to the hard-partying, life-loving blonde Adonis I know? There's something you're not telling me. I wrap my jacket tightly around myself and sink down into my balcony chair. What you and Jeremy have is so great. I just don't think I'll ever meet anyone. Who have you met? He asks, his voice suddenly more excited. I just said I don't think I'll ever meet anyone. Which can only mean that you've met someone. I know you, Dan. Now spill, he growls through the phone. I'm not in the mood for word games. Tell me, damn it. I've got a terrible crush, I blurt, instantly regretting it. No, I don't. Strike that. I knew it. Who is he? Some guy you met on the beach? A surfer? Beck, this is the East Coast. There aren't enough waves here to boogie board, much less surf. And also, hello, it's winter. Why can't you people get that through your heads? I sigh loudly, wondering just how much I should share about what's going on. Fuck. Okay, here goes. Avery has this amazingly hot older brother. Oh my God. Beck's sharp intake of breath is clear even over the phone. Anyway, he's like so perfect. I mean really perfect. Gorgeous, smart, hot, sexy, rich. Perfect. Beck laughs. So I'm getting a subtle vibe that you think this guy is perfect. Yes, I breathe. Well, except for the fact that he's a complete and total dick, and I just walked in on him with a male prostitute a few minutes ago. You what? With all of the shuffling on the other end of the line, it sounds like Beck has dropped the phone and picked it up again. A prostitute? What the hell kind of family are you staying with? You have got to tell me everything, and I mean right now. So I proceed to tell him everything, or at least everything as I remember it, because last night is still a blur. I feel so, I don't know, oddly close to him, like we've got something between us even though we've only just met. Is that weird? Not so weird. Do you remember how quickly I fell for Jeremy? I can't help but laugh at the memory. You fell like a rock, my friend. It was scary. But that was different, because Jeremy liked you back. And you don't think this guy likes you? Beck asks. No. Why would he? I'm supposedly his sister's boyfriend, and he's supposedly straight, and besides that, he could have any guy he wants, and I mean any guy. And out of any guy in the world, he chose a prostitute? Beck laughs. Dan, something just doesn't sound right. I want you to march right up to that guy and tell him you want to fuck him. I insist. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to marry you and start a family, but you know he's at least down for a bro job, right? You're insane, I stifle a laugh. That will never happen. I promised Avery I wouldn't tell anyone our secret. It's only until after the debutante ball, but Then I guess it would be a little awkward to break up with her right after the dance and go proposition her brother. That would look really bad and sort of negate everything we're trying to do here. I'm afraid I'm doomed, Beck. Do that sexy little tongue thing to him. Beck continues as if I haven't even said anything at all. That got me every time. Yeah, there's a lot more I can do with my tongue than that, Beck. Too bad you never let me near your ass to show you. You wish. He laughs and quickly changes the subject from his ass back to Julian. Look, there's gotta be some kind of move you can make. Let me strategize for a minute. Strategize? Beck, this isn't a wrestling match. Oh, but that's where you're wrong. Everything's a wrestling match. We can figure this out, but you're gonna have to take action. Really? Now you're an expert on relationships? Do I need to remind you that only a few months ago you were too chicken shit to date Jeremy in public? And I don't want you to have regrets like I do. Life is way too short to spend it doing anything other than what you want to do. Screw everyone who— Oh, shit! A knock at my bedroom door makes me jump. Beck, there's somebody at my door. It's Mr. Perfect coming back to get another look at your hot bod. Tell him you want him. He's still laughing when I hit the button to end the call. I hurry back into the room and close the French doors, not sure what to do with myself. Grabbing my e-reader off the floor beside the bed, I lie back as if I've just been reading. It's not that I think Julian would give a damn if I've been talking on the phone, but the fact that I was talking about him makes me feel very self-conscious. Come in, I call nonchalantly. Julian pushes the door open and sticks his head in through the crack. Reading, I see. I nod. I've still got the hangover from hell, he says. I can't even remember going to bed last night, can you? Nope, I thought it was just me. And now I feel like I've been dragged down a dirt road by a chain on the back of a pickup truck. I'm not kidding, that stuff kicked my ass. I'm really sorry about that. He pushes farther into the room. I was thinking maybe I could take you to get some clothes, since I let you get so drunk and you missed your shopping spree. He toes the rug, seeming a little unsure of himself for the first time. I feel really guilty, Dan. I hope you'll forgive me. Accept my olive branch, okay? I don't know what to say. Avery was taking you to get clothes today, isn't that right? Did I misunderstand? No, that's true. She was going to take me shopping for a new wardrobe and a tux. Well, trust me when I say you'd rather have me helping you pick out clothes than my sister. He spins, giving me a good look at his utter gorgeousness. Besides, it's nice and sunny out. Save the readin' for some old dreary rainy day. Hey, I happen to love rainy days. But yeah, okay. I lay my reader on the bed and climb off to go hunt for a clean shirt in the closet. I'd definitely rather dress like you than her. Then I stop dead in my tracks as an uncomfortable thought occurs to me. I have no money, and Avery was going to buy the clothes. Actually, you know what? I'd better not. Julian grabs my boots from beside the bed and holds them out to me. My treat, he says. I'm bored. Come on, please. I laugh. Are you begging? I was. He shoves his boots into my chest. Now I'm ordering. All right, but I'll pay you back. He rolls his eyes at me. Just get your damn boots on. If it makes you feel better, I'll make Avery pay me back. Chapter 7. Julian. After listening to Dan gush so much over my black Chevelle, I'm almost tempted to give him the damn thing. Is this all original? He asks. Yeah, I guess. I don't really know. Oh. He looks crestfallen. Dan, I hate to disappoint you, but cars really aren't my thing. I picked this one for the way it looks and because the engine sounds freaking awesome. I do love it. I just don't know all the stats and shit. No, I know. That's okay. I don't know all that much about them either. Like I explained to Avery, a classic cars obsession costs more than my family has ever had. I'm interested, but not very knowledgeable. Same here. Do you at least know what year model it is? I laugh as I pull into a parking space in a nearly deserted strip mall. 1970. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure? Dan shakes his head. You are one spoiled fucker, Julian. But that's okay. I like you anyway. You'd better. It's not every day I take another dude clothes shopping. Have you ever? He asks quietly. Fuck no. And if you tell anyone I did this, I'll cut you. I push open the swinging door to my favorite men's clothing shop, breathing in the unique scent of fabric, leather, and old building. Sebastian's doesn't look like much, but it's the best place in town to get decent clothes. Trust me. Oh, I do trust you. He smiles at me, and there's something bordering on hero worship in his expressive green eyes that makes me a little uncomfortable. I've known from the beginning that he craves my approval. All of my sister's boyfriends do, but it's even more pronounced with him. Usually they wear their motives on their sleeves, though, so it's easy enough to figure out exactly why they want my approval. They either want to nail the pretty girl or marry into money, and they're just perceptive enough to know that I'm the gatekeeper. My father has never been around enough, so it's always been me. But this time it's different. Dan is different. He seems genuine, and that is so very rare with human beings, at least in my experience. I should have been patting him on the back and welcoming him into the family, sitting him down and insisting that he ask for my sister's hand in marriage. I mean, my God, how often do you come across a person who is nice, trustworthy, funny, good-looking? I should tell Avery to hang on to this one tooth and nail, or at least until he proves my initial assessment of him to be wrong. But there's a problem. A big one. Something I've never had to deal with before. I'm attracted to my sister's boyfriend. Believe me, I feel awful about it. I've been chastising myself in my head ever since I first laid eyes on him and felt the stirrings of lust coiling down low in my belly. He was perfect, with his t-shirt sleeves rolled a couple of times to expose the contours of his biceps. His body lean and fit without being bulky, his pale skin and hair glowing in the late afternoon sun in just the right way to set me on fire. I tried so hard to deny it, just as I've tried to deny for years that my attraction to guys is anything more than a passing phase, a vague fancy that doesn't even deserve to be acknowledged. This morning, I just woke up feeling different. Hungover as hell, but somehow free, as if a burden had been lifted from my shoulders. A question answered. I like guys. Hey, it's not something I'm going to be admitting to anyone anytime soon, but there's a certain sense of euphoria that comes with acknowledging it to myself for the first time. It's as if my heart has wings and is trying to soar, but it's tied to an oily black anvil that's dragging it down. No one can ever find out about this. But how ironic is it that the one guy who has compelled me to accept my true nature is dating my sister? Could there be a more blatant guarantee that I don't have a shot? What really pisses me off is that she usually goes for those egotistical guys who work out until they look like a tree trunk and expect women to line up to date them. Never mind that their personalities are shit. I'm always after her to pick a good one, and when she finally does, look what happens. It's enough to make me want to pack up and go right back to Europe for another 6 months. Maybe even longer this time. I could absolutely kill her for putting me in this situation. Everything about it is 100% fucked up. And now here I am taking him shopping, which is off the charts weird. Sebastian? I call loudly as soon as we're inside the store. A skinny, effeminate man with thinning gray hair and rimless glasses comes out of the back of the store, wiping his hands on a paper towel before depositing it in a trash bin beside the cash register. As soon as he sees me, his face splits into a wide grin. Well, if it isn't Julian Wakefield. He runs around the side of the counter and air kisses my cheeks. You're as handsome as ever. Haven't seen you around in a while. In fact, I heard you had moved away. So glad to see that's not the case." His eyes, bright with undisguised curiosity, fix on Dan. "Good to see you too, Sebastian. This is my friend, Dan Fisher." I drape an arm across Dan's shoulders, trying to ignore the little thrill it gives me just to be touching him in such a casual way. It's strange, but I feel somehow exponentially closer to him today, as if we've skipped over some crucial part of the getting-to-know-you process and moved straight to an inexplicable familiarity. Unspoken, but there just the same. I hope it's not just my attraction to him making me imagine things that aren't really there. "Nice to meet you, sir." Dan shakes Sebastian's offered hand firmly. His subtle facial expression makes me think he feels a bit like a fish out of water. But he handles himself well, and I feel an odd sense of pride because of it. Dan needs a little of everything, Sebastian, and a tux for my sister's cotillion. "What a pretty boy," Sebastian says without letting go of Dan's hand. "He'll look gorgeous in this new Dolce & Gabbana gold-fit tux. Very trendy, with the skinny leg. And I suppose you'll be needing a tux as well?" "Of course." Then on a whim, I add, "Give us matching tuxes, please." "Let's do the fitting first, then. I'll have some idea of what else I have in stock for Dan when I know his exact measurements." Sebastian leads us to the fitting room in the back of the store, lined with mannequins and mirrors. "Strip to your undies, boys," he orders like it's second nature. I'm more than familiar with the routine, so I've already stripped my shirt off and dropped my pants even before the echo of his words has died. Dan shuffles his feet. "I don't—" He laughs nervously, reluctant to make eye contact with either of us. "I'm not wearing any undies." And that gets me right in the gut. The thought of Dan wearing my jeans with no underwear brings a rush of images to my mind, and I assure you none of them are of the G-rated variety. It causes a bit of a stir in my own boxer briefs, and I double over in laughter just to give myself time to adjust and make sure I'm presentable. Sebastian calmly gives Dan a once-over, hurries from the room, and returns with a new pair of black boxer briefs from a display. Then he turns his back until Dan has finished changing. I don't dare look over at him as he takes the spot next to me, because I'm still trying to talk my erection down. I remind myself that I have to visit my father at Wakefield Distribution sometime this week, and that if he had any inkling that my dick was getting hard over a guy, he'd probably kill me and dump my body in the ocean. Yep, that thought can knock the wind out of my sail every damn time. Sebastian gets busy with his trusty tape measure, moving from first one and then the other of us, jotting down measurements as he goes in his efficient tailor's scribble. "Just 10 measurements for each of you," he mumbles for Dan's benefit. "Take your time," Dan says. "I don't mind, as long as we're out of here by dark. I imagine at night this place could easily be the set of a horror movie." Sebastian chuckles. "Believe me, I've actually scared myself a few times in here after hours." "It's all okay until you start naming the mannequins," I add with a laugh. "Oh, I've already done that, Julian." He continues to work with his hands while using his head to gesture toward the naked male forms. "That one over there is Rory, that one is River, and that one is Joaquin. His name used to be Leaf, but I changed it. He's my special favorite, by the way." "Very funny, Sebastian. I'm putting in a call to the mental ward as soon as we're done here. Don't be surprised when the men in white show up." He gives me an incredulous look. "Well, if they're wearing white, I'll have to give them a talking to because it's well after Labor Day." You've got a one-track mind, Sebastian. That's all I've got to say. Dan takes in our easy banter without saying anything. He seems fascinated by the whole shop and fitting process, and I'm really glad I brought him. This is something a man should experience for the first time with another man, not with a woman. Sort of a manly rite of passage, getting fitted for your first tux. Besides, there's no way I would trust Avery to get him dressed properly. I mean, not that it's my cotillion or anything, but that girl can't be trusted to pick out anything that's going to be worn by a man. She'd have him looking like some cheap player, and that would be a travesty. By the time Sebastian and I get finished with him, he'll look like $1,000,000, just as he deserves. "All set, boys," Sebastian exclaims when he's done with his measurements. "Now to the shop." Dan and I get dressed without looking at each other. Then we join Sebastian on the main floor. He's already got several things chosen, and we select a few more outfits before Dan excuses himself to the changing room. I sit off to the side in a chair and wait patiently as Dan tries on outfits one after the other. Surprisingly, I end up having the most fun I've had in a very long time watching him model the clothes in his goofy, upbeat, sexy way. Sometimes he twirls and strikes purposely awkward poses to make me laugh. Then he alternately imitates runway models so convincingly I have to squirm in my seat. The last outfit he tries on particularly catches my eye, and I'm pretty sure he saved it for last on purpose. The t-shirt with a star motif hugs his body like a second skin, and the black low-rise cargo pants hang from his hips in just the right way to accentuate his ass, leaving a narrow swath of exposed skin at his belly. Are hip bones supposed to be sexy? Because by God, his are. I guess my brain is so jangled from the sight of him that I forget who the fuck I even am, because when I open my mouth, some epically stupid shit comes out. "Damn, that's hot," I breathe. "We can go ahead and bag that up." "You think?" Dan asks without missing a beat. He turns his back to me, cocking a hip out and looking at me over his shoulder. At the same time, he bites his bottom lip and hooks a thumb in the belt loop of the already low-slung cargo pants, deliberately pulling them down enough to show me a little bit of bare ass. Then he turns and walks back to the dressing room like he has no idea he's just caused a wet spot in my boxers. Dan takes his time getting back into his regular clothes and collecting all of the outfits that he's strewn all over the floor. Then he and Sebastian work together to get him some undergarments and accessories. I'm thankful I have the time to think. For the first half of the time, I indulge in a very rich and detailed fantasy of bending Dan over the store counter in those cargo pants and pulling them down just enough to nail him hard and fast. The image of my cock sliding between his ass cheeks has got my stomach flipping over and over and my heart trying to bust out my rib cage. Then I spend the last half of the time trying to get my heart rate and my erection down to a manageable level. God, I'm a deplorable bastard. At the moment, I don't really care. It's as if my conscience has gone on vacation and I'm just reveling in my newfound perversion. It feels damn good. I know the crash is coming, like a hangover after a good drunk. But until then, I'm going to enjoy the rush. When it's time to pay, Dan and I haggle over which clothes to take home. In the end, I force him to take them all. 2 pairs of jeans, 3 pairs of pants, 12 shirts, 2 pairs of shoes, and a bag full of socks and underwear. "But it's way too much money," he moans. "You don't have to do this. It makes me feel bad." "Sorry," I shrug, handing Sebastian my card. "There's no need to feel bad, though. It's not your fault, it's mine. I just can't decide. All of it looked great." He flashes that smile I love, and I can see the excitement in his eyes as he begins picking up his bags, threading his fingers through multiple handles in an effort to get them all. But I can't imagine he's enjoying getting the clothes any more than I'm enjoying buying them for him. "Hang on," I tell him. "Just a second, and I'll help you get those bags." Sebastian hands me my card and receipt. "Thank you, Julian. Write your number on my copy, and I'll call you as soon as your matching tuxes are ready." He smiles indulgently at Dan. "You two really do look striking together, like a sweet angel and the devil himself. You'll be the best-looking couple there, I just know it. Be sure to send me a picture so I can put it on my bulletin board." He gestures behind the register toward a large board covered with photos of well-dressed couples. Most of them are wedding pictures. Dan freezes, his mouth hanging open in shock. "Oh no, we're not—" He fumbles a couple of bags onto the floor and stares dumbly at Sebastian. After seconds that seem like years, I find my voice. "No, Jesus, Sebastian, you've got it all wrong." I look at Dan, my whole body flushing hot with embarrassment that my secret fantasy has been spoken aloud. "Oh, my apologies," Sebastian cries, waving his hands like a couple of hyperactive windshield wipers. "I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought because of the clothes and the matching tuxes and how you seem together, but my goodness, Julian, of course not. You're not— Oh, I'm digging myself in deeper with every word, aren't I?" "It's fine, Sebastian. He's my sister's escort for the cotillion." I tell myself I don't know why I changed my word choice at the last second, but really I do. I can't bring myself to call him Avery's boyfriend anymore. With the inappropriate feelings I'm having about him, a healthy dose of denial is the only thing that's going to help me keep my sanity. Hopefully, in a day or two I'll tire of Dan. The newness will wear off, and I'll wonder why in the world I ever felt this way. In the meantime, there's no harm in two men enjoying each other's company, right? Like friends. Dan and I can just be friends. Chapter 8. Meeting with my father is never easy, but today I feel even more on edge about it. The man is impossible to reason with. Every conversation is a one-sided rant. He makes me feel inept, inappropriate, and low. But family pride has always kept me fairly compliant. Besides, I've never really learned anything else. This is the only way I know how to be. I put off visiting Wakefield Industries all week. In fact, in the 3 days since I took Dan shopping and acted like a perverted asshole, I've pretty much been avoiding everyone. My real estate agent has kept me busy visiting properties during the day. We've gotten it narrowed down to a couple, with a strong leaning toward an impressive house overlooking the beach on Tybee Island. I'm supposed to visit for a second time today to make up my mind. Avery and Dan have had their hands full with cotillion practices, meetings, and dance classes. Something inside me would rather go and sit through those boring events just to be near Dan. But pride and self-preservation keep me strong enough to resist. "Well, well, well," Morris Wakefield huffs as soon as I enter his office. "The prodigal son returns. Where have you been?" "Strategically avoiding you." "Europe. Mom didn't tell you?" He waves a hand dismissively. "She said something about it. What I want to know is when you're going to grow up and stop playing the silly games." "Silly games? What was that trip to Europe but a child's game of hide-and-seek? Julian, both you and I know you're just pitching tantrums. Sometimes I think you do it just to get under my skin." "Guess the joke's on you, then. Nothing I've done has ever been for you." "You're saying I've overstated my importance in your life, then?" I shrug. "Maybe." "Look, whatever your feelings for me, you have a responsibility to this family and to future generations of Wakefields. You're the one who has to carry on the family business as well as the family name. You know your sister can't do it. I'm counting on you, and it looks like all you want to do is let me down." "Jesus, Dad, can we at least wait a while for the lecture?" I laugh, coming to stand directly in front of his desk, taking in all of the papers strewn across it. This is what makes up the man's life. The business. There's room for little else. "Why didn't you make our golf game on Sunday?" he asks. "Hungover?" He makes a disgusted sound in his throat. "I heard you weren't too hungover to go gallivanting with that new boyfriend of your sister's. What's your impression of him?" "He's okay, I guess." I rub a finger idly across the smooth surface of my dad's stapler, trying not to give myself away. "He seems nice." My dad scoffs. "Well, from what I've seen and heard, he's nothing but a deadbeat pansy." "That's bullshit." I pound the end of the stapler with the heel of my hand, sending a tiny staple skittering across the desk. "What the hell is that supposed to mean? Have you even met Dan?" My dad's eyes stretch wide, no doubt shocked that I've dared to raise my voice. I caught a glimpse of him when you all were having that party the other night, and Mrs. Sprague told me all about him. English major? How does he think he's going to support your sister? Or anyone else, for that matter. Dad, would you please get your head out of the 1800s etiquette handbook? Avery doesn't need a man to take care of her. She's fortunate enough to be independently wealthy, which means she gets to choose a mate based on love rather than money. Everyone should be so lucky. Please don't use that word mate when you're talking about your sister's friends. It makes me uncomfortable, especially when a suitor is as unsuitable as this one. He has the audacity to shudder, which makes me want to punch him in the nose. Wonder what he'd do with his nose pouring blood all over his crisp white shirt. Maybe that would get a genuine reaction out of him for a change. Or maybe this really is him being genuine. The idealistic part of me has always assumed my dad is hiding his real self behind this cold exterior, but the practical side of me has to admit that this could be all there is to the man. The thought makes me desperately sad. I want him to be more than that. What about me, Dad? I ask, just to push his buttons. Would it be acceptable for me to marry someone with no money? Of course, as long as she's good-looking. A woman's beauty is all she's got, you know. Just a fact. He stands and rounds the desk, putting his arm around my shoulders. Take Frank Garrison's daughter, for instance. She's a real looker, as you know, and she just happens to be in town. That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about today. He leans backward across his desk and pushes the intercom button on his phone. Maria, send Frank and his daughter in, please. Oh, Lord, Dad, you didn't. Didn't what? Invite my best friend and your ex-girlfriend to have lunch with us? What's wrong with that? They were just upstairs in his office. It's not like they're going out of their way. Jesus, Dad. I've only seen her a few times since high school, and the last couple of times were really awkward. We don't have anything in common anymore. And for the 100th time, she was never my girlfriend. We were just, there you are, Frank. And Hannah. My dad greets the longtime manager of the beer department and his daughter, beckoning them to enter. Julian finally made it back to town. Frank crosses the room to shake my hand vigorously. Boy, it's been almost a year, he says. Shame on you for not visiting more often. I blush like I'm 10 again. Just been busy, I guess. It's great to see you. Hannah stands behind him, biting her lip nervously. Julian, she drawls in the Savannah socialite accent that she uses when she's trying to put on airs. I've heard her use it 1,000 times, but somehow it falls flat now, as if her heart isn't in it anymore. I don't know why she suddenly feels the need to do that with me anyway. We've been about as close as two people can get without being lovers. She smooths her blonde hair self-consciously down the back of her neck, looking even less confident than I remember, and painfully skinny. It's been ages. How are you? Great, Hannah. And you? I reach out to take her pale hand, and she slides her fingers against my palm. Wonderful. Dad tells me you're back for good. There's a tiny spark of excitement in her eyes that belies the casual tone of her voice. I shrug and take my hand back. For now, anyway. I'm buying my own place, going to look at one when I leave here. Oh, how exciting. Are you thinking in town, the marshes, the beach? Finally, some real excitement from her. I was beginning to wonder if college had stripped her of her personality. I don't know, maybe beach. Oh, that's sexy. A guy with a beach house. Really? You think so? I should be horsewhipped, because her comment gets me wondering if Dan will think a guy with a beach house is sexy. I really don't understand my thoughts anymore. A man with a beach house always seems successful and playful at the same time, she says. I always wanted to date a guy with a beach house. I smile, trying not to take her comment as flirting. I wish Dad had warned me you were coming for lunch, Hannah. I would have cleared my schedule. Unfortunately, I have to go look at that house, but it was good seeing you again. I take a step toward the door. Oh, that's a shame, Frank says, halting me before I can make my getaway. But Hannah's free tonight, aren't you, babe? I'm sure she doesn't want to sit around the house with me. I realize how boring that can be for a young person, especially an only child whose mother passed away at such a young age. Crap. Not the mother story. That gets me every time. All eyes focus on me, and my voice squeaks when I answer. Well, I already have plans to go to dinner with Avery and Dan, but if you don't mind tagging along. I haven't actually told Avery and Dan about these plans since I just made them up on the spot, but I'm sure they'll appreciate a night out. That sounds great. Hannah's eyes light up at the same time my stomach sinks. Fuck me gently with a chainsaw. Okay. Meet me at my house around 6 this evening, Hannah. We'll go to Elizabeth on 37th and then clubbing, all right? Great. See you at 6. Her voice is breathy and excited, and I don't particularly like the look in her eyes. The satisfied smiles on Frank Garrison's and my dad's faces as I take my leave are enough to make me cringe. I know what those two schemers are hoping for, and it ain't happening. When I get home, I find Avery and Dan in the den watching TV. I don't alert them to my presence quite yet. Instead, I lean against the door frame and watch them for a moment, feeling jealous of their intimacy. Avery is stretched out with her head in Dan's lap, and the two of them are yelling out answers to some trivia game show on cable. In your face, Avery cries, looking up at Dan and sticking her tongue out. Bet you didn't know I was a smart girl, huh? No way I got that question wrong. Dan throws his hands up in the air. You know what? This show is so low budget, I'll bet they don't even have the right answers. I think the host is just asking random questions, and there's some dude backstage looking the shit up online on some obscure wiki site. Bullshit, Avery giggles. Is there a sore loser in the room? Because I think I hear one. Loser? I take that opportunity to step in front of them, blocking their view of the TV. Are you two talking about me again? Nope. Avery grins at me, looking utterly content. You are actually the furthest thing from our minds, right, Dan? Dan laughs, but he doesn't answer. I can't help but wonder if I'm as much in his thoughts these days as he is in mine. Probably just wishful thinking. Still, the feeling that there's a mutual attraction between us is so strong. I just can't get it out of my head. I'm truly hurt. I drop my voice low and rest my hand dramatically over my heart, feeling more playful than I have in a long time. Well, I guess I'll have to get over it, because we all have plans for tonight. You two are going on a double date with Hannah and me. My treat. Who's Hannah? Dan blurts, looking a little embarrassed at his own outburst. I raise a brow at him. My best friend through high school. Her dad runs the beer department at Wakefield Distribution. She's a very nice girl. I think you'll like her. Then I decide to say something just to test his reaction. I haven't spent much time with her in recent years, but we used to be very, very close. The look on Dan's face is stricken, and it makes me feel awful. For a couple of different reasons. Number one, I shouldn't even be trying to make him jealous because he's as off-limits to me as it gets. And number two, if he actually is jealous, as it appears he is, then he's just as fucked in the head as I am. Oh my God, what are we doing, Dan? That fluttering increases to the point that it's almost an ache. I don't want to feel this way, but I do. So where did you want to go to eat? Avery asks, thankfully changing the subject. I've already made reservations for 7 o'clock at Elizabeth on 37th, I announce with a self-satisfied smile. Oh my gosh, Avery grabs my Dan's hand and bounces up and down on the couch. That's my very favorite restaurant, and they're catering the cotillion this year. I just love the crab cakes. The blue crab is delicious, I agree. After dinner, I figured we'd hit a club or two. What do you say? Dan instantly perks up. I haven't gone out in so long, I'm afraid I've forgotten how to do it. Will there be dancing? Like a dance club? We'll make sure there's dancing just for you, Avery says. But I'm afraid poor Julian will be left out. He always refuses to dance. What can I say? I shrug. I'm good at a lot of things, but dancing is not one of them. I can teach you, Dan offers with one of those silly little hopeful expressions of his. Avery burst out laughing. Good luck getting my brother within 50 feet of a dance floor. I'm telling you, he won't do it. She's right, I assure him soberly. You'd have to drag me kicking and screaming. You can just watch me then. How about that? Sounds great. Now go get your jacket. I want to drive out to the beach and take some pictures. Winter is the best time for seascapes because there's virtually no one there. Thought you might like to tag along. Sure. He jumps up off the couch, way more excited than I expected him to be. Julian, have you been taking Mom's happy pills? Avery grins. You should feel privileged, Dan. Julian never takes anyone on his photo shoots. As far as I know, you'll be the only one with that claim to fame. I don't think he's ever allowed anyone around him unless they're modeling for him. Does that mean you're not going with us? Dan asks. Tell him, Julian. My sister doesn't do the beach in winter, not ever. No use asking. Besides, I already told you how she is on the golf course. I can only imagine how bad she'd be on a photo shoot. Way too annoying. Avery stands up on tiptoe and kisses me on the cheek. I'm so glad the two of you are becoming friends. Thanks for making an effort this time, Jules. I appreciate it more than you know. I squirm, uncomfortable that she's thanking me for what is ultimately a selfish move on my part. What would she think if she knew the awful thoughts that take over my mind when I look at her man? I'm playing with fire trying to hang out with him. Lines are getting blurred. Deep down, I know I'm on a fast train to hell, and I'm not even trying to tap the brakes. Chapter 9. By the time we get to the beach, the blinding sun has disappeared behind a profusion of gray clouds rolling in. They hover darkly over the water, transforming the scene into something resembling a desaturated photograph. I raise my camera and snap a few shots as we cross the sand toward the water. The boardwalk is nearby, jutting out into the water all forlorn with no one on it. I'm already imagining a series of photos featuring this same boardwalk in each of the different seasons. The winter beach is dotted with a very few people. I'm always interested in knowing what has brought each person out on such an unlikely day. Everyone has a story, and it's my main challenge as a photographer to figure out what that story is. Eventually, I train my lens on a mother and her two sons, all bundled in heavy jackets. I grab a series of candids of the family as I feel the first few raindrops on my face. Great. This day is officially ruined. The mother looks up at the sky as she feels the droplets too. She immediately drags herself up from the blanket beneath her and begins folding it while the two boys continue to laugh and play. The older one dumps a full bucket of wet sand onto his little brother's head, getting it all over his clothes and hair. The younger one retaliates, bringing him to his knees by punching him squarely in the nuts. Just the sight of it gives me such a strong sympathy ache in the pit of my stomach, I almost forget to keep taking pictures. You two stop that! The mother swats at both of them but fails to make contact. Come on now, we've got to get out of here before the rain gets going good. I lower my camera and shake my head. That's something I never have understood about people. They'll drive hundreds of miles to jump into an ocean filled with dirty water, but as soon as a few tiny raindrops fall, they run for cover. Well, it is really cold. Dan spins around, taking in the scene. You sure know how to show a guy a good time on his first beach outing. Cold and rainy. Don't suppose you thought to check the weather report. What are you talking about? I stare at him in mock surprise. You said you loved rainy days, remember? I was only trying to please you. Should I change it back to sunny? Oh, so this is your doing. It's an awfully sweet gesture, Julian, but... He squints up at the darkening sky. No actual rain yet. I'm starting to question how serious you really are about pleasing me. I laugh for a few seconds, then make my face go still as stone. That's because I haven't done my rain dance yet. Dan raises a brow when I drop my beach bag and start contorting my body into God only knows what kinds of poses, gyrating my hips, kicking my legs, bending my arms into silly Egyptian hieroglyph formations. It's probably a good thing that I can't see myself. I'm no dancer even in jest, but allowing myself to look foolish somehow feels okay today. Be still, I tell Dan suddenly. Freeze. Hold that expression. I lift my camera to my face and take a few shots of him. What was that all about? He asks with a chuckle after I've lowered the camera. I'm going to keep those photos of you in an easily accessible place, so that I can pull them out whenever I get to feeling too good about myself. That expression of pure disgust on your face will put me right in my place. Ah, he slaps me on the arm, and the sky chooses just that moment to open up and pelt us with cold sheets of rain. I hear a squeal from somewhere down the nearly empty beach as someone else gets caught in the downpour. Dan and I stare at each other for a frozen moment before either of us can get our feet to move towards shelter. I have to turn back and grab the beach bag, and then we're running full speed toward the houses, up the hill and over the dunes, laughing all the way. Dan cuts in front of me and veers off toward the nearest house, and I follow him. We tramp up onto the back porch and slide all the way to the covered area right next to the glass patio doors, huddling there for a while to catch our breath, unable to form words through gasps and laughter. Oh, crap, Dan finally manages. Your camera. I glance blankly down at it before I realize what he's getting at. Oh, it's waterproof. It'll be fine. We, on the other hand, are soaked. I thought we'd at least have a couple of minutes of sprinkling first. I was trying to make it a little farther down the beach. Well, apparently that was a powerful rain dance you used. Maybe you should tone it down next time. A rap on the glass door startles both of us, and when we turn to look, there's a woman peering through the curtains at us. She uses her fingers to imitate a person walking, down the beach and away from her house. Without being too mean, she makes her point. Dan salutes her playfully and grabs me by the arm, pulling me off the porch and back into the downpour. Follow me, I yell, trying to be heard over the white noise of the rain. Dan hangs tightly onto my arm as I lead him a few houses down to one that's got a real estate sign stuck into the sand in the backyard. We dodge the sign to reach the back deck, and I drag him up the steps. I turn and fiddle with the lock while he's taking in the hazy view of the ocean as it's being pelted by the rain. Get in, I tell him, opening the door. The two of us fall in and are immediately assaulted by the scent of sawdust and freshly laid carpet. How the hell did you get that door open? Dan asks. I raise one eyebrow and give him a mischievous smile. Would you believe I'm a master of breaking and entering? His eyes soften, and he looks at me with a tenderness that makes my knees turn to jelly. I believe you could do anything, Julian. Even make the rain. Although I think you've officially cured me of liking rainy days. I'm freezing to death over here. He shivers and shakes his wet head, and the tenderness is gone just like that. If it even existed anywhere but in my own imagination. Well, I say, I hope you've learned a valuable lesson, young man. Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. Yeah, I think you've become my own personal genie, and I don't even remember rubbing a lamp. He gives me a funny look that I can't read. Doesn't matter, though. I've come to love looking at his face no matter what the expression. I snap a shot quickly before I realize what I'm doing. You should take off your clothes, I suggest, my voice husky with pent-up need. Excuse me? He's gaping at me now, and I realize I've just said something incredibly stupid, while pointing a camera at the guy. That sounded all kinds of wrong, didn't it? I laughed nervously and run a hand through my wet hair. I just meant that I happen to know there's a washer and dryer here in this house because I've been looking at the property to possibly buy it. So if we don't want to catch pneumonia, we ought to strip down to our underwear and put our clothes in the dryer. Then we'll see about getting warm. Oh, can we light a fire? He points at the gas fireplace nearby. Nope. The power's on, but not the gas, so no heat. We could rub 2 sticks together, he suggests. I nearly choke. Dirty does not even begin to describe the thoughts I have when I imagine rubbing 2 sticks together with Dan. It makes me laugh so hard I have to pace around the room a couple of times to get myself under control. Wasn't that funny, was it? Dan asks when I finally get settled down. I'm just picturing us burning the house down, I lie. Oh yeah, arson. That would be hilarious, especially when the police come to take us away to prison. He smirks and pulls his soaked shirt over his head. In our underwear. I mean, look at me, Julian. I wouldn't last 2 minutes in jail before I was somebody's bitch. I laugh. I'll protect you. Yeah, right. He gives me a purposeful once-over. And who's gonna protect you? Hey man, money talks. I'll buy our freedom with cigarettes. And you think they'd rather have cigarettes? He rolls his eyes. Okay. I clear my throat. What are we even talking about? It seems like everything we say is heavy with innuendo. I know it's just my dirty mind playing tricks on me, but the sight of his bare chest, nipples tight from the wet cold, isn't helping. I turn my back to him as I slide out of my own squishy clothes. So let's put that dryer to use. I head toward the laundry room at the back of the house. Hopefully by the time the rain stops, we'll be wearing dry clothes again. Dan laughs. You're lucky I'm even wearing underwear today. Really, I just hated to let those expensive-ass briefs you bought me go to waste. Most days, I go commando. As I throw my clothes into the dryer, I try really hard not to think about Dan going commando. He moves up beside me to add his clothes to the barrel, and I start the machine and pull the door closed behind us as we leave the room. So you're thinking about buying this place, huh? Dan asks. Yeah, this is the second time I've looked at it. I have a confession to make. Taking pictures wasn't my main goal of this little outing. I wanted to get your opinion on the house. Oh, well, I love it. Do you really? Somehow I care more about what he thinks about the house than what I think about it. Of course. What's not to love? Dan crosses back to the glass doors overlooking the beach, and like an idiot, I walk over and stand right behind him. Too close. It feels wrong, but only because it feels so incredibly right. I want to wrap my arms around his shoulders, pull him close, stare out at the bleak ocean, and think about how fucking grand life is. I swallow around what feels like a lump of sawdust and take a step back, trying not to look at the perfection of his body, the way his skin looks in the dim light. If there was a sofa in the room, I might fling myself down onto it and cry like a spoiled child. Instead, I just stand and stare at the thing I can't have. I do appreciate you bringing me out here today, he says. Even though it's raining, this has turned out to be an interesting day. It's not often that you get to see the ocean like this, all smothered by clouds and sheets of rain. It has a certain melancholy charm, don't you think? Makes my heart ache a little. You have a really nice way with words when you want to, I hear myself say. It's the kind of thought I would normally keep to myself, but in the magic of the moment, I've let it slip out. He turns and looks at me, those green eyes wide with pleasure, the pupils dilated. Really? You're not just saying that to make me feel good. I arch a brow. Have you even met me? I don't say things to make people feel good. Dan laughs mildly and bites his lip. In my hypersensitive state, the sight of the indentation of his teeth in the plump skin of his bottom lip is like a pure aphrodisiac. I have to turn away to keep him from seeing the effect it's having on me. I step away, but he follows, putting a warm hand on my shoulder and sending a shock of heat through my body. Jesus, can he really not see what he's doing to me? Julian. He squeezes my shoulder with that evil hand, the one I want to feel all over my body. I'm starting to think you don't even know yourself. You say lots of things that make me feel good. I shrug out from under his hand, careful to keep my back to him. Let's look around, I suggest, my voice cracking. Wouldn't you like to see the kitchen? They say it's the heart of the home. He laughs. Who have you been talking to? I think the heart of the home is definitely the bedroom. Let's go find it. He takes off past me and heads up the stairs. I follow him, catching myself halfway up, getting an eyeful of his ass in his boxer briefs. In that moment, I realize that this is the last time I can participate in any unchaperoned activity with Dan. I thought I could control myself around him, and that we could enjoy each other as friends, but it's getting harder with every second that ticks by. I've been fooling myself in the worst way. The fact is, me trying to be friends with Dan Fisher is like a cat trying to be friends with a mouse. It can never, ever happen. This place is really nice, huh? Dan calls from within one of the bedrooms, his voice echoing through the empty house. Oh, this has got to be the master suite. It's got a fireplace and a tray ceiling. Look at this enormous bathroom. You could fit 10 people in this shower stall. And look! He leans back with a huge grin and winks at me where I'm standing in the doorway. It's even got his and his sinks. For some reason, the comment hits me like a punch to the gut. And I close my eyes and take a couple of deep breaths. Why the hell did he have to say that to me? Is he fucking with my head because he knows I like... Well, because he saw me with that male prostitute? Is he making a joke at my expense? I had no idea you were so witty, Dan. You should be a fucking stand-up comedian. I turn and stalk out of the room. I'm embarrassed because the whole time he was admiring the master suite looking all sexy in his underwear, I had fallen into a kind of fantasy state. For one surreal moment, it was as if he and I were going to be sharing this house, and he was falling in love with it. The hope I felt blossoming inside me while he so enthusiastically explored the master suite and bathroom was something I'd never felt before, and that made the jolt of coming back to reality all the more painful. His and his sinks. It sounded so damn good when he said it. But then I saw my dad's face, heard the words spoken in his sneering voice, and it was enough to nauseate me. My goddamn father. I fucking hate him. There's nowhere I can go to get his voice out of my head. Even Europe wasn't far enough. I storm back down to the living area, pace through the dining room and the narrow butler's pantry into the kitchen and back again. I make the rounds a few times, seething with an irrationally strong sense of anger. What the hell was I thinking? I've been like a teenage girl doodling our names in hearts during class, naming our future babies. Pathetic! Dan is not mine, and he's damn sure not going to be living with me in this house or any other. What's going to happen is that we're going to put our clothes on in a few minutes when the rain passes, and I'm going to take him back home to my sister, and then I'm going to move the fuck out. I'll call a realtor and tell her I want it, pay cash for it, move in before the gas is even turned on. If this day has taught me anything, it's that I need to put some space between me and the object of my unhealthy obsession. And Dan is definitely becoming an obsession for me. I don't know how I've gone from not giving a shit about anyone to living and breathing some guy I barely even know, but since we met, it's gradually gotten to the point where I'm thinking about him all the time, wondering this or that about him, admiring the few photos I've been able to snap of him, strategizing about how I can spend more time with him or make him like me more. I brought him here to impress him. And I don't even understand why. There is no way I can go out with a guy. And even if I could, there are plenty far more suitable ones than Dan. Richer, more sophisticated ones who at least have a clue about what it's like to live in my world. The problem is that no one, male or female, has ever made me feel like I feel when I'm around him. Alive, excited, hopeful. I don't know how long I pace from room to room before it occurs to me that Dan hasn't come down yet. It's been a while. Shouldn't he have put in an appearance by now? I creep back up the stairs, unsure how to feel about myself at this point, or about any of it. "Look, I'm sorry, Dan," I say loudly as I reach the top of the stairs, not wanting to sneak up on him and startle him. After a moment of wandering in the gloom, I find him in one of the other two bedrooms, staring out the window at the dwindling gray light. His back is to me, and he doesn't move or speak, doesn't acknowledge my presence in any way. I don't bother to turn the light on. "Dan?" I come up behind him, ignoring the feelings being this close to him stirs up in me. "I said I'm sorry, okay? I overreacted to your comment about the his and his sinks. Guess I'm a little touchy about certain things. It's all so new, and my father... Well, no one knows about me. No one but you." He still doesn't move, and I lean around him to get a look at his face. What I see there rocks me to my core. Tears are streaming down his face, his quivering lips pulled tight as if he's trying to hold back some strong emotion. Hey. I put a hand on his shoulder, my voice low. "Oh, Jesus, don't cry. Really, I didn't mean it, I swear. I was just being a jerk. I thought you were making fun of me because because of the male prostitute thing. But you wouldn't do that. I know you wouldn't. I just keep expecting you to be like everyone else, and you're not. Please don't cry." "It's not that, Julian," he says in a strangled voice. "You don't understand. It's not you, it's me. I just can't pretend anymore. It's killing me not to be able to tell you." And then he does the unthinkable. He turns and wraps his arms around my waist, hugging me, pressing his face to my bare chest and his nearly naked body to mine. I'm stunned, unable to move or speak, my feet nailed to the carpet, feeling the wetness of his tears running down my chest. His skin moves against my skin like warm velvet, like the best thing I've ever felt in my life. My body betrays me in the worst way as my dick tightens and grows, pressing right into Dan's belly. I try to pull back, humiliated, hoping he doesn't feel it, but his arms hold me firmly in place. When he shifts his hips and I feel his full erection pushing back against mine, I'm gone. I grab a handful of his wet hair and snatch his head back so that he's looking me in the eyes. "What the fuck are you doing to me?" Bringing my lips down hard on his, I lick into the mouth that I've been aching to taste. Just as I feared, my beautiful green-eyed angel tastes like heaven. He runs his hands down the small of my back and into my underwear, his smooth fingers caressing me. Then he sucks my bottom lip slowly into his mouth and flicks it gently with his tongue. He takes my hand and moves it around to his ass, forcing me to grab onto it. Guided by his sure hand, I rub over the muscled mound and down until my fingers are nestled up in the crack of his ass, with only the thin fabric of his underwear between us. Oh my God. I've never... Everything in me is quivering with need as my fingers tentatively explore that forbidden place. "Take it," he whispers. "I want you to." As soon as the words have left his mouth and I truly realize that he's offered himself to me, I'm like a man possessed. I squeeze his ass hard, forgetting to worry about any pain I might be causing him. My brain and my dick have fused into one entity with a singular purpose. Nothing else exists beyond getting inside him. It's as if I can already feel myself pressing into his body. He bends a knee and draws his leg up the side of mine, wrapping it around me and pulling me even closer to him, holding me there like a vice grip. I'm so hard, so ready, so My God, I want him so much. I've never done anything like this with another man before. I've been sucked off twice now, but that's as far as I've ever allowed myself to go. It always seemed like if I could just control myself and not actually touch anyone, not show any real desire, not go all the way, then none of it was real. I could deny it. This, I can't deny. You can fuck me, Dan says, his words dirty, his voice sweet. He trails soft kisses across my throat. Don't you want to? You have no idea how much. I spin us around and push him hard against the wall, flexing my hips into his. He reaches between us and pushes his underwear down. Then he pushes mine down, and I feel the erotic slide of cock against cock for the first time. It nearly brings me to my knees. My hips move of their own accord, striking up a slow rhythm that increases quickly in both speed and intensity as I rub the sensitive underside of my dick against his over and over. I choke out a strangled sob at the sensation, at the fucking relief. I'm like a man stumbling out of the desert and grabbing his first glass of water. That's it, he says, his voice husky. Just like that. Perfect. He bends just enough to touch the tip of his tongue to my nipple and take it into his mouth to suck, looking up at me with those earnest eyes the entire time. My body quakes, and I flatten him hard against the wall again. Fuck, don't do that. I'm gonna come. But I can't stop moving against him, loving the way his skin feels against mine. I look down between us, shocked at how incredibly turned on I am. The way my cock tingles and strains as with the friction as it slides against his belly, his dick. How hot it is to watch, and to know exactly what it is that we're doing together. He sticks his thumb in his mouth and sucks on it, getting it nice and wet. Then he reaches down and wraps his fingers around my dick, right up under the head. He runs his thumb over the tip, through the slit where he collects a bead of pre-cum to slick his way as he rounds the head again. Can I put it in my mouth? He asks demurely, and I can barely hear the words for the pounding of my heart in my ears. Too much. Too much. I try to hold back, but the time for that is long past. Cum shoots out of me with a mighty force, like I've been saving it up for a rainy day. It lands on his chest, his belly, his hard cock. Some of it runs down into his belly button and onto the band of his underwear. I glance up at him, alarmed at what has happened. I so wanted to draw this experience out forever, to do everything there is to do with Dan. He flashes a wicked smile and pulls me in for a hard kiss. His erection slips against my body, lubricated by the copious amount of cum between us. I kiss him back, still hungry, still not satisfied, sucking hard at his lips, his tongue. His legs tighten around me, increasing the closeness, the friction of his hard cock sliding against my slick belly, rubbing against the thin trail of black hair there until he comes violently with a guttural groan, his hot fluids mingling with my own. We're a sticky mess, and even that knowledge sets me on fire. I love that the evidence of our desire for each other is all over us. I'd wear it forever if I could. My heart just won't stop beating out of my chest, I gasp with a laugh, swallowing hard and pressing my face into the hollow where his shoulder becomes his throat, feeling his matching pulse thumping there. I've been dying to do this since the first time I saw you, he says breathlessly against my ear as he clings to me. If I'd known there was a chance that you'd want me back, I would have jumped you that first day in the kitchen, when you licked the icing off my cheek. Thought I was gonna die. His words conjure a clear memory of the first time we met, and in it, he's sitting right smack dab beside my little sister. Avery. Oh, Jesus. Suddenly, my entire perception of reality shifts. Like the moment the secret of a magician's illusion becomes clear, there's no going back from it. No way to unknow it. "You're my sister's boyfriend!" I push him roughly away, forcing him to land awkwardly on his feet, his body thudding up against the wall. "What the hell am I doing? What the hell are you doing, Dan? We fucked up so bad!" I look down at the mess on him and on me. Now I'm so ashamed of it I could die. "No, no, no, wait!" he cries frantically, waving his hands in front of him as I back away toward the door. "Don't do this. Oh, God, don't think that." "Get your fucking clothes," I tell him. "We've got to get out of here, now." He runs down the stairs, calling after me. "I just need to talk to Avery, okay? Let's just go back to the house and talk to Avery. I don't think she'll mind." "Are you insane? This will kill her. Can you not see how much she adores you?" I grab my clothes out of the dryer and snatch them on, all too aware of the sticky cum wetting the fabric. Ignoring the fact that the metal of the button on my jeans is so hot it's branding an impression of itself into my abdomen. So be it. I deserve that and worse. The silence of the room is broken only by the occasional sound of our panting and grunting as we hurry to get dressed as fast as is humanly possible. Then I storm out the door into the rain. It's not coming down as hard as it was earlier, but it's no light sprinkle either. Maybe it can wash the guilt away. "Wait!" Dan calls, hopping after me while trying to put his shoes on. "You forgot your bag." "Leave it," I growl. "Just lock the door." He grabs it anyway and slings it over his shoulder. I'm several yards away before he catches up to me. "Listen," he says, sounding frantic and out of breath. "Don't freak out. Let me talk to Avery. I have something to tell you, but I should talk to her first. Out of respect." "Forget it," I yell. "We're both pieces of shit." I hurry up a set of steep wooden steps toward the parking lot, hoping they're not slippery enough to send me sprawling. My car is at the other end of the parking lot, looking like home plate. Like if I can just make it there, I'll be safe. But I know that's just wishful thinking. I've done something today that I can never take back. "It's not that bad, Julian." He reaches the car just after I do, and we both slide into the leather seats with a loud squeak. "Please don't feel bad. You don't have any reason to feel guilty. It was me who started it, not you." I crank the car engine and give him a deadly serious look. "No, Dan. You may think you did, but you didn't. On some level, I planned this whole thing. I never should have brought you here." The radio is playing some cringe-worthy pop song, but I turn it up so loud it hurts my ears. I don't want to talk, and I don't want Dan to talk. We've both screwed things up enough today. Unfortunately, the music fails to drown out my thoughts. I can't stop wondering why on earth I thought it was a good idea to bring him here. Why do I keep having inappropriate thoughts about him all the time? When did I stop thinking of him as my sister's boyfriend and start thinking it was okay to seduce him? And God damn it, why couldn't I have met him first? Chapter 10. Dan. Julian won't let me talk the whole way back to the house. The blaring music makes it almost impossible to think, but I'm not about to reach over and turn it down. The guy has got a serious case of rage going on right now. What I'm trying to figure out is exactly who he's mad at, me or him. I'm certain now that Julian is attracted to me, like maybe as much as I'm attracted to him. After his reaction to what happened between us in the house today, it's hard to continue to deny it. Before, when there was a possibility that it was a one-sided attraction on my part, I couldn't really justify telling him mine and Avery's secret. But things are different now. "Julian, we need to talk," I yell, trying to be heard over the wailing of the woman on the radio. He ignores me, so I pull my feet up into the seat and rest my chin on my knees, staring out the windshield, hypnotized by the rhythmic waving of the wipers. Now I'm wondering if I even need to tell Avery at all. Julian and I could just stay under the radar until after the debutante ball. then everything should be okay. Julian jerks the car into the driveway without bothering to pull into the garage. The whole car reverberates when he slams the door and stalks over to the house. By the time I scurry out, wipe my feet on the mudroom carpet, and make my way to the library where I know Julian is gone, I'm shaking with nervous anger. How have things gotten so screwed up? Damn it, Julian, I said we need... My voice dies off when I see that Julian is not alone in the room. He's already poured a glass of scotch, and he tosses it down his throat like he's trying to put out a fire in his belly. Avery is sitting on the sofa, and beside her is a frail-looking blonde girl, both of them bewildered at our dramatic entrance. I smooth my hair down, noticing that Julian looks like he's just been to hell and back. I'm sure I don't look much different. Reflexively, I glance down at my stomach, where I can feel the dried juices cracking and pulling every time I move, relieved to see that everything looks normal from the outside. Julian regards me darkly without saying a word, leaving it up to me to handle the situation. Hey, Avery? I look questioningly at the stranger beside her. We were just at the beach. Got caught in the rain, so... There's a faint clink of glass as Julian pours another drink. Did you guys forget about dinner? Avery asks, looking uncomfortable. Hannah and I are ready to go. Our reservation is in a half hour. Fuck me, Julian says, slamming his now empty glass down on the bar. I shrug and offer an apologetic smile. I think he means, yeah, we forgot. Let's go, he says abruptly. Avery laughs. You're not going like that, dear brother. I think I speak for both Hannah and myself when I say that we would rather die than be seen with the two of you in your current state. Okay, Julian huffs. But Elizabeth's on 37th requires a coat and tie. I doubt if your boyfriend owns much of anything except what I've bought for him. Both girls gasp in shock at his harsh words, but I just squeeze my lips together and fight to stay calm. I'm the only one in the room who knows why Julian is acting like a total dick, and I'd like to keep it that way. He's right, I agree calmly. Fortunately, I'm hot enough that no one cares what I'm wearing. I run a hand suggestively down my body and smile. Avery laughs and claps her hands, bouncing up and down in her seat. Oh my God, that was the most epic comeback ever. And so sexy. Then she sticks her tongue out at her brother. 1 point for Dan, and -1 for Julian for being such a meanie. Julian rolls his eyes and grunts. I didn't realize this was a competition. Come on, Dan. I'll find you something of mine to wear. Again. We're close enough to the same size that you probably won't look ridiculous. I follow him around to the other side of the kitchen and up a second set of stairs, excited that I'm finally going to get to see where Julian sleeps every night. His room is enormous, practically an apartment of its own. Clothes are strewn across the floor, and his laptop is out on the bed. I sit down on the mattress beside it, inadvertently jostling the mouse just enough that it wakes the computer up. The screen comes to life, revealing something I don't expect to see. There's an image open in Julian's photo editing software. It's a candid shot of me sitting in the courtyard, staring dreamily into space, probably thinking of him. Avery is behind me, but she's been completely blurred out, as has everything in the photo but me. The colors have been desaturated to make it all black and white, except the green of my eyes has been preserved and enhanced. At the bottom of the picture, the word Smitten has been superimposed in an elegant font. How did he know? I stare at it, my mouth hanging open, wondering how he could be so perceptive, so privy to my secret thoughts. Before I can recover, Julian has whisked the computer from in front of me and snapped it closed. God damn it, don't look at my private things. No one sees that. I grab him by the wrist as he sets the laptop on the bedside table. Julian, we have got to talk. I'm not kidding. There's something I need to tell you. We're late. He wrenches free and shoves a coat and tie into my hands. Put these on with your white shirt and charcoal pants, and wash yourself off for heaven's sake. He runs his hands up beneath his shirt, presumably feeling the crusty stuff stuck to his skin. Stuff I don't really want to wash off. Then he physically pushes me out of his room and into the hallway. I guess now is not really the best time to talk anyway. Not with Hannah here. After dinner, we can get everything straight. I'll explain the whole thing to Avery, and then Julian and I will be free to get to know each other better on a whole different level. I just wonder how Avery is going to take the news. According to Julian, she adores me, and I'm still not positive she doesn't have an ulterior motive for asking me here. Chapter 11. Dan, you really do look fantastic. Avery smiles across the table at me, her fork paused in midair. I told you my brother has perfect taste. I know she's talking about the suit and not me, but I almost laugh from the irony of it all. Thanks. I mumble around a mouthful of the most delicious grits I've ever put in my mouth. Doesn't he look absolutely gorgeous, Julian? She continues. I nearly choke on my food, and Julian glances reluctantly in my direction. Yeah, he concedes. I guess he cleans up pretty well. Congratulations, you finally brought home a good one. He takes a bite of his grits and smiles apologetically at his date. Avery has a habit of forcing me to confirm that Dan is gorgeous, always over dinner for some reason. Well, I think we all look great, Hannah says in her little childlike voice. Especially Julian. Avery, Julian, and I fall to eating earnestly for a while as course after course of our meal is brought to the table, but Hannah seems to only pick at hers. Probably one of those chicks who won't eat in front of a guy. After the wine is gone and we've done away with 7 courses of indescribable cuisine, Julian pays the check and rushes out of the restaurant. When the rest of us catch up, he's got the car cranked and ready to go. Hop in the front, Avery tells me. We girls are going to sit in back and gossip. I slide in next to Julian, feeling rather unwelcome, and he pulls his seatbelt on. Time to party, he says, though he sounds more like he's driving us to a funeral. Where to? Any preferences? How about Club 1? Avery suggests. Yeah, he says. Sure, it's a good idea, since it's only a couple of miles away. The less driving, the better. I don't know about you guys, but I'm planning on getting supremely fucked up. No surprise there, Avery mumbles. Isn't that a gay bar? Hannah asks, wrinkling her nose. I don't know if I'd fit in there. What will it be like? Don't worry, Avery tells the other girl. I've heard it's a really cool dance club. Right, Jules? How the fuck would I know? He half glances at me, obviously embarrassed, as he negotiates the turns on the square. I don't know, Avery shrugs. Why are you so grumpy tonight? I just thought maybe you had heard that too. We ride the few blocks in silence, and by the time we reach the club, I am so ready to get out of that car. Being cooped up with Julian in such a mood is brutal torture, especially when we can't even talk about what's bothering him. I'll pay the cover, Julian says as we approach the large, old building that obviously used to be a warehouse. He stands beneath the blue dome-shaped awning and holds the door as the rest of us file past and into the building. There's an older woman working the door, and Julian hands her a few bills. Then he leads us into the street-level space that contains tables, a DJ booth overlooking a large dance floor, and a brick-backed liquor bar awash with festive red, blue, and green lights. Julian secures a table for us that's as far away from the dance floor as he can possibly get, as if his goal is to hide us away in a corner. I'm going to dance, I announce loudly without even sitting down. Hey! Julian grabs me by the arm, looking flustered, as if he hasn't fully thought out what he's going to say. Before you go, what do you want to drink? Surprise me. You know what I like. I give him a wry smile that I hope is just suggestive enough to give him fond memories of our time in the beach house, but not enough to freak him out again. Okay. He smiles for the first time in what seems like ages. I'll get you a fruity girly drink then. Maybe something with a cherry? Ah, he's playing along. I smile back and take off for the dance floor, wondering if Julian was actually just flirting with me. It sure felt like it. The DJ is playing a techno song I'm not familiar with, but it's got a great beat, and within seconds I'm lost in it. Tonight, I'm not concerned about holding back like I was at Julian's house party. I definitely won't look out of place here. God, I didn't realize how much I needed this. By the time the second song begins, I'm not alone anymore. A really good-looking guy with dark hair and a hot body has joined me, and he's an amazing dancer, like professional level. He's got an Asian look about him, which almost always gets my attention. I'm Blake, he says over the music. Wearing skin-tight latex pants and no shirt, he leaves little to the imagination. A colorful dragon tattoo stretches from the corner of his chest all the way around his biceps and onto his back, the tip of the tail just touching his spine. A couple of weeks ago, I would have been all over this guy. But tonight, I can't seem to work up anything more than casual interest. Not with Julian here. Dan, I reply. Nice to meet you. I dance with him for a couple of songs, being careful not to get too suggestive, before I notice Avery standing at the edge of the dance floor watching us. She looks concerned, possibly even unhappy, and I realize I've allowed the wine from dinner to relax me a little too much. Dancing with a guy at a gay club is no way to behave when I'm supposed to be pretending to be Avery's date. The last thing I want to do is embarrass her in public. I salute Blake in mid-song and take my leave, following Avery back to our table. Julian is no longer smiling like he was when I left. Now he's got a scowl on his face. So much for the flirting. Did you see that guy dance? I ask to no one in particular. It's amazing the way he moves. His name is Blake. He must be a stripper or something because damn. I glance back toward the dance floor just in time to catch Blake jumping up onto a platform across from a blonde female go-go dancer in a tiny silver bandage dress. Oh, I smile broadly. He's a go-go dancer here. No wonder he... Fascinating, Julian interrupts, pushing a glass filled with neon pink liquid toward me across the table. Meanwhile, your drink is getting warm. It's probably shit now. I don't mind. I just really needed to blow off some steam. I cast a meaningful look in Julian's direction. So what kind of drink did you order for me? Pink passion. I told them to give me the absolute girliest drink they had. I pick up the glass in a purposefully dainty manner and take a sip. Well, they definitely did. This looks like something Barbie would drink. Avery and Hannah both start laughing at that. Oh my gosh, Dan, you're so right, Hannah squeals. That is exactly what Barbie would drink. I'm ordering one of those next. How about you, Avery? Drink one with me? Yes, definitely. See, I told you this place was cool. They even have Barbie drinks. The smile drops from Hannah's face. I guess it's pretty cool, but I still feel weird being here. Because we're not gay? Like, don't we stick out like a sore thumb? I feel like people are staring at us. Are we even allowed to be in here? I snicker behind my hand and look at Julian, but he doesn't join in. Tell you what, Avery says. Let's see if we can figure out how to blend in better. Hannah, you scoot around here and sit next to me. Like really close. Dan, you scrunch up next to Julian. I do as Avery asks, gladly moving my chair as close to Julian's as I can without getting all up in his personal space. He gives me a look that says he can't believe I'm going along with this farce, but I don't care. It gives me an excuse to sit close to him without anyone questioning it. I'm just following orders. Now, Avery says, we're just two gay couples hanging out together in a gay bar, right? You know, this is really not necessary, I point out. None of these people are going to care if there are a couple straight chicks in here. In fact, as I'm looking around, I'm noticing that there are tons of straight people. This place is very touristy, Julian says. They have drag shows upstairs, karaoke, stuff like that. Any minute, most of these people will disappear to go watch the drag show, and then it will just be us locals. Avery grins at her brother. I thought you said you'd never been here before. Aves, you don't have to have been here to have heard things about it. Jesus. The Lady Chablis performs here. Haven't you ever read that John Barrett novel? No shit. My excitement bubbles to the surface and overflows. It's been so long since I read Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, I didn't even make the connection. He nods, smiling at my over-the-top enthusiasm. I figured that might get your attention, since you do so much reading. Okay, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, Avery pouts. I thought that was a movie. I open my mouth to explain, but Julian holds up a hand to quiet me. Save your breath, Dan. I promise she doesn't want to know as much as you want to tell. Then he turns toward his sister. It was a book first, Aves. Oh, okay. That seems to settle it for her. Well, anyway, I think we should all be a little more convincing in our new gay relationships, don't you? Julian glares suspiciously at her. Oh, Lord, I know that look. What the hell are you plotting about over there? Avery shrugs and smiles sweetly. Nothing much. I just thought maybe we should be more convincing, that's all. Like maybe I should kiss Hannah. Hannah gasps. On the lips? Julian is clearly shocked as he regards his sister across the table. Yeah, why not? What do you think, Hannah? Should we do it? Hannah looks a little taken aback, but she doesn't put up much of a fight. If you think so. You think I should, Julian? Julian looks so shocked I nearly laugh at him. Don't be a stick in the mud, Jules, his sister prods. I thought you guys liked that sort of thing. Lesbians making out, girl-on-girl action. First of all, no, Julian says. Secondly, hell no. And thirdly, fuck no. Has it completely slipped your mind that you're my sister? Even if I do want to see lesbians making out, that does not include you. Well, yuck, Avery grimaces at Julian. Thanks for ruining it. I didn't even think of it that way. I was just thinking, you know, girls kissing. I'll do it, Hannah says. I kissed my roommate at a party once when we were really drunk. It would make them seem more legit, Julian. I drain the last of my pink drink and smile like the cat who ate the canary. The truth is, I don't give a shit if they seem like a legit lesbian couple or not. Avery's logic is just wrong in every way I can think of, but I'm getting a little buzzing in the pit of my stomach at the thought of where this is headed. The whole thing seems rather staged. First, Avery suggests coming to a gay bar. Now she's trying to get Julian's date to kiss her. In her own crazy little way, I think Avery is trying to give me a gift. Trying to let me be myself without having to give away our secret. I don't mind saying I love the hell out of her for it. No. Julian is adamant, his brows drawn low. Not happening. I look from the girls to him, then back at the girls. Yes. I vote yes. Avery's eyes sparkle. 3 against 1, Julian. Here goes. She leans toward Hannah, who starts puckering her lips about a mile before she reaches Avery's mouth, her eyes darting nervously around. But the moment their lips touch, Her eyes drift closed, and her features soften. Their kiss is gentle and feminine, pillowy pink lips whispering against each other. They share a few chaste nips, and suddenly a light flashes as Julian aims his cell phone at them and snaps a picture. "Gotcha," he says, laughing. "I feel a blackmail coming on." Both girls begin yelling at Julian, but it's all a kind of high-pitched, good-natured ranting. It's obvious they're not really that angry. They're just putting on a show. "All right, the ladies went first," Avery says. "Now it's your turn." I knew it. Just what I'd been waiting for. "Oh, they don't really have to kiss, do they?" Hannah looks absolutely horrified at the prospect of seeing us kiss. She wrinkles her nose. "That would be gross." "Not any more than two girls kissing, which you just did." Avery begins clapping rhythmically and chanting in my direction. "Kiss him! Kiss him!" Julian shakes his head, but I lean toward him and sneak a hand onto his thigh, hoping no one can see what I'm doing. His eyes stretch slightly, but that's the only acknowledgement he gives that he's felt my hand. I inch it slowly upward, knowing it won't take much to get him hard, because I am already. We've got unfinished business from earlier in the beach house, and I doubt either one of us will be able to think of much else until we get that taken care of. "Come on," I say, winking at Avery. "The girls were brave enough to overcome their fears. Let's man up and do this." Then I know I've completely lost my mind, because before I even realize what I'm doing, I stand up out of my chair and straddle Julian's lap, settling my ass onto his thighs. Then I lean forward until I can feel his erection against mine through our pants. Images of the beach house fill my mind as I go in for the kiss. Julian is powerless to resist. I can feel his resolve deteriorate as our lips come together and he presses his tongue into my mouth. Our tongues duel ambitiously as we smash our lips together, unable to get any closer, but trying just the same. Julian slides one hand around the back of my head, the other pressing firmly against the middle of my back. I can feel his hunger, raw and violent to match my own. He's always so reserved, his emotions reined in hard and closely guarded, but suddenly I can feel a crack in his armor. In this moment, I know beyond a doubt that we are one in our desire for each other. I also know that if I don't make this happen, I'll never forgive myself. I want him. I wind my arms around his neck and moan into his open mouth, rutting my cock against him one good time, making sure he feels it. Then I move my lips to his ear, sucking his earlobe into my mouth and listening to his ragged breathing in my own ear as we nuzzle each other. "Julian," I half whisper, tickling the back of his neck with my fingertips. "I want to be with you." "Stop it!" He pushes me away, and I have to jump off of his lap to keep from getting dumped on the floor. Fortunately, he has the good sense not to say anything more with the girls present, but the look on his face is anything but understanding. His eyes squint, and his forehead wrinkles as he tries to come to grips with what I've told him. Maybe telling him was a mistake. "How was that, girls?" I ask, faking a cheerful smile. "Were we convincing enough?" Hannah looks at me with tears in her eyes. At first, I think it's because she found our kiss that disturbing, but it quickly becomes evident that's not what she's upset about. At least, not entirely. She holds out Julian's phone in trembling fingers. "I was just trying to look at our picture, that's all. The one you took of Avery and me kissing. I didn't mean to—" Her voice breaks off, and she whimpers a little. "I didn't mean to look." Without thinking what I'm doing, I reach out to take the phone, but Julian intercepts it, trying to calm Hannah down with his words. "No reason to be upset, Hannah. I don't mind." He looks at his phone screen, and his face goes slack. Then he looks at me, and the accusation in his expression scares me. What the fuck? He begins to swipe his finger across the face of his phone, apparently flipping through photos. As he flips, his expression gets darker and darker. I'm going to call my daddy to come get me, Hannah announces. She pushes back from the table amid protests from me and Avery. Julian is too immersed in whatever he's looking at to respond. I reach out to touch her arm, to try to calm her down, but she snatches away with an expression of pure disgust on her face. Don't touch me, she says. I'll be fine. I just need to get out of here right now. As she walks briskly away from the table, she taps a few times on her cell phone and puts it to her ear. What the hell was that all about? Avery directs the question at Julian, but she has to snap her fingers a few times to get his attention. When he looks up from his phone, he looks just as horrified and confused as Hannah. Nothing. His voice cracks, and he clears it. Well, all I can imagine from her reaction is she got a look at your porn collection, Avery says, and she sure didn't like what she saw. Julian grins sheepishly. Yeah, kind of humiliating. I feel really bad. Wait, though. Avery touches a finger thoughtfully to her lip. Whatever she saw was in your camera gallery, so that must mean you took the photos yourself. Jules, don't tell me you've become a porn photographer. He shrugs and looks at the floor, all but confirming it. And suddenly I've got a raging case of jealousy. The thought of someone else posing naked for Julian to photograph bothers me more than I ever would have expected. Oh my God, what if they had sex? What if he's one of those guys who takes nude pictures and then fucks his models? The thought makes me feel sick to my stomach. I have to remind myself that I don't get jealous, ever. Beck is the only guy I've ever been jealous over, and even that was more a matter of bruised pride than anything. This is different. This is me wanting to hurt anyone who has ever been intimate with Julian. This is me wanting to cry at the very thought of him touching someone else. This is me being totally fucked. Did you sleep with them, Julian? I hear the absurd question come out of my mouth, and still I don't believe I've asked it. Julian stares at me for a waited moment, a mixture of confusion and anger in his eyes. I don't know, he finally says. You tell me. He shoves the phone in my face, and what I see there makes my whole world go out of focus. For a moment, I can't even come up with one plausible explanation for why there's a picture of me on Julian's phone with my pants shoved down to my thighs, exposing my hard cock. Bewildered does not even begin to describe what I am as I stare at the image. Heat rises to my face. Suddenly, Avery snatches the phone out of Julian's hand and looks at the screen before he can get it back from her. She turns her back to us as she scrolls through the images, turning her body this way and that, in order to keep Julian's grasping hands away from the phone, like a couple of kids playing keep-away. Then she starts laughing. You two have been very busy boys, haven't you? Jesus, that was fast. You ever heard of getting to know each other first? She reaches around Julian and hands the phone to me. He doesn't try to stop her, and instead just hides his face in his hands. I flip through the images, my level of humiliation climbing exponentially with each photo. They were clearly taken the night of the party, because I'm wearing Julian's jeans and his sweater is lying crumpled on the bed beside me. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Julian took the pictures, or that I posed for them. One thing's for certain, I definitely wasn't shy that night. I posed for 2 shots with my junk on display, one flipped over showing my ass, and one close-up of my face looking at him like I could eat him with a spoon. The only thing that makes me feel even remotely okay about it is that apparently we were both so drunk we didn't even remember doing it. I'm so sorry, Avery, Julian says, his face still buried in his hands. I don't know how things got so messed up. I swear I want to cut my own fucking heart out for hurting you. This is all unacceptable. What the hell happened that night? Do you know? I ask. He shakes his head. I woke up on the floor in your room with an empty liquor bottle. You were in bed naked. He swallows and looks away. It scared the shit out of me, and I got out of there as fast as I could, went to my room and tried to forget about it. I think back to that afternoon, to the prostitute. Apparently, that was Julian's way of trying to forget. Were you naked? I ask hesitantly. Not completely. Julian looks at the floor with a pained expression. Avery approaches her brother and puts her arms around him, rubbing his back and gentling him with whispers that only the two of them can hear. Then she pushes him to arm's length and uncovers his face, holding his hand in hers. There's absolutely nothing for you to be upset about, Jules. This is all a big misunderstanding, okay? She glances meaningfully at me. Dan and I are just friends, honey. He agreed to pose as my boyfriend for the cotillion so I wouldn't feel so bad that my stupid boyfriend dumped me for another girl. He was trying to help me. I was embarrassed and... Her voice trails off. In retrospect, maybe it wasn't the best idea. Julian stares at us with disbelieving eyes. You mean there's nothing between you two at all? We both shake our heads, and I hold my breath, waiting to see how Julian is going to react to the news. Nothing at all, Avery says. Dan is actually, not exactly into... I'm gay. Following my admission, I let out a huge sigh of relief. Damn, it felt good to finally be able to say that to you, Julian. Having to keep it from you has been driving me out of my mind. Especially today after... well, you know. That's what I was trying to tell you. I wrap my fingers intimately around his bicep, loving the perfect swell of it and the fact that I can touch him legitimately now. Talk to me. What are you thinking? Look, Dan. He clears his throat, barely making eye contact with me. I don't know what you were expecting, but... His eyes flash fearfully over to Avery and back. The thing is, I'm not gay. I don't understand those pictures any more than you do, but I only date women, okay? Ha! Avery lets out a decidedly humorless laugh. Tell me, dear brother, when do you date these elusive women? I've dated plenty. Really? Because when you were home, you were always sitting in your room alone listening to the damn Smiths. If I have to hear the boy with the thorn in his side one more time... Now you're making shit up, he says. Avery starts singing off key. Please, 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 let me get what I want this time. He glares back at her. What are you saying? That you think I'm a fucking queer? His voice gets a little too shrill, and several bystanders look our way. I nod at them, trying my best to look friendly. The last thing I want is to get beaten down in a gay bar for making anti-gay slurs. How ironic would that be? Jules, please, Avery begins. What the fuck is going on here anyway? His eyes shift from her to me. Did you two plan this whole thing? Like some kind of, I don't know, gay intervention? Oh my God, no. I step toward him, but he backs out of my reach. It's not like that. I was only doing it for the clothes. I drag a hand through my hair, feeling the nervous sweat that's beginning to dampen it. That didn't come out right. I turn desperately toward Avery. Could you help me out here? This was all your idea. Just as she opens her mouth to speak, Julian interrupts, practically yelling at her. You think just because I don't date that much I must be a fag? So you bring your little gay friend down here to seduce me? How could you try to manipulate me, mess with my head like that? Julian, let's go to Club 1. Let's pretend to be gay. Let's kiss and make it more convincing. Then he turns his anger on me, and the look in his eyes cuts me to the quick. Oh, and my favorite one. Julian, you're not drunk enough. Slam a whole bottle of liquor. I want you good and hammered so I can talk you into doing things you would never do if you were sober. While you're at it, would you like to take a picture of my cock? Those last words are such a shock to my system, I feel fists clench at my sides and start to twitch. My entire insides are quivering with the need to hit something, and if that something is Julian Wakefield's face, then so be it. But I take a deep breath and try to think of 3 better ways to express what I'm feeling. It's an anger management trick Jeremy taught me. I can only come up with one, though, and it's going to hurt Julian much worse than punching him. I take a step toward him, but this time when he backs away I keep coming, running him straight into a chair at the next table. Then I fix him with the most serious expression I can work up, speaking low where only the 2 of us can hear. You weren't drunk at the beach house today, straight boy. You wanted to fuck me so bad, I barely touched you and you blew your load. If we were alone right now, I could have you on your knees in 2 seconds flat. You know it, and I know it. But you clearly want to stay in your little fantasy land of denial, so I'm going to let you. Have a nice night. I know I'm going to. Without even waiting for a response, I turn on my heel and head straight for the dance floor, breezing by Avery as if she's not even there. Screw both of them. I've had enough of this drama. I'm going to go dance with a hot Asian go-go boy, and then I'm going to figure out how to get my ass back home to SSU. But on my way up, I have a sudden and possibly disastrous change of heart, and take a detour by the DJ booth. I'd like to request How Soon Is Now by the Smiths, please. I'll get it on for you, the DJ says unconvincingly. Oh, for the love of God, I beg. If you want to help me land that rich straight boy over there, please play it soon. Like now. He looks over at Julian and laughs. Coming right up, man. Then he winks. Don't blow it now. I've got my eye on you. Great. No pressure. True to his word, the DJ stops the song that's playing right in the middle, and the eerie wah-wah sound of my song fills the room. The sexy, melancholy tone perfectly mirrors my mood, and a sort of dark euphoria takes me over as I start to move. Everything else falls away except me and the music. Slow, driving, seductive. The other dancers give me a wide berth, but Blake hops down off his platform and moves in closer, just as I'd hoped. He's got a good sense of the music, and we quickly get a sexy groove going together. I don't dare try to find Julian in the crowd. Truthfully, I don't even know if he's still in the club, but I'm hoping. Blake and I gyrate around and against each other in a lazy seduction, totally attuned to each other. I've never danced with anyone who is so intuitive or versatile. He seems to anticipate every move I'm going to make. Or is it the other way around? Maybe we're dance soulmates. After a couple of verses of teasing without touching, Blake molds himself tightly against my back and snakes an arm around my chest, pressing his dancer's thighs against the backs of mine and grinding hard into my ass. I feel his lips brush against the side of my throat, my ear. Light kisses, but not quite. He's watching, he says. Let me lead. I had no idea he realized I was trying to get Julian's attention, but I'm glad he did. I didn't want to lead him on. I relax against him, and he flattens his palm low on my abdomen, circling our hips together in a masterful simulation of raw fucking that makes my whole body go up in flames. God, you're good, I murmur breathlessly, hoping he doesn't move his hand any farther down and discover my growing erection. I so need to get laid. All that matters is that it works, he says. And here comes your man. Right on cue. How did you know what I was doing? I feel the rumbling of Blake's laughter against my back. I've been watching you. We keep dancing. While I try to act like I have no idea, Julian has walked up to the edge of the dance floor. Acting like I'm into Blake, when all I can think about is Julian, is tough. I want him to come up on the dance floor and join us, but I've already been assured that won't be happening. When I finally allow my gaze to find him, he's watching me closely with those hard, assessing eyes. But he doesn't look angry. More like interested. He doesn't look away as he grabs a nearby chair, flips it around and sits down on it. His unflinching confidence is back, that superior air that makes me tremble inside. His legs fall apart into a wide V, and he lifts a hand purposefully, showing me the $100 bill that's folded between his fingers. With the other hand, he pats the inside of his thigh. Holy shit, he wants a lap dance, Blake says. That is so hot. He nudges me forward with his shoulder. I've never actually given anyone a lap dance before, so to say I'm terrified would be an understatement. But this is Julian, and it's my chance to show him how much I want him. On top of that, I'm sure he's far more terrified than I am, doing this in public. The DJ fades the song out, and Robert Plant's smoking rendition of Monkey starts to play. The drum-heavy tribal beat seems made for sensual ass-shaking. As soon as I'm standing in front of him, he reaches up and pulls my mostly tucked dress shirt free of my pants, running the palm of one hand up under it, feeling along my abdomen and chest as he slides the money into my pants pocket with the other. Then he leans back in his chair and gives me a sexy come on gesture with his hands, letting me know it's showtime. His outward demeanor is that of a powerful man who's in charge, one who is no stranger to this type of exchange. But his eyes tell a very different story. There's a surrender in them meant only for me, and that touches me deep in my soul. Hey, I say, feeling myself blush from head to toe. Hey, he says back. His eyes move over my body salaciously. His lips part, and the tip of his tongue slips out to touch his bottom lip, making me want to taste it. I think I'm supposed to be seducing him, but it's turning out to be the other way around. I start to dance for Julian, slowly unbuttoning my shirt, hoping this is okay to do in the middle of the club. But no one comes running up to stop me. On the contrary, I'm vaguely aware of a barrage of catcalls and cries of encouragement, so I continue. Calling on every ounce of my belly dancing ability, I gyrate my hips slowly to the primal rhythm. Then I take things up a notch by grabbing onto the back of my neck with one hand and sliding the other one seductively from my chest all the way down over my crotch, rolling my hips the whole time. As my fingers curl around my balls and under, Julian licks his lips and lowers his eyelids, silently communicating a desire so strong it makes my stomach flip upside down. His body is still, controlled, but his eyes are on fire. Chapter 12. Julian. Holy mother of God, that's hot. I don't know if Dan can hear my words over the music, but I'm sure he gets the message from the look on my face as I worship him with my eyes. He steps to one side of me, balances with a hand on my shoulder, and swings one leg to the other side to stand straddle-legged above me. This position, with him looking down at me, underscores the fact that he's got the upper hand. I'm accustomed to being in control of things, of manipulating things to my satisfaction, but Dan, with his free spirit and light-hearted sensuality, is not something to be controlled. He was made to be enjoyed. By me. Keeping his hand on my shoulder, he swirls his ass in tantalizing circles as he lowers himself onto my lap. I can't help but grab onto his hips and raise my own off the chair, trying to maximize the contact between us. I rub my erection firmly back and forth against him as he continues to move, and it takes every ounce of self-control I have to not jizz all in my pants. Feels so dirty. So goddamn dirty, especially here in public. We're mimicking the motions of having sex so convincingly, I'm afraid my cock is going to get hard enough to break through the fabric of my pants and have its way with him. I look around, assessing the crowd. It looks like all of the tourists have retired to the drag show, and what's left is a few tipsy locals who look like they wouldn't mind if we actually went at it right here on the chair. Dan smiles at my eager participation and lowers his head to speak into my ear, wrapping his arms intimately around my neck as if we're already lovers. His warm breath fans across my cheek, touches my throat, sends chills across my body, and makes my nipples hard. "Does this mean we're gonna do it?" he asks, his words ending in a sexy little purr as he grinds against my lap to the beat of the music. This crowd is the only reason I'm not already inside you. I reach up and wrap my hand around the back of his neck. Then I tilt my head for a kiss. I love those lips, so soft and pliable as I work them over with my own. I lick in, tasting him, wanting to taste every part of him, and he caresses my tongue with the tip of his. "Rub your cock against me," he whispers in my ear, getting into his role. "That's right. I can feel how hard you are, how much you want me." It's so cute that he's playing the professional, trying to turn me on. But he's unlike any professional who's ever performed for me. They all pale to nothing in comparison. "Is that what you want?" My voice is rougher than I intended, my body tense and quivering with dammed-up need. "What do you think?" he mouths seductively, his eyes so overcome with passion we might as well already be fucking. He puts his hands behind his head and leans back, trusting me to hold him steady with my hands at his hips. Then he does this quick little forward and back motion with his pelvis, using only his body to stroke my dick double time to the music, and it feels so good I see sparks in front of my eyes. "I think we need to get the hell out of here. That's what I think." I stand abruptly, eliciting a little squeal and laugh from Dan as he hangs on to me with both his arms and legs. It registers that I'm standing in the middle of a club with a man wrapped around me in an undeniably sexual position, not to mention I've just paid him to grind me into a chair. We've become lovers, and it's happened right out in public for everyone to see. Before tonight, I would have stood before a firing squad rather than be seen getting intimate with a man. But here I am staring down the gun barrel with a smile on my face and an erection in my pants. All because of this sweet, sexy guy who's latched onto me like a startled kitten. I'm going to have him tonight. Nothing can stop me. He looks me in the eyes, slightly embarrassed as he slides down my body and lowers himself to a more respectable standing position. "Hey, Dan!" The overly friendly go-go dancer comes up beside us, breathless from his constant movement on the dance floor. "Oh, Blake, this is Julian." Dan's introduction is warm, but my handshake is cold, as I regard the guy who's had his dick all up between Dan's ass cheeks tonight like it was nothing. Blake smiles shyly at me. "Hope I didn't piss you off too much out there. Dan's a really good dancer, and I get carried away sometimes." I don't reply. No telling what I'd say if I did, because Blake doesn't seem exactly repentant. "Anyway," he turns hesitantly toward Dan, as if he's afraid I'm going to hit him for it, and I might if he doesn't watch himself. "Dan, I was thinking you might be interested in coming over to SCAD, where I'm a dance student. Check it out, see if you like it. You can't get a 4-year degree in dance, but you can minor in it." Savannah College of Art and Design, right? Dan is beaming with interest now. Yeah, that's right. Do they have a writing program? Writing, illustration, fashion, photography, you name it. Oh, Julian, photography. Dan nudges me with his elbow. Not that you need classes or anything, since you're already amazing, but it might be fun. I frown. Dan, you do realize that dance is not a very practical area of study, right? Neither is writing, for that matter. As soon as the words are out of my mouth and I see the smile falter on Dan's face, I'm ashamed. It disturbs me on a deep level that if I looked in the mirror right now, I would probably see my father looking back at me. Is that really how I feel? You're right, Dan says, inexplicably deferring to me, and I realize that he's been doing that all along. He looks up to me, trusts me, like I know something he doesn't. No, I'm not, I tell him. He raises his brows in surprise. What? I'm not right, Dan. You are. Doing the things you're passionate about is what's important in life. I'm just spouting off something someone told me. And he was wrong, too. You really think so? I laugh. Actually, I'm just trying to make you feel good. You'd probably suck at business. Dan's smile stretches so wide it practically overtakes his face. Julian Wakefield, I think you like me. I blush and dig my shoe into the floor, unable to meet his gaze. See? He won't admit it, but he likes me, he tells Blake. The dancer looks confused. And you know this because he insulted you and said you'd suck at business? No, because he said he was trying to make me feel good. He never does that. Okay, whatever you say. Blake hands Dan his cell phone. Your digits, please? Dan taps them in. I'll call you to talk about the dance program, just in case you're interested. I can see you're busy tonight. He glances sideways at me. Unless you two want company. Dan smiles and opens his mouth to speak, but I cut him off before he has the chance. No, thank you. We'll do just fine on our own. I grab Dan by the hand and pull him toward the door. Where's Avery? He asks, trotting to keep up with me as I stride briskly through the club lobby. The lady who collected our money earlier smiles and waves as we pass. She took the car and left. Oh no, was she pissed? I can feel the tension in him by the way he squeezes my hand. I look back at him. Thankfully, no. She really had me believing she was into you, but apparently she couldn't care less. Damn. Dan pokes out his bottom lip. Don't worry about sparing my feelings or anything. You know what I mean. I pull him firmly against my side as we step out into the cold night air and make our way down the rain-dampened sidewalk toward home, joining the sparse population of strolling tourists and local partiers. So that means we have to walk home? Should we catch a cab or something? Nope. Believe it or not, we're only a mile from the house, and the Savannah River is just right over there. I wrap an arm around his shoulders on instinct, but there's still something inside me that urges me not to. That persistent little voice inside my head thinks this is really, really wrong. Touching him in the gay club was one thing. This is something entirely different. This is the real public, and a lot of people know me in this town. I look straight ahead, my arm and my gait stiff, feeling increasingly uncomfortable and trapped. I've done it now. How do I take it back? Dan seems to sense my hesitation, and he nudges gently against my side, shrugging out from beneath my arm and speaking to me in a soft voice. We don't have to do this if it makes you uncomfortable, Julian. The last thing I want is to push you into something you're not ready for. I'll admit I got a little crazy back there in the club, and at the beach house. But there's nothing that says we can't just stop this right now. I can just take your sister to her ball and then go back to SSU. No harm done. We can forget this ever happened if you want. We walk in silence for a few tense moments. Then I stop in the middle of the sidewalk and face him, ignoring the occasional stares we're drawing from curious passers-by. Is that what you think we should do, Dan? Forget anything ever happened between us? I look into his eyes, trying to read him under the yellow glow of the street lamps. Would it really be that easy for you to forget? No, I don't want that, but I thought it might be what you want. His eyes search mine. I want you. It's all I can think to say, because truthfully, it's the only thing I know for sure at this point. Everything else is just a swirling vortex of confusion and fear that I'm trying to keep out of, but that one undeniable fact shines like a beacon. Dan grabs my belt loops and pulls me close. You're gonna make me drive this relationship, aren't you? He pecks me gently on the lips. I'll do it, but I should warn you I'm not very good at driving. I don't even have a car, you know. I'm perfectly capable of driving, I growl, on the verge of being offended. He laughs. Yeah, I know. You're like all intimidating and powerful and shit. Sexy as hell and always in control. Except when it comes to this. He draws an imaginary line between our chests and follows it back again. To you and me. Is there a you and me? I ask. I mean, what exactly is going on here? He thinks for a moment. I don't know. I start to walk again, and he falls into step beside me. I've just never been here before. I don't want to be ridiculous about it. Do something wrong. I feel like I want some guidelines or rules, but there are no rules for a thing you can't even name. Well, why don't we each just do exactly what we feel like doing? He hooks his fingers tentatively around mine. Like if I want to hold your hand, I do it. If you want to touch me, you do it. If you want to tell me I'm the greatest person ever born and you can't live without me, then you do it. But if anything I do or say makes you uncomfortable or feels too fast, you tell me and vice versa. Maybe we can figure things out that way. Sort of make up the rules as we go. Sounds reasonable, I admit. I don't let go of his hand all the way home. The logical part of my brain keeps trying to step up and argue that what I'm doing is not smart, but it's getting harder and harder to listen to that nagging voice. The truth is, I'm beginning not to give a damn about logic or propriety or any antiquated notions of what's right and wrong, acceptable or unacceptable. All I know is that it feels so incredibly good to be with Dan, to touch him and talk to him. As long as I'm near him, I feel good. When I'm away from him, or when I feel I'm not allowed to have him, I feel desperate. Every hour that passes finds me increasingly more confused about why I've ever denied myself what I wanted in the first place. It makes absolutely no sense. That realization is like a lightning strike to the brain. As soon as I've thought it, desire comes full circle and meets back up with logic, and happiness seems possible for the first time. I may not be ready to come out to the world, but I know something now that makes it inevitable. What I need is what I want, and that makes all the sense in the world. Chapter 13. You want to go sit in the library for a while? Dan nods silently, and I close the back door behind us and lead the way down the hall toward my favorite room, where I feel safe. Now that we're in the house, things between us seem a lot different than they did only moments before, and we're both suddenly shy, because something is about to happen. I have to press my hand to my belly to still the butterflies set loose at the thought of being with Dan, like really being with him. I can already almost feel our bodies pressed tightly together from head to toe, becoming one in whatever desperate ways we can think of. I know he wants me like I want him, because I can feel it coming off of him like a subtle heat. It's kept me warm all night, even walking home in the December cold. The way he looks at me with those eyes makes me want to lay him down right where we stand and make love to him. But I'm afraid. I've never felt this kind of desire before. It eclipses everything else in the world. Are you getting nervous? He cocks his head to the side and leans around me as we walk, trying to catch my eye. No. He laughs under his breath like he knows I'm lying. Of course he knows. Reaching over and taking my hand, not a full handhold, but more like a gentle clasping of fingertips, he smiles. Me too. I lean over to kiss him, but just as my lips brush his, he snatches abruptly away and drops his hand from mine. As we come around the library doorway, I understand what spooked him. The room is full of people. My father and mother, Hannah and her father, and Avery are gathered there. And they all look uncomfortable. There's only one thing that could bring all of these people into what is normally considered my private lair. They're waiting for me. It can't be good. Not with Hannah here. Thankfully, Dan heard them before we saw them. I can only pray they didn't see our kiss. Oh well, intimidation is always the best defense. Time to take the upper hand before they get it. I'm feeling a bit territorial, I announce, making sure my voice is heavily laced with displeasure. Don't you people have somewhere else to congregate besides my library? Don't you mean my library? My father asks, trumping my superiority as only he can. He glares at me through slotted eyes, and I have to admit he hits his mark as usual. I guess I shouldn't expect to be able to intimidate the very man who taught me everything I know about the art of intimidation. Julian, they don't... Avery begins, but my father holds up a hand to silence her. Being just as susceptible to him as I am, she shuts up. Hannah looks at Avery for a moment, then averts her eyes in shame. She doesn't look in our direction at all. Dan is wide-eyed, no doubt confused as to how he should react to all of this. I have a strong urge to protect him from whatever is about to go down, but my usual ability to navigate shark-infested social waters is failing me in this particular situation, leaving me terrified for both of us. I nod at Hannah as her eyes finally skate past me, but she doesn't react. Oh, for heaven's sake, my mom says, coming over to stand between me and Dan. Would you people come out with it already? We don't have all night. She grabs onto both mine and Dan's hands like we're playing a game of Red Rover. Frank is angry, my dad says, and rightly so. Julian asked Hannah out on a date this morning, but then he apparently did something to hurt her feelings. He's seeing someone else, Frank blurts. He asked my daughter out while he's seeing someone else, and she was humiliated when she found out. The date wasn't exactly my idea, I point out. I just came to talk to Dad like he asked, and I got ambushed. I look at Hannah. Sorry, hon. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. This is about them, not you. My mom speaks up, anger creeping into her voice. I can't believe you men are still trying to set these two kids up after all these years. You can't make two people fall in love. I mean, this is not the Middle Ages. Arranged marriages are a thing of the past. Jesus, Tara, my dad says. That's not what we're trying to do. It's just that the two of them are so perfect for each other, always have been. They're not going to find anyone better for them out there. Why can't they see that? To you, they're a great match, but they only see each other as close friends. They used to like each other in high school. My dad starts pacing. They were inseparable, went to the dances together. Julian was her escort at her cotillion, for God's sake. That's got to mean something. I let go of my mom's hand and approached my dad. We were teenagers, Dad. You guys wanted us to do those things together, so we did. To please you. In our minds, we were just friends. Best friends, right, Hannah? Pinky buddies forever? I crook my pinky finger and hold it out toward her, but she just looks sullen and awkward. No! Frank takes a few aggressive steps in my direction. Hannah always loved you. Were you just pretending to love her back? She truly thought you two would be together one day. Daddy, don't. Hannah looks mortified, and a tear squeezes out of the corner of her eye. Shut up, honey. This needs to be said. He points at me, a scowl etching deep lines into his tanned face. You led my daughter on, you bastard, and tonight you did something that broke her heart. I want to know what it was. She was hysterical when I picked her up. Don't you talk to my son that way! Mom is shaking with anger, still clutching Dan's hand. My dad turns to her. The boy's gotta start owning up to his mistakes, Tara. He's a first-class fuck-up, and you won't admit it. He's done nothing but waste time and money at school, barely passing his classes, staying drunk all the time, disappearing for months at a time without a word to anyone. What kind of behavior is that? Certainly not good enough for my son. What the hell is happening to our children? My mom stares open-mouthed at him. You find fault with Avery, too? What has she done to offend you? My father narrows his eyes menacingly at Dan. I don't mean to be insensitive, but look at the riffraff she's bringing home. This boy is... He grimaces and gestures toward Dan with his hand. Look at him. No money, no proper upbringing, no... He trails off again and gives Dan an even more disgusted look. God, what is going on with this generation of boys? When I was coming along, we were raised to be real men. He gives me the same look of disgust. Mom doesn't back down. What would make these boys worthy of your respect, Morris? Do they have to play golf every Sunday? Work 18 hours a day? Sit around with their buddies and make disparaging comments about women? Snare at people less fortunate than they are? Or how about trying to manipulate everyone they come in contact with? Will that make them real men? He laughs, his face smoothing into his signature impenetrable mask of self-righteousness. Well, for starters, our son is going to have to stop hanging around with this panty-wearing queer. Dan gasps, and the shock and hurt in his eyes is enough to make my heart stutter. Hannah starts laughing quietly in the background, a creepy-sounding little laugh that says she knows something she's not telling. But I can barely hear her now that anger has made me deaf, drowning out everything, especially reason. Before I even know what I'm doing, I've grabbed a handful of my dad's shirt in my fists and I'm shaking him. What the fuck is wrong with you, you sick bastard? I'm not going to let you talk about me that way anymore, and I'm sure as hell not going to let you talk about him that way. I pull his face so close to mine, I can see the pounding of the vein in his temple, the only sign that his outward calm is only an illusion. Son, it would be smart for you to get your hands off me before I lay you low. Don't think I can't do it. Oh, I know you can do it, Dad. I release his shirt and smooth the fabric back down, brushing imaginary lint from his shoulder. You're the kind of man who would bring a gun to a fist fight just to make sure you won. You're a dirty fighter, and everyone knows it. I don't want to fight you anyway. I just want you to be fucking decent. Decent? His voice booms out into the room. Look what you've done to this poor young girl over here who has done nothing but dare to love you. We're only friends, Dad. You've known each other for years, dated, been intimate with each other. We all thought we hung out, listened to music, watched movies, went to dances together. That's all. We've certainly never been intimate, never even kissed. My dad and Frank Garrison exchange a shocked look. And then they both glance at Hannah and back at me. That's a pretty hateful thing to say, Frank growls. I know for a fact you've been together, because your father and I are the ones who had to clean up your mess. All of the blood has drained from Hannah's face, and she looks like she might faint. She sways on her feet. I instinctively move toward her, readying myself to catch her if she falls. What the hell are you talking about, Frank? Frank sputters, his face turning beet red. I mean senior year. You got my daughter pregnant. Your father graciously paid for an abortion, otherwise you and Hannah would have very different lives right now. Instead of running around all carefree, you'd be raising a family. Hannah's knees buckle just as I get to her side, and I drag her over and lay her out prone on the couch. Then I turn and stare at Frank, squinting my eyes as if it will help me understand what the hell he just said. Mr. Garrison, I don't know how you got that idea, but Hannah and I have never had sex. Like I said, we never even kissed except a little peck on the cheek here and there. Bullshit, my dad bellows. I took care of it for you myself. I figured you kids had enough to worry about with getting into colleges, and I didn't want you having to start a family that young. But denying it ever happened is just poor form, son. Dad, why would you not even mention it to me? At the time, I mean. Hannah asked us not to mention it to you. She said she cared too much about you to burden you with such a thing. She didn't want you to know that she had done away with your child. She believed you would want to do the right thing, and none of us thought that would have been a good idea. You had a bright future ahead of you, and it all hinged on getting that business degree and taking over the company. I blink my eyes at my dad, not sure if I can believe my ears. First of all, you just said that none of you thought it would have been a good idea for me to do the right thing. Are you so morally jacked up that you can't hear the absurdity of your own words? Secondly, I don't know who got Hannah pregnant, but it wasn't me. Unless my sperm seeped out of my lips and through her face because I told you the extent of our physical contact was kissing on the cheek. But I paid for the abortion, my dad says. Yeah, apparently for some other dude. I fix him with a smug smile that brings me no pleasure. Guess she thought you guys would forgive her if it was mine. Frank Garrison slams a hand down on the arm of the couch. But Hannah said, God damn it, I never slept with any of the girls I dated. I grab onto my own hair as if I'm going to pull it out by the roots. Not in high school, not in college, not ever. I feel the sliver of control I have over myself slipping away. Are you saying you're a virgin, son? The look on my dad's face says he clearly can't believe such a thing. No. I look down at the floor, ashamed that it's come to the point that I have to admit this. I've only been with, escorts. You know, call girls. I've never had any sex I didn't pay for. I hear low gasps erupting around the room, but I don't dare look up. Julian, My father's mouth is slack, eyes disbelieving. You can have any girl you want. My son doesn't have to pay for sex. I wanted to. My voice is so small now, the voice of shame. I keep my eyes trained on the floor. Of all the people in the room, I'm most afraid to look at Dan. I can't imagine what he must be thinking of me. It was just easier that way. Because they won't fall in love with you, my mom says quietly. I nod, stunned that she is the one who gets it. Morris, why can't you leave the boy alone? She asks, turning on my father with an expression of wrath. Hasn't he been tortured enough tonight and for his whole life? You two men have pressured Hannah and Julian until one of them is making up elaborate lies and fixating on someone she can't have, and the other one is dating prostitutes and disappearing for months at a time. I hope you're pleased with yourselves. Nothing wrong with trying to guide young people into doing what's best for them. God knows they have no idea what they're doing. You're so full of yourself, she says. I would trust Julian's judgment well before I'd trust yours in anything but business, and even that is questionable. Frank Garrison approaches his daughter, who is coming to on the sofa. Are you okay, honey? He helps her to sitting, and she puts a hand to her head. "Daddy, I've got to get out of here." She looks at me, then at Dan, and swallows. "I told you I didn't want to come here. This is so embarrassing, I just want to die." "Pumpkin, why did you lie about the abortion? I don't understand." Hannah starts to cry. A small trickle of tears at first, but it quickly escalates into sobbing. "It was James Elkin's baby. He and I were seeing each other, but you never knew. You wanted me to date Julian, but he never wanted me, Daddy. I couldn't make him want me no matter how hard I tried. I'm sorry. He likes—" Her words break down into sobs, and for a moment we all just watch her cry, waiting for her to continue. I have the urge to cover her mouth with my hand and escort her out the door, because I've got a good idea of what she's about to say. But I can't do that. It would be unfair to Hannah, and don't I deserve to be outed like this anyway? In some humiliating, pathetic, cowardly way? I think so, because I'm not brave enough to admit it. Even as close as I am right now to being found out by everyone in this room, I still can't muster up the will to just say the words, to get it over with. Jesus Christ, wouldn't that be better than continuing on with this miserable charade? Even worse, there are 3 people present who are very aware of how cowardly and how duplicitous I am. They know full well I'm keeping my lips buttoned, and they probably think less of me for it. I'm so ashamed, and still I can't open my fucking mouth and say it. My hands are shaking. I can barely breathe. My mouth opens just enough to take a breath, preparing to speak. But the words never come. Damn, rotten, hateful words. Even unspoken, they've ruined my life. Everyone is quiet, stricken. But then Frank Garrison speaks, and for a moment I think it must be the devil himself. Who else could be so cruel? "Baby, if you had kept going to the therapist about your eating disorder, hadn't gained all that weight—" His sweet tone belies his hideous message. "I told you boys don't like chubby girls. I told you. These society boys can have any girl in town just about. You have to watch your figure. Isn't that right, Julian? Maybe if she lost some weight—" I stare at him, unable to reconcile the man standing in front of me with the man I've known for most of my life. Suddenly it's clear to me why Hannah always seemed to have so many problems when we were teenagers. Why she had an eating disorder and had to see a therapist. Why she seemed to fall too heavily and too hard for guys and was so frighteningly depressed when her relationships ended. Her dad is a certifiable lunatic. Maybe if Mr. Garrison had gone to therapy instead of Hannah, his daughter wouldn't have been so emotionally unstable. Now it's all come full circle, and I'm right in the middle of it. But watching Frank come unglued all over his daughter is enough to give me the courage, or stupidity, I need. Someone has to stand up for the truth and for Hannah. I don't mean to do it, but I clear my throat. Hannah, you know your weight is fine. I always told you that. You're a beautiful girl. I always told you that too. Remember? She nods, sniffling. Remember all those long nights we spent talking about boys and love and stuff? And I told you that one day you'd find the perfect guy to appreciate you for the wonderful girl you are? Most guys are shits, Hannah. Hell, most people are shits, right? She attempts a laugh and covers her face, nodding her agreement. Don't let these crotchety old men fool you, sweetheart. Hardly any of us have met the person of our dreams yet. Look at me and Avery and Dan. Hell, Avery goes through crappy boyfriends like she goes through self-tanner. I've never had a relationship at all, and Dan— I glance over at him. I've never had a real relationship either. Even in the seriousness of the moment, his admission makes my heart beat faster. I look back at Hannah. See? We're all screwed up romantically. Apparently it's the rule rather than the exception. I smile wistfully as memories of our teenage years flood my mind. I loved you as much as I could, Hannah. I tried to make it work, but it just didn't. And you know why, don't you? She nods and draws her lips into a quivering line as fresh tears run down her cheeks. I want to say the words, but still my lips freeze on them. I glance at Dan, whose eyes are warm and understanding, and then to Avery, who looks like her heart is breaking for me. She nods and cuts her eyes to Dan for a microsecond, sending a silent message. Her eyes are telling me that it's okay to expose myself, and to expose her secret. She's saying she'll stand behind me, and in this moment, her support means absolutely everything. With everyone still reeling from all of the dirty laundry that's already been aired in this room tonight, I walk toward Dan, not knowing if I can make it over to him. It strikes me as strange that he's still holding hands with my mother. But that's just one of the many minute details that assault me during my slow-motion walk across the room. My feet don't seem to work too well, and once I almost trip over them. But somehow I'm finally standing in front of the guy who, in the space of 2 weeks, has changed everything for me. I don't know what I'm planning on doing or saying. I think I had some vague idea of a gallant speech, a brilliant coming-out speech that would bring the Pope himself to his feet for a stand-in ovation. But when I'm actually standing there, looking at Dan, wondering if it's okay for me to feel so close to him, realizing he's the only one in the room who can truly understand me, my heart squeezes and my throat tightens painfully. Every word that might have crossed my lips is now stuck behind that painful lump in my throat, and all I can do is stare at him with God only knows what kind of bewilderment in my eyes. I want to say it, but it's too hard. And then he smiles. He lets go of my mom's hand and steps forward, closing the gap between us. His arm winds around my neck, and he pulls my head down to his shoulder in a hug that communicates more than any words ever could. I sob against his shoulder, my whole body spasming in one big quake as I feel my tears wetting his shirt beneath my cheek. I hear a little squeak of emotion come out of Dan like a hiccup as he tries to hold it back. Then my mother's arms encircle us both with that certain warmth that only a mother's arms have. She rubs up and down both of our backs. "Shh, baby, it's okay," she whispers, and that makes me cry all the harder. "Did I miss something?" My dad's booming voice cuts through my emotional haze. "What the hell is going on here, for crying out loud?" "Well, Daddy," Avery says, as if speaking to a child, "if I have to spell it out for you, Dan is not really my boyfriend. Apparently, he's Julian's." Chapter 14. Dan. Talk about high drama. My body is tingling, I'm so amped up from it. I'm actually afraid people are going to start throwing punches right here in the library. Or worse. I hope Julian was exaggerating about his father bringing a gun to a fist fight, because I don't want to die tonight. Julian, son and heir of Morris Wakefield's fortune, has just dropped the biggest bomb possible on his homophobic father. Fucking nuked his ass. Maybe none of us will get out of here alive. But I'm supporting Julian no matter what. He deserves to live his own life, and damn it, I'm becoming attached to him. It makes me a little sick to think of walking away now. I'm in too deep. He sniffs against my neck, his sudden burst of tears drying quickly. The guy was so overwrought with emotion it was scary, but he's got good reason. Stifling my true nature for only a couple of weeks has nearly driven me crazy. Hell, I was crying on his shoulder in the beach house earlier in the day about the same damn thing, and I haven't had to deal with it a fraction of the time he has, or on nearly the same level. To wonder he's got any sanity left. I feel his lips move softly against my neck for just 1 second, in a tiny covert kiss that makes my knees weak. He wants me. He's willing to incur the wrath of his father and everyone in the room to have me. That knowledge alone means so much to me. I've never had anyone want me so much, or wanted anyone back the way I want him. I squeeze the back of his neck in acknowledgement of the kiss. I'm here for you, I whisper in his ear. No backing down. He stands up straight and wipes his eyes with the back of his sleeve, then draws himself up into his signature ultra-confident stance. All right, old man. He addresses his father directly, unflinchingly. Those are the only tears you'll see out of me over this. I am who I am, and if you can't accept it, then I guess we have nothing more to say to each other. For my whole life, I've contorted my goddamn soul to try to please you. But no more. This is the end of the line for that. His father doesn't say anything, and neither does anyone else. Frank Garrison stands off to one side, comforting his crying daughter. Avery's face is stoic as she watches the scene unfold. Julian's mother hovers nearby, offering silent support. Well, Julian says in a strong voice, if we're done here, Dan and I are going upstairs. Still, no one speaks. Mrs. Wakefield nods and smiles kindly at us, and Julian grabs me by the hand and pulls me from the silent room. Thank God. Once we're alone in the upstairs hallway, Julian pushes me against the wall and buries his face in the space where my shoulder meets my neck and takes a deep, shuddering breath. Jesus, that was intense, huh? Yeah, I say, but it was good. You did good. I cried like a girl, he says with a laugh. That makes two of us then. Remember the beach house today? I started bawling and latched onto you like some scared little kid. Julian laughs low, his chest vibrating against me, his breath warming the side of my neck. Nothing like a kid, he says. This is all man right here. He reaches lower to smooth the palms of his hands over my ass, and my body immediately starts humming with need. Let's go to my room, he says, letting go of me and pulling me along by the hand once again. We had big plans for tonight, remember? Yeah, I thought maybe in light of the events in the library you might have changed your mind. He gives me an incredulous look. Are you kidding me? After going through all of that bullshit, there's no way I'm not doing this. He pushes open the door to his room a little too hard, and it bangs loudly against the door stopper. He drags me inside and kicks it closed behind us before locking it. I was hoping you'd say that. I wind my arms around his neck and pull him in for a hot kiss. Tongues are everywhere as we lap at each other, tasting, devouring. I want to show him how much I want him, how much he turns me on, but it seems like nothing I do is enough. Nothing can come close to the magnitude of my desire. He unbuttons my shirt clumsily. He's in such a hurry to get me out of it. I reach over and do the same to him, and we're like two people who have never worked buttons before. Get this fucking thing off, he growls at me and starts unbuttoning his own shirt while I undo mine. Take everything off, I tell him, panting. I want to see you naked. He toes off his shoes and shimmies out of his pants and socks. I try to watch his every move as I undress myself, tripping over my own pant legs and nearly falling. Let me help you with that, Julian says. Already naked, he grabs me and steadies me, turning me around and walking me backward toward the bed. One of my pant legs is still around my ankle, while the other is dragging across the hardwood. When we reach the bed, He pushes me down onto it on my back and snatches my pants the rest of the way off. Then he leans over and grabs a condom and a bottle of lube out of the nightstand and drops them onto the bed. He stands above me, looking down with blue eyes that have gone dark with lust. His cock is hard just for me, and I suddenly realize this is it. This is the moment we've both been waiting for. No more pretending. No more secret longing and seemingly impossible wishes. This is real. I push to a sitting position and watch as the corner of his mouth turns up into a cocky half smile. He knows I'm going for his dick. I lick my lips, getting them nice and wet, and wrap my hand around his thick cock. I can't believe I finally get to do this. I kiss the end of it, open-mouthed, licking into the slit and slowly working my lips around the swollen head. Julian moans deep in his throat, keeping his mouth closed and his eyes trained on me, watching every minute movement of my lips against his cock. Fucking sexy mouth, he breathes. Feels so good. When he can't take my teasing at the head anymore, he threads his fingers through my hair and pulls my mouth down hard, thrusting up into my mouth just enough to almost hit the back of my throat, but reining himself in at the last second. He growls, and I can tell it takes a lot of self-control for him to keep from going all the way in. He guides my mouth up and down slowly on the shaft, and I can feel the swell of the veins as he gets harder and harder. Then suddenly, he pushes his cock firmly into the back of my throat and lodges it there. I look up at him, my mouth stuffed full, trying to breathe, taking in the beauty of his flat belly, his dark skin, the spread of black hair across his chest. "You offered your ass to me at the beach house," he says, his voice rough. "Said you wanted me to take it. Does that offer still stand?" I nod emphatically. He pulls abruptly out of my mouth and pushes me back down on the bed. Then he climbs onto me, nudging up between my legs and lowering himself onto his elbows until he's suspended just above my body. Then he slowly lets his body down on top of me. I thrill at the feeling of his hairy chest rubbing against my nearly smooth one. The hair is rough against my sensitive nipples, and I can't help the moan that comes out of me. Oh, God, I love that hair. I reach up and play in it with my fingertips. So hot. It sends a shock like lightning through my system, followed by a feeling of being cocooned and loved. Julian's skin is warm and slightly damp with a fine sheen of perspiration. His need for me is almost palpable, but confident Julian has taken over now, and it's a welcome surprise. I just watched this man have a meltdown in his library, crying on my shoulder in front of everyone. Now here he is with his eyes on fire. Blue fire. The look in those eyes is anything but uncertain as he moves his hot body against mine. His hips rut against me with a mind of their own as he claims my mouth in a demanding kiss. His tongue seeks mine and finds it, coaxing it out to play. He sucks both of my lips and my tongue in quick succession, as if he doesn't know which he wants to taste more. I sigh with pleasure. "You're so sexy," I whisper breathlessly between kisses. So... He rubs his dick against mine, and as if I wasn't already hard as a rock, I feel myself getting even harder. His balls caress mine, the hair there adding another dimension of sensation. I begin to realize belatedly, and much to my surprise, that Julian is amazing in bed. He's got a natural rhythm about his lovemaking that could rival any dancer. He may not be willing to go near a dance floor, but the guy has definitely got moves. He nudges and prods me, caresses in all the right places, and all the while his mouth devours my lips, my throat, the top of my chest, all at the perfect pace to build a slow burn inside me that has me about to blow. And he hasn't even touched my dick with his hand, or penetrated me in any way. I feel like a virgin being overtaken by some Casanova right about now. My head is spinning, the room a million miles away. I can't say a word, but there's no need to. There's no awkwardness between us as he touches and teases me, taking me on a very hot ride. After a few breathless moments, he hoists me farther onto the bed, slips lithely down my body, and folds my knees up. I take in a ragged breath and hold it as he takes my cock deep into his mouth for several long, wet, sliding sucks from root to tip, moaning his pleasure all the while. Then he releases it and moves to my balls, where he plays for an excruciating moment, teasing the crinkled skin with his tongue before sucking one into his hot mouth. I cry out when he does that, circling my hips slowly, encouragingly. He moves lower, tilting his head and covering every bit of skin from the base of my balls all the way to my hole with wet, sucking kisses, nipping at the skin in a way that sets my nerve endings on fire. At first, I don't even realize the sounds are coming from me, out-of-control keenings and grunts that perfectly express the dizzy need he's stirring up in me. Pure pleasure is the only way I can describe what he's making me feel with his skilled mouth. And then his hot tongue is at my hole, tickling the creases around the outside, warming them before touching the sensitive center and making me thrust up toward him to maximize contact. "You want more?" he asks in a teasing voice before spearing me with his tongue. So hot, so firm, so insistent as he wiggles it into me and makes me cry out. His lips surround my hole, sucking even as his tongue plunges inside as far as it will reach. Oh my God, Jesus, Julian! I'm breathing so hard I'm in danger of hyperventilating. Oh fuck! How can you... I thought you said you never... I can't even finish a single sentence. I'm a crazed little animal, my hips quaking with the insane stimulation. Then Julian spreads my cheeks wide and wiggles his tongue in slowly and deliberately, and I can feel him laughing at my loss of control and my crazy babbling. He slaps one of my ass cheeks playfully, making me yelp. "Said I never what, sweetie?" He climbs up my body with that look on his face that says he's the one in control, always. I said I've never been with a guy. I didn't say I didn't know how to fuck. He bites into my neck, taking me just to the edge of pain but not actually hurting me. I can feel his movements as he works the condom deftly onto himself and lubes it up. Still kissing and biting my throat, he presses the head of his cock slowly inside me. I feel the initial burn of entry, and then the delicious sensation of my body pulling him the rest of the way in. Oh, my eyes flutter closed, and I let out a succession of low moans, each one louder than the last. "You're a noisy little thing, aren't you?" He looks down at me and smiles. I turn 30 shades of red and stutter out an excuse. "I don't usually. Not really that much, not normally. Only with you. Well, I like for you to be noisy with me." As if for emphasis, he pushes roughly into me and makes me moan again. "Yeah, that's it. Let me know what you like. I want to hear your voice." I nod, unable to speak. Now I definitely feel like a virgin. I thought I was going to be showing him the ropes, but it's the other way around. How can he make me feel this way? He leans down to kiss me, and it's a sweet kiss that makes my heart ache. I want to belong to him, and only him. But it's so hard to reconcile his two personalities. The guy who can kiss so sweetly and cry on my shoulder, and the unapologetic alpha who can command an entire room of people with nothing but his eyes. He's so skilled at both roles, I almost feel like I'm being played. He could totally pull off the player who leaves a trail of broken hearts in his wake. The kind who can make you believe anything in the world, then leave you banging your head against the wall, wondering how you could ever have been so stupid. this moment, I don't even care if I'm being played. Let me worry about that later. Right now, I'm his and he's mine, and we're in heaven. I wrap my legs around his hips, grinding him even deeper into my body. I can't seem to get close enough to you. He chuckles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Probably not possible, but let's give it a shot anyway. I grab onto my dick as he flattens his body to mine and starts to thrust in and out of me. He's touching me everywhere he can, bringing every inch of skin he can into contact. Then he starts kissing me, deeply and thoroughly, without letting up. He's a master of sensory overload, fulfilling me in so many different ways at once that my climax arrives without any effort or thought. The myriad sensations simply build until everything spills out of me and my body is a quivering mass of tingling flesh, my mind unable to seize on any one thing or form a coherent thought. I'm still floating when I feel his body tense and his gasps fill the room. I'm vaguely aware of him rolling off of me and disposing of the condom. Somewhere. He chuckles. Are you okay? No. I whisper. I've fallen, and I can't get up. I muster every bit of muscle control I can and turn my head to look at him. He's gorgeous and disheveled. I've never felt so satisfied. You must be joking. He laughs and kisses the tip of my nose. I'm almost ready to go again. Waking up in Julian's arms is the most amazing feeling. Everything seems perfect. The way the morning light filters in through the plantation shutters, the crisp feel of the sheets against my skin, the smell of expensive cologne in man's sex. My whole world is alive with possibility. This isn't one of those casual hookups I'm used to, right? For once, I feel like a part of something, rather than just some sad tourist passing through. Julian stirs at my side, his skin rubbing mine, chest hair tickling my arm. I turn to face his sleeping form and chance a peek at what's below the covers. I don't think I've ever been so fascinated with another guy's body before. He's like something fresh and new to me because he looks different than everyone else. Or maybe I should say, I look at him differently. He looks like mine. I know I'm being silly. When I really think about it, I still get the sense that I'm living in some twisted Cinderella story that's about to end. Only I'm afraid, as usual, there will be no happy ending for me. I'll turn out to be one of the stepsisters while someone else runs off with my prince, or the prince will turn out to be a toad. Then I'll go back to dancing around on the fringes of life, watching other people living their lives, but never quite living my own. It makes me sad to think of it, so I stuff it down and focus on Julian. His chest with that mat of black hair that makes me want to crawl up in it and stay there. My eyes follow the thin black trail down the center of his body, beginning just below his sternum and continuing all the way to the impossibly dark pubic hair. I can't look at it without every inch of my body sizzling and humming. In the pit of my stomach, that needy ache opens up to swallow me whole. I don't know if I can ever truly have Julian, though. It seems a ridiculous wish. And even if I can, will it be enough to fill that sucking void? It's as if he's created a need so strong even he himself could never satisfy it. As I watch, his dick begins to stir and change positions, growing ever so slightly. I'm tempted to touch it, but I don't want to wake him. I'm sort of wary about what's going to happen when he wakes up. He could ask me to leave, and I'm not quite ready to do that. Get in an eyeful, sweetie. Julian's sleep-laced voice startles me. I drop the sheet and look up to find him staring at me with an amused smile, his eyes barely open. He's got that sleeping predator look, like there's a possibility he could pounce at any second. Sexy as hell. even in the morning. Shit, you scared me. My heart flutters in my chest, but it's not all from surprise. There's also a healthy dose of desire contributing to it. He pulls me close, flattening my body against his, my face against his chest, his hardening cock undeniable as it presses against my diaphragm. He rests his chin on the top of my head, and I can feel the coarse stubble catching in my hair. He groans. I could stay like this forever. Couldn't you? Yes. The word is barely more than a squeak. I don't know if he means it the way I hope he does, because I fucking mean it. They'll find us weeks from now, he continues, stiff in each other's arms, starved to death because we just couldn't bring ourselves to move. I laugh against his chest. But at least they died happy. That's what they'll say. I could live with that obituary. He plants a little kiss on the top of my head. We lie against each other for a while, our breathing easily falling into sync. My mind wanders, weighing possibilities, trying in vain to accept probabilities. What is this exactly that we're doing? I finally ask out loud. It embarrasses me to no end to ask the question, but it's the only way I'm going to get the answer. He puts a hand on my shoulder and rubs gentle circles with his thumb. I don't know, he admits. I guess it's me wanting you, and you wanting me. And both of us getting what we want? His thumb stops moving. I suppose so. I'm afraid to ask any more questions, because if I keep pushing my luck, I'm going to end up hearing something I don't like. Better to ride out the fantasy for as long as possible. Chapter 15. The cotillion takes place in the convention center at the Westin Hotel. They've decorated for the event with crisp white tablecloths, linen-draped chairs tied with elaborate ribbons, crystal snowflake chandeliers dangling from the ceiling, and huge ice sculptures. It's no high school dance, that's for sure. Someone has spent a lot of money making sure this event is top-notch. We arrive in the early afternoon to do a quick run-through, skipping the dance portion. We've had enough waltz classes over the last week that everyone should be able to do it in their sleep by now. After the run-through, it's off to the hotel spa. There are 9 debutantes being presented with 9 dates, so they've cleared out the entire spa to take care of all of us. We each get a massage, a seaweed wrap, a candlelit hot tub mineral soak, a facial, and our hair styled. Additionally, the guys get shaved and the girls get their makeup done. Several hours later, Avery and I emerge from the spa feeling and looking fresh. Okay, I tell her, I'm ready to take over the world. I've never felt this damn good in my entire life. She laughs her girlish laugh. Nothing like a spa treatment, huh? I would have been saving up my allowance and getting this done monthly if I'd known it could make me feel this good. Forget drugs. You do drugs? She asks, alarmed. No, silly, I smile. Well, not really. I've tried a few things. Oh, well, I guess that's okay. I pull her hair like I've seen Julian do several times, and I'm instantly self-conscious that I've adopted his pet move. She doesn't seem to notice, though. She just laughs and looks at me with an expression of genuine affection that warms my heart. Before, I was worried that she was getting the wrong idea about us, but now I realize that she was just showing her fondness for me. A fondness that seems to have increased since the big scene in the club and the library. Thank you, Avery. My eyes nearly water with the strong emotions I'm suddenly feeling. For what? I wipe a tear from the corner of my eye before it can fall. For being so understanding about the thing between me and Julian. I know it came as a shock to you, and it kind of threw a monkey wrench into your plans. It's hard, you know? So rare to meet someone you actually like. It was hard to say no to that feeling. She chuckles softly and puts her arms around my neck. It's okay, Dan. You don't have to feel bad about anything. What you and I had was an arrangement, and selfish on my part. What's happened between you and Julian is real. It's very exciting, even for me. I'm so happy for both of you I could just die. Well, I blush and look away. It's not like it's serious or anything. We don't even know each other that well. She thrusts her hip out in that saucy way that she does when she has a point to make. Believe me, you know my brother better than anyone except maybe me and my mom. He just doesn't share himself with anyone at all. I told you he was different than he seemed when you first meet him. Most people just don't get to see past that, because he won't let them. So when you say it's not serious, and that you don't know each other, please forgive me if I don't see it quite that way. So you think he really likes me? I can't stop myself from asking the question, even if it makes me sound like an idiot. The smile that spreads across her face alone is enough to make me feel better. Oh yeah, I've never seen him so taken by a person. You have no idea how happy it makes me when I see the way he looks at you. It was obvious he liked you that very first day in the kitchen, and it's just gotten stronger every day. So it didn't surprise you? I mean, I thought no one knew about him. You know, she laughs as if I've just said something unbelievably hilarious. Of course I knew. He's my brother. I mean, didn't you know? I frown. From the first time we met? No. I knew I thought he was hot as hell. I feel my face turning red when I remember I'm talking to the guy's sister, but she doesn't bat an eye, so I go on. He was so appealing to me, but so intimidating. I had no idea he might be attracted to me, too. Thought he hated my guts. He called me a pansy, remember? She laughs again. I knew you would take him seriously, but I was about to die laughing inside when he started talking like that. He can be such an ass. He's wonderful, isn't he? I just smile back, because I would feel stupid fawning over him, but yeah, I do think he's wonderful. Too wonderful for me. Which brings to the forefront of my mind something that is nagging at me more and more as the time to go back to school draws near. Is Julian just going to let me go? Is this just a vacation fling for him? I don't know exactly what I expect from him, but the thought that he might be satisfied with ending things before they even get started fills me with dread. Dan, what is it? Avery is staring at me with a concerned expression, and I realize that everything I've been thinking has probably been playing across my face like a movie. Nothing. Let's just focus on getting you presented to society tonight. Is it true that they refer to this as coming out? Avery snickers. Yes, this is my official coming out party. Pretty funny, huh? Yeah, pretty funny. I don't feel much like laughing, though. Right now, all I want to do is see Julian and know that he's not finished with me yet. Okay, boys and girls, get ready. Mrs. Snell, a stout woman in a frilly dress, wades through the group of debutantes and dates. Her bright red lips are drawn into a thin line, her eyes darting from one person to another as if she's looking for flaws. As organizer of the function, she takes her job very seriously, and she looks more nervous than any of us. I'm a little nervous too, mainly because I want to do Avery justice. This is her big night, and it's important to me to get it right for her. She grabs my hand with her white-gloved fingers and smiles, her eyes lighting up. This is it, Dan. You ready? Yeah. After all the practicing we've done, I've got it down. Don't worry. Oh, I'm not worried about your performance. You'll do great. And guess what? She scans the room. You are by far the best-looking guy here. I am so proud. She runs a finger down the lapel of my tux. And this thing is perfect on you. My God, you look stunning. Stunning? That's what I should be saying to you. She twirls around, giving me a more complete look at her white gown. It contrasts beautifully with her dark hair, And those blue eyes are even clearer than usual because of the dark coating of black mascara and false lashes she's wearing. I don't know if she's right about me being the best-looking escort, but she's hands down the most gorgeous debutante. We all line up to go out, and I can hear the voice of the announcer droning out into the crowd. There's a round of applause after each debutante completes her walk, followed by a long pause before the next is announced. My heart begins to crawl up into my throat as I get more and more nervous. This is much worse than speaking in front of class. We're the fourth couple to walk, and by the time we get pushed out onto the catwalk, my knees are knocking. Avery squeezes my hand hard to calm me down, but it doesn't work very well. It takes every bit of effort I have to get myself to walk forward. My eyes lift from one blurry face to another as we walk, recognizing only a few seated around the tables. Zach, looking dapper in a tux, Hannah sitting miserable and shockingly unkempt next to her father, the Wakefields watching with excitement from a table near the front. Julian is with his parents, looking otherworldly with his perfectly fitted black tux that matches my own, and those clear electric blue eyes. He's so gorgeous, it takes my breath away. Did I actually wake up in his bed this morning? Unbelievable. He's staring intently at me, his eyes never wavering from mine, even though his sister is supposed to be the center of attention. I feel almost guilty taking his focus off of her, but the guilt can't quite get a foothold because of the elation. Jesus, I'm crushing so hard. Can he tell? I'm barely conscious of the applause as Avery and I finish her walk and go to stand in line and wait for the dance to begin. The other 5 debutantes go by in a blur, because now all I can think about is Julian and the way he was looking at me. I can't see him from where we're standing, but I can still picture him clearly in my mind. And suddenly, Avery is nudging me toward the dance floor in the center of the ring of tables. Shit, I'm supposed to be leading. Some escort I am. I take over, moving on autopilot, and we float through what seems like the longest waltz of all time. I'm not nervous now. This is dancing, my territory. Then we're done, and it's as if it never happened. People begin to mingle, most of them drifting toward the long food tables laden with all sorts of fancy gourmet dishes and cakes. Want to go eat? Avery asks, her eyes wide. Neither of us have eaten more than a nibble, not wanting to feel bloated or look fat for our big night. Now apparently it's caught up with her. Nah, I couldn't eat right now if my life depended on it. I put a hand to my stomach and grimace, feeling it quiver nervously. Then my eyes search unconsciously for Julian before I even realize it. Okay, I understand. She gives me a knowing smile. I'll just be over there if you need me. Then she glances over my shoulder at something behind me. Someone is looking for you. I spin around and come face to face with Julian. Hey, I squeak out. Hey. His voice is smooth, nothing like mine. Nice tux. Yours isn't bad either. Looks familiar. We stare at each other for a long moment. Funny how we were just intimate this morning, lying naked in bed together, and now we're as nervous as if we've never touched. Of course, we're also in public, which adds a whole different spin on things. I want to reach out and touch him, but I can't. Not here. You look so fucking good. He whispers low, where only I can hear, even as people move all around us. I can't even compare to you. I see the pleasure in his eyes at my words. I feel so weird, he says, the corner of his mouth quirking up ever so slightly. Yeah, me too. I glance around. If we keep standing here staring at each other and whispering, people are going to get the wrong idea. Or the right one. Maybe we should go somewhere else. Somewhere private where no one can see us. My stomach bottoms out. I'll follow wherever you go. Without saying anything more, He turns and walks toward the edge of the room, slipping into a hidden hallway that leads to several rooms in the backstage area. I follow, keeping my distance, trying to look casual. He tries a locked door, then finds the second one unlocked and sidesteps inside. When I follow him into the pitch-dark room, he grabs me and pulls me firmly against his body as the door swings closed behind us. The heat of his breath against my throat sends goosebumps racing along the surface of my skin, and I sigh, wrapping my arms around his waist. I can only imagine what we would look like if anyone could see us. Two guys in matching tuxes hanging on to each other so desperately. Or at least it feels desperate to me. I just need to touch you for a minute. His lips move seductively against the side of my neck, reminding me of the delicious feel of his skilled lips on other parts of my body. I hate being in public. I just want to be able to grab you whenever I want. It was killing me. His voice is so needy it almost breaks my heart. It's also surprising. Here I was imagining the worst, that my feelings for him were one-sided, and now he goes and does this. I search for his lips with mine in the dark, and our mouths come together in a hungry, fumbling kiss. I wanted you too. I kiss him over and over, speaking softly against his lips between kisses. I thought I was afraid. Afraid of what? He slips his tongue into my mouth and toys lightly with mine before pulling back, waiting for the answer. I guess that this could all be over at any minute, I admit. That last night was a one-night stand. That maybe I like you more than you like me. I hear a low laugh come out of him in the darkness, and he presses another kiss onto my lips. What part of "I've never done this before" do you not understand, Dan? This is not minor for me, okay? This is like I've lost my fucking mind. I feel the same, I whisper. But this is nothing new for you. I think you'd be the one to consider it par for the course. I pull back and face him. Even though I can't see him at all. Yeah, I've been with guys before, that's true. But never like this. Then I shake my head as if to clear the cobwebs, realizing that I'm giving away too much. Shit, I don't even know what I'm saying. Strike that, all right? I'm sorry. Strike that? Julian runs the palm of one hand down over my ass, slowly following the curve all the way down. You didn't mean it? Because it sounded like you meant it. He leans in and takes my earlobe into his hot mouth for a second before releasing it in my ass at the same time and backing away. Before he can put much distance between us, I grab out blindly in the dark and latch onto his coat, spinning him around and pushing him hard against the door with a loud thud. Then I come up against him with a vengeance, rutting into him with the painful erection I've had ever since he led me into this place. He moans out into the darkness. Yes, Julian, I mean it. God damn it, I mean it. I want you, okay? So much I don't know what I'm going to do in a few days when it's time to leave. Does that make you happy? To hear me expose myself like that? I slam him with my body again, almost angry now that he's reduced me to this sappy confession. Fuck it. There it is on the table, and now you know. I don't give a fuck. Do your worst. It can't kill me, right? Jesus, Dan, what's wrong? Have I not made myself clear? I just don't know what you want, I say, my voice pleading. I don't know what this is. He wraps his arms around me and smooths down the back of my hair, comforting me. We'll figure it out, okay? Together. All I know is I don't want you to go, and I don't want to stay here without you. I don't want to not see you. I don't want to not see you either. I swallow, waiting. Stay in my room again tonight, then? His voice has a dark edge of promise, and my mind automatically goes to last night, to memories of what we did. How wonderful it felt. Yeah, I will. He smiles against my hair. Yeah? Yeah. I nod. closing my eyes and savoring the moment, committing it to memory. Whatever the future may hold for us, in this one moment all is right. I have my prince. We may be hiding in the dark, but he's mine for now. Good. Now let's get back out there before people start looking for us. It won't be too cool to be found like this. Julian lets me slip out first, then follows along behind after a few minutes. As far as I can tell, no one has seen where we've come from, though Avery does accost me as soon as she sees me. "Where did you two disappear to, huh?" She winks. "My parents were asking for Julian, and I had to play dumb." Julian saunters over nonchalantly, but when he's almost at Avery's table, his parents materialize seemingly from out of nowhere. "Hey, darling." His mother kisses him on the cheek. "Where have you been, young man?" His father asks sternly, as if it's business as usual. As if we all didn't have that enormous blowout in the library the night before. "People are asking about you. James Monroe, Bill Kinsey. You need to put in an appearance with them." Julian rolls his eyes. "No, Dad. I'm not here for that. I'm here for Avery." His dad looks pointedly at me, and I shiver. The man has a presence like no one I've ever met before. "These functions are not beauty pageants, Julian. They're social events, and as an important member of this society, it's your responsibility to mingle." "That's a total exaggeration, Dad. Nobody really wants to see me or get to know me. I'm just Morris Wakefield's absentee son to them. They're fucking nosy. They want to know where I've been and what I've been up to." "Well, what's wrong with that?" Mr. Wakefield blusters, pulling up the edges of his tux jacket and shoving his thick fingers into his pants pockets. "Simple." Julian gets right up near his face, challenging him. "It's none of their goddamn business. My private life is no one's business but my own. I choose who to share it with. Everyone else can kiss my ass." "Now you're just being ungracious. These are our long-time supporters. Without a lot of these men, our business wouldn't be what it is today. You wouldn't have that amazing roof over your head, drive those fancy cars, and have all of that ungodly expensive liquor you've been dumping down your ungrateful throat." "Actually, Dad, it's customers who support us. All of those men and women out there who drink liquor, restaurants and hotels like this one that buy our supplies. Those are our long-time supporters. Don't discount them just because they don't play golf with you or get invited to the cotillion every year. Hell, show me the guy who makes the buying decisions for this hotel we're in right now. I'll gladly shake his hand and thank him for his business. But Bill Kinsey? Please, he's nothing but a lying bastard. How many times have the police been called to his house for domestic disputes that got swept under the rug? And what about your best buddy, Frank Garrison, the way he treats his daughter?" Julian gestures in the direction of Mr. Garrison, who is chatting happily with a large group of men. Hannah skulks at his side, not making eye contact with anyone. His father looks away briefly. "That's none of our business, son." "And my life is none of theirs." Julian moves closer to his mother, who is watching with a wary eye. She clearly supports her son, but I have an idea that she wants to allow him to stand up for himself without her interference. Now, I have a debutante ball to enjoy with Mom, Avery, and Dan. We don't need all of the negativity you bring. Please let us enjoy the evening without pressuring us to pander to your golf buddies." Avery links her arm in her brother's and pulls him away, casting a dark look toward her father. No love lost there, I see. Their mother walks with us to the buffet table, where we all heap our plates with delightful little sandwiches and tarts. Now that Julian is with me, I have a bit of an appetite. There's caviar, but I keep my distance from that shit. Mr. Wakefield keeps eyeing us from afar, looking none too happy, but I try not to look in his direction. In fact, now that I'm more alert to our surroundings, I notice there seem to be a lot of people watching us closely. I guess Julian was right. These people are nosy, and they want to know. Like Morris Wakefield, they probably feel it's their right as a member of this privileged society to know the business of their so-called friends. Their eyes are hungry for knowledge, but only knowledge of a certain kind. They're starving for gossip. And just like that, it dawns on me that we're swimming in a tank full of frenzied sharks. And Julian and I are fresh chum. Chapter 16. Julian. Well, I must say, you were the belle of the ball, Avery. Zach's voice intrudes right in the middle of my trying to explain to Avery and Dan exactly what it is about photography that intrigues me. We all glance up from our seats around one of the many tables in the heart of the ballroom where we've been talking and sipping wine for a while. Zach, just fucking fabulous. Oh, thank you, Zach. Avery smiles graciously, but I can see the reserve in her eyes as she regards him. My sister is a very good judge of character, except when it comes to choosing boyfriends. For some reason, she's got a bit of a blind spot in that respect, but it's a flaw that can be overlooked in light of her stronger qualities. Dan, you made quite an impression, too. I heard a lot of breathless whispers going on around me when you came on stage. Mostly from the ladies. He winks in Dan's direction. Motherfucker knows he's pissing me off. I didn't expect to see you here, Zach, I say casually. Must be the first year you've gotten an invitation. He shrugs. Usually there's just no reason to come. Nothing that would interest me. He glances at Dan again, pushing his luck. How long are you in town for, then, Dan? He leans on the table and crosses his ankles, no doubt trying to look sexy. Just until school starts back? Or will you be going back to SSU? Dan stammers. I'll be going back in a few days, after Christmas. Oh, tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Not long to go. Why aren't you spending the holidays with your family? No car, Dan admits. Avery drove me here, so I won't ask her to drive me home when she should be spending time with her own family. She's already been so good to me. Avery pats Dan on the hand. Dan, I told you I'd drive you. He shakes his head. We already discussed this. It's settled. Zach turns his attention back to me. You here for good, Julian? You never know, I say, trying to sound a little mysterious. I really don't want Zach knowing anything about my plans. Maybe we could get together and play some golf or something. After Christmas. He smiles that sly smile of his that I'm coming to hate. I'll probably be busy. He pretends to look thoughtful. We'll see, when things get back to normal. And there's that glance at Dan again. Look, Zach, I say, making sure there's a hard edge to my voice. It was great seeing you, but we were just about to leave. We've got a big day tomorrow, and we need to get to bed. Bed, gotcha. He straightens up with a laugh and looks at each of the three of us in turn. Y'all have fun, then. Julian, I'll talk to you later. He winks and walks quickly away, weaving through the crowd toward the buffet table. Avery huffs loudly. I don't like that guy, Julian. He seems like he's trying to start something. Why are you friends with such a jerk? Friends? I grab Dan's wine glass and take a swig because I've drained mine already. I assure you the word friends does not describe what he and I are. Dan looks at me, his eyes uncertain, and it's difficult to meet his gaze. I've been mostly honest with him, but where Zach is concerned, there's a bit of a gray area. Let's go. I grab Dan's arm and pull him to standing, knocking him slightly off balance. Avery jumps up. Whoa, where are you going? Didn't you ride with Mom? I don't think she's ready to leave yet, and neither am I. We're taking the hotel ferry over to River Street. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and look at the clock. I checked the times earlier. If we hurry, we can probably make the 9:50 run. I don't want to have to wait another 20 minutes. I beat a hasty path to the exit door, sensing Dan running along behind me, trying to keep up. He doesn't say anything, probably still worrying about Zach. I know he is, because I would be if I were in his position. The ferry has already finished boarding and is just about to pull away when we reach the dock. "Wait!" I yell at the top of my lungs, and fortunately the guy hooking the gate hears me. The boat has bench seating inside the cabin, but there are a lot of people in there, and it's bright. Neither of us suggest going inside, choosing instead to stand topside where there are fewer people. It's more romantic up here, but also really cold. As soon as we get moving across the water fast enough to kick up a decent wind, I realize I've forgotten my coat at the coat check desk. Shit, that was my favorite dress coat. "I'll text Avery to get it," Dan says, his thumbs flying over the screen of his cell phone. "What about your coat?" "Don't have one," he says. "I don't think my leather jacket would have looked too good with this tux." I run a hand through my hair. "Damn, I forgot to get you one at Sebastian's. I'm so sorry." "Hey, you got me enough. Way more than enough." "Yeah, but I should have thought of a coat. It's December, for Christ's sake. I don't want you to be cold. Do you want to go sit down inside?" "No." He moves in closer, his eyes stealthily surveying the few people around us. "We could just warm each other." He shivers against the sharp chill. Suddenly, I don't care anymore what the people on this damn boat think. I just make a conscious decision to not be concerned. The fact is, in this moment, I want Dan so much more than I want my privacy. I want to warm him, and I want him to warm me, to knock the chill off of my skin and my heart, and to fill me with a sense of belonging that I've never felt before. I know he can do it. I've already gotten a taste of it, and I'm sure that if I could just let go of the fear that's holding me back, we would be so good together. I open my arms without looking around to see if anyone is noticing or caring. I just open them up, and he walks into my embrace, cuddling softly against my chest like a little yellow kitten. I half expect him to start purring. We stand like that for the longest time. I feel the wind at my back, cutting through my tux jacket, but I don't mind so much anymore. I think I've got Dan pretty well shielded, because his shivering has subsided. He's still and quiet in my arms. No one speaks to us, and really it seems again that the rest of the world has fallen away and left only the two of us. River Street is full of the usual revelers, most of them already glassy-eyed drunk and looking for some trouble to get into. A woman in high heels and a fur coat stumbles on the cobblestones and goes down to one knee before her husband can catch her elbow. He pulls her back up, and I wince when I see her bloody knee. "Ouch," Dan whispers, momentarily grabbing onto my elbow and hiding his face against my shoulder. "Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. Don't let that happen to me." He squeezes my arm before letting go. "Don't wear high heels and you'll be fine." He laughs, his voice mingling with the music pouring out of clubs and restaurants, mixing with the sounds of the people in the street to create a cacophony that's more festive than chaotic. Then he's pulling me gently toward a candy shop. That looks good." The line extends out the door and partially down the sidewalk. "Did you not get enough dinner?" I ask incredulously. "Because I'm so stuffed I don't think I'll be able to eat until Christmas dinner." He looks a little embarrassed. "I'm actually pretty full, but I've always wanted to try those praline things." His eyes take on a little pleading puppy dog quality, and I feel it all the way down into my belly. That's all it takes. If he wants it, I'm getting it, whatever it is. We stand in line for over a half hour, shivering and talking, making fun of some of the people we saw at the cotillion. I decide I don't want to walk all the way home in the cold, so I used the time to call a cab to pick us up just off River Street. When we finally reached the counter, I think we've both learned how to make saltwater taffy from watching the machine stretching it the entire time. "Give me an assortment of your best stuff," I tell the girl at the cash register, "and be sure to include plenty of pralines." She hands over a large bag of Divinity, pralines, fudge, and several flavors of taffy, and Dan's eyes light up like a little kid's. "You're going to get a cavity before we make it to the house," I warn, but he just smiles and takes a big bite of one of the pralines, his eyes rolling back in his head with pleasure. His tongue slips out to get the remainder from his lips, and I can't help myself. "Can I have a taste?" I ask. He clutches the bag to his chest. "Thought you weren't hungry." "I'm not," I tell him with a salacious grin. I grab him right there on the sidewalk and pull his head to mine, darting my tongue out and licking across his lips, sucking the sugar from them and savoring for a moment before pulling back. The expression on Dan's face is a mixture of shock and desire, his eyes hooded, mouth slack. He's frozen to his spot on the sidewalk. I know why. He can't believe I've just compromised myself in public. Truthfully, I can't either. But the need to taste was stronger than the need to protect myself, so I did it. I spot our taxi, parked on the corner just as I've instructed, and I wave to signal him. He pulls slightly forward. "I'm the one who called." I lean in through the open window and hand him my card. Then I snatch open the back door and pull Dan in after me. The warmth in the car immediately begins to penetrate my cold limbs, and I let out a little shuddering sigh. Dan laughs and snuggles in next to me, right up under me, so close we're practically occupying the same spot. "Where to?" The driver turns and leans over the seat, his eyes widening only slightly when he sees how intimate we are. I give him the address. "And, Hector," I say, glancing at his name on his license on display in the cab. "Take the scenic route, okay? Maybe a couple of spins through the squares." "Gotcha," he says, handing my card back and pulling away from the curb. "Let me know when you're done sightseeing." "What a nice surprise," Dan says quietly, depositing his candy bag on the far side of the seat and reaching into my lap. "I had no idea we were going sightseeing." His fingers find my stiffening cock and begin to massage gently through the fabric of my pants. I stifle a moan as I unzip my pants and fiddle with the band of my briefs, releasing my erection fully into his waiting hand. His fingers move over my hot flesh as the street lights strobe gently in and out through the windows of the cab, and Hector makes his way silently and deftly through the squares. Moving like phantoms through the streets of Savannah gives me a sense of invincibility, as if no one can find us, even with the guy half listening from the front seat. We're beyond time and space, beyond it all in some secret place that belongs only to us. Okay, and to Hector. If we could get past all of this bullshit that has my brain locked up, keeping me from taking any real action, I feel like there's a whole lot of bliss waiting on the other side. Why should I even be afraid of anything? I've got the world at my feet, more so than anyone else I know. Money, respect, power, ease. They're all mine. So why do I feel like I have to answer to anyone else in my life? Shouldn't I just be able to do whatever the hell I want and thumb my nose at everyone else? I'm not the only guy who's ever had to be brave to get what I want. I could just reach out and take it, right? Just reach out and grab hold with both hands and never look back. It's not like I would be alone. I look over at Dan, his face a cautious mask as he works me with his hand, making my whole body tense with need. Why does he look so worried? For the first time, I realize he's just as scared as I am. Somehow I keep assuming that he's got his shit together and that everything just comes easily to him. But the truth is, He's looking at me with that look of nervous deference that I've seen too many times. He's waiting for me to give him a sign, to let him know that everything is going to be all right. It makes me ashamed of myself. I've left him in the dark a lot where my feelings are concerned. Yeah, I've told him I want him, physically. But what about all of the other things? He's supposed to go back to school in a few days, and I haven't mentioned anything about my intentions toward him beyond that point, even after he had the balls to ask me. Even worse, he doesn't even know if it's okay to touch me. Doesn't know when I might push him away or run and hide. He needs more from me, and he's more courageous than I am. Sweet Dan, with no money and no clout, no vehicle, hardly any clothes, no power or influence. He's put me to shame in the courage department. And that is so sexy. I push his hand away from my dick and undo his pants. I have to stifle his cry of protest with a kiss, devouring his mouth that tastes vaguely of pralines and man. I wanted to make you come in a taxicab, he whispers with a laugh. Not me. I push him back against the seat and lower my head to his lap. I want this to be about you. Everything should be about you. I don't deserve it. He anchors his fingers in my hair and pulls as I take his hard cock into my mouth, feeling the velvety smoothness of the skin as I move my mouth up and down the shaft. I want to taste it, milk it, suck it so good that he'll never think of letting anyone else's mouth near it. I want to claim it right now for my own. How are you so damn good at that? He pulls my hair so hard it hurts, and I love the feeling, knowing it's his fingers causing the pain. Let him do his worst. He groans loudly as I reach down to fondle his balls, trying to memorize every crinkle, until I can't resist running my fingers under to find that little seam and follow it all the way down to his hole. I want to get in here again. I look up at him, and he smiles. If you suck my dick well enough, I'll let you do anything you want. Oh, a challenge? I turn back to the task at hand, wrapping my lips around the base of his cock, swallowing the head, working my throat over it. Dan's is the only dick I've ever put my mouth on in any capacity, but my hunger for it eclipses any feeling of inadequacy or inexperience I might have had. My instincts guide my mouth over it, my lips alternately tightening and going slack, changing up the suction, experimenting. Dan is great at providing tactile and auditory feedback, pulling my hair and moaning when I hit it just right. I love the feel of my lips dragging against his hot flesh, and the juicy spill of hot metallic cum as it begins to fill my mouth. As if his own orgasm has snuck up on him, Dan belatedly bangs out a few violent thrusts into my throat, punctuating each with a lusty cry. Fuck! I pull him off with a laugh, secretly pleased with what I've done. You boys okay back there? Hector asks with more than a hint of amusement in his voice. You need any help with anything? No thanks, Hector, Dan says, pulling in a deep, satisfied breath. Julian has got it more than handled. Just checking, Hector mumbles through a chuckle. We need to get home now, I tell him. Like fast. I move over to the far side of the back seat facing Dan, my back resting against the door. Bending my knees and pulling my feet up into the seat, I start to jerk off, looking at Dan and making sure he can see exactly what it is that I'm doing. I want him to see what he makes me feel like doing every time I look at him. He settles his back against the opposite door, a smile just touching one corner of his mouth. His eyes flick back and forth between my dick and my face, taking in every detail, licking his lips but not coming any closer to trying to touch me. We're there, guys, Hector warns. You ready, or you want another spin? Go ahead and stop, I tell him, my voice unsteady as I tuck myself back in and zip up. Then I lean across the seat to whisper to Dan. We'll continue this in my room. Dan and I both climb out into the cold that's been all but forgotten. I tip Hector generously, and he slips a wrinkled business card into my palm with a wink. Then we make our way into the quiet house. The only noise is the loud ticking of the enormous grandfather clock in the foyer, made obsolete by digital clocks and now cell phones. But the noise has always been comforting to me, and so I'm glad it has stayed. The others are obviously still at the cotillion, so Dan and I have the house to ourselves. I lead the way to the kitchen, where I fix 2 glasses of tea and hand one to Dan. What do you think about me buying the beach house? Do you think I should? I'm not quite ready to tell him the deal is already done. He shrugs. I don't know, that's up to you. Do you like it? Yeah, of course. Mostly I love the view. I don't think there's any question about whether I like it or not. I think anyone would like it. It's gorgeous and huge, and you're right about the view. He takes a sip of tea and cocks his head thoughtfully. I would think the important thing is whether it speaks to you or not. You're a photographer. You know what I'm talking about, Julian. Does it speak to you? It does now. I move to stand closer to him, setting my drained glass on the counter. Every time I think about it, all I can think is that I want to buy it because it's the first place I touched you. Cheesy as hell, huh? How much is it? 1.8 million. Jesus! Really? He sets his glass beside mine and takes my face in his hands, forcing me to make eye contact. Are you obsessed with me, Julian? There's a hint of a smile on his lips, but I can tell he's deadly serious. Yeah, I thought that was obvious. Not really, he admits. Not until now. You're talking about dropping almost $2 million on a house because it's the first place we made out. Is that okay? I feel like a child with his hands holding my face steady, still forcing me to look into his eyes. Way more than okay, because I'm totally obsessed with you too. Don't say it unless you mean it. My voice cracks. Just because I said it. Are you kidding? He lets go of my face and runs his fingers between 2 of the buttons on my shirt, like he wants to get inside, but there's too much in the way. So he changes his tactic and pulls the tail of my shirt and undershirt free of my pants and slides both arms up inside, rubbing the soft underskin of his forearms against my abdomen and chest, grabbing onto my chest hair with his fingers. I'm obsessed with this hair, he says softly, and with your blue eyes and your cock, so beautiful, and your nipples. He pinches one, and I suck in a quick breath, feeling my cock instantly stiffen, straining to be released. I'm also obsessed with your photography skills and your ridiculously large ego and your voice and the way you're always so in control of everyone around you. He leans in and kisses me gently on the side of the throat, then whispers in my ear, I'm going to miss you when I'm gone. And suddenly my heart seizes, and it feels like all of the air has been sucked out of the room. When I'm gone. The thought of him leaving is a dark cloud over my head, but I don't know if I could stop it, even if I knew for sure I wanted to. Do I want to stop it? I can't think about that right now. Let's not talk about you leaving. I open the refrigerator and grab one of the beers I spotted when I fixed the tea. I pop the top and take a long swill, closing my eyes, feeling the cold relief rushing down my throat. Don't drink any more, Dan says. He peels his jacket off and drapes it over the back of one of the bar stools, then starts to unbutton his shirt slowly. I want you sober for this. For this? I ask. What are you planning on doing to me? Fucking you. Isn't that what you had in mind when you brought me home? His shirt joins his jacket on the bar stool, followed by his undershirt. In a flash, I've got him bent forward over the island counter, on the end where there are no stools to get in the way. "Unfasten your pants," I tell him gruffly, and he hurries to comply. "Now drop them." As soon as his pants are around his ankles, I unfasten my own and pull a condom out of my pocket. Dan laughs. "Keeping prepared, I see. When you're around." What happens if someone comes home?" I turn his head toward the blinking lights of the security panel on the wall. "I'll know the minute they get near the house." I don't move my hand from his head, but rather use it to pin him to the countertop. The roughness of it makes me feel better. Controlling him makes me feel better, but it's got nothing to do with any kind of fetish of mine. At least I don't think it does. "Spread your legs for me," I tell him, and he doesn't hesitate. He presents his ass perfectly for me. Such a beautiful ass. I love defiling it. He pushes back even farther, and I accept his invitation, dropping saliva from my lips onto the hole and roughly forcing my cock inside. "Oh, fuck yeah," he says in a strained voice. "Defile me. Make me yours." Those last words start my heart breaking, and I lean even harder down onto my hand where it's immobilizing his head against the counter. He's leaving soon. "Keep quiet. Shh." I pound into him, spurred on by the involuntary grunts that are coming out of his body with every thrust. I'm probably hurting him. The thought doesn't stop me. If anything, it makes me fuck him even harder. I don't know who this guy thinks he is, coming in here and messing with my mind like this, but there's no way he's going to keep affecting me on this level. After he's gone, I'll be back to normal. It's like fate just decided to screw with my head for a little while, dangling a hot piece of ass in front of me. Of course I'm going to bite. Who wouldn't? But it's not real. Not fucking real. "Ow!" he cries. "Oh, God, it hurts." But he doesn't stop pushing back on me as I pound into him, feeling his ass spasming around me as I move in and out. The delicious warmth, the drag of the muscles clenching me as they try to keep me inside, the soaring of my spirit within my body, the rising come or die tension, the breaking of my heart. I don't know what all I'm feeling right now. Only that there are a lot of conflicting things driving me and that I'm powerless to stop it. I don't want him, and I want him more than air. I want to send him away, but I don't want him to go. I want to punish him for making me feel this way. "Hey, hey, hey," he whispers, pushing me away, wincing as our bodies separate with an uncomfortable pop. "Come here. Calm down." And I realize that I've gotten too emotional. I'm unsteady, breathless. He soothes me with a hand against my hair. Then he grabs his clothes off the bar stool and pulls me by the hand up the stairs into my room. I follow like a lamb, wondering where my strength of will has gone. He closes the door behind us and hops onto the bed, settling back into the pillows. "Take your clothes off," he says. I fumble them off and onto the floor. Then he pats the bed next to him, beckoning me to join him. And I do. As soon as I climb in, he pulls me down on top of him between his legs. We're face to face now, and I'm still rock hard, and I want him even more than ever. His face is so sweet, so understanding. "That downstairs was too impersonal for tonight," he says with a little smile. "I want you to make love to me, but I need to see your face, okay?" I nod, trying to swallow down a throat so dry it feels like it's made of paper. I reach over and get the lube, much more concerned this time about Dan's comfort. I squeeze the bottle, watching in fascination as the sparkling fluid dribbles down. Then I toss it onto the bed. "Ready?" My voice is so broken, and my arms are a little shaky as I lower myself. I feel like I've never made love before. I guess technically I haven't. Anonymous sex doesn't really count. and what Dan and I have done before has been more like peacocking and getting a desperate nut. But now that we're past that stage of first impressions, there are all of these feelings. Like on a personal level that don't necessarily have to do with sex. Maybe they were there all along and they were just eclipsed by the other stuff. But now they are here in full force, and I can't look away. Dan pulls me down and takes my mouth in a kiss that's both passionate and tender at the same time. I nudge up between his legs and slide right in. He's more relaxed this time and so ready for me. So hot, lifting his hips slightly off the bed and opening himself up for me. The relief I feel as I fill his body with mine is so profound, I make a little involuntary noise in the back of my throat. When I'm in as far as I can go, Dan stops kissing me and pulls away to look into my eyes again, bringing us closer together. That feels so good. He wiggles gently beneath me, gripping and shifting, making my cock want to explode already. I think our bodies were made for each other, don't you? Yes. I start to move, his words setting me on fire. He reaches down and grabs onto his dick, stroking it slowly, deliberately, to my rhythm. Biting his lip, groaning in that sexy way he does, eyelashes fluttering with pleasure. This is no prostitute I'm fucking. This is Dan, the angel with the green eyes, the only person who has ever really touched me. You're so beautiful. I tell him when my guard has dropped all the way down and all that's left is me raw and exposed, leaning on trembling forearms, kissing his cheeks, forcing my way into him again and again with staccato grunts of pleasure that are totally uncharacteristic of me. I can't not see you. Can't not be like this. I know. He wraps his limbs around me and pulls me so close I can barely move, concentrating my thrusts, building a heat in my groin that is so searing it feels almost cold, sharp. His hand moves erratically between us, his body quaking insistently as he comes close to finishing. I have the sudden urge to reach down and snatch that damn rubber off. Evil thing. I want to feel his skin on mine, and more importantly, to fill him with my seed, to leave a part of me with him. Become as one. Mark him. It's an age-old instinct, but the first time I'm feeling it is a revelation. I'm reduced to my basest self right now, as close to animal as I'll ever get. Not in a sexual way, but in the way that a man feels he must own and conquer another human being. Tell me I'm yours, he whispers, as if reading my thoughts. Still so much braver than I am. Yes, mine. I gasp as I feel his warm, wet love spread out between us, and I mark him with my own as best I can. At least the idea is there. And that will have to do for now. Chapter 17. The next day, Christmas Eve, I'm on my way to the airport to drop off my mom. She feels obligated to spend Christmas with Aunt Nell since she's her older sister and was just diagnosed with cancer earlier in the year. My father has apparently agreed to meet her in Atlanta later in the evening, which is surprising. That just leaves me and Avery and Dan at the house for Christmas Day. When the oldie station we've been listening to goes to commercial, I turn the radio completely off. Any particular reason you wanted me to come alone? Of course, she says. I wanted to talk to you. What else? About? What do you think? Her smile is the same as Avery's, and it warms me every time I see it. Mom, you're not making this very easy. Do you have to answer every question with a question? Why? You don't like questions? She cuts her eyes sideways at me and laughs. Just kidding. I just wanted to ask you about Dan, about what's going on there, and about how you're doing in general. I sigh and grip the wheel harder. Everything's kind of up in the air, if you want to know the truth. I went to Europe to get away from the drama, and it seems like since I've come back, There's even more than before. With Dan? With Dad and his bullshit, Mom. It's the same as before, only he seems to get worse and worse. I don't know if I can live near him. I've actually considered just taking my inheritance and moving away somewhere. You've got more coming, she reminds me, when you're 30. But he wants you to take over the company before then. I know, but I don't even care if he gets pissed and cuts me out of that one. Mom reaches over and squeezes my thigh. I would never let him cut you out of anything, baby. Not ever. But I've been thinking, what if we just sold the company and split the money up? You'd consider that? For the first time, the future glimmers with a tiny bit of hope. Mom laughs. Judging from your reaction, I'm guessing that sounds like an option. Well, hell yeah! I bang the palm of my hand on the steering wheel. Look, Mom, it's no secret that I'm not a fan of business. Not in the way that Dad does it, anyway. I don't mind running a business, but it's got to be something I'm passionate about. Mom looks out the other window, avoiding eye contact with me. Wakefield sells liquor. Seems to me you're pretty passionate about that these days. My whole body goes hot at the accusation. It just seems that way since I've been home. I've been bored. I'll stop after I get my own place. She doesn't respond to that, and I have to admit it does sound pretty lame. And what about Dan? She turns to face me again. Where does he fit into all of this? Anywhere? I cough out a laugh. Are you worried about Dan? Yes, I am. He's a sweet young man, and I don't want to see him hurt in all of this confusion you and your sister and your father have created. And Frank and Hannah Garrison, she shakes her head as if to clear it of negative thoughts. Dan is a good guy. He wears his heart on his sleeve, that one. He thinks he's hiding it, but he doesn't fool me for a minute. And what exactly are these feelings you think he's got on his sleeves? She smiles knowingly and looks at me from beneath her lashes. Well, honey, he's been smitten with you since the first time he laid eyes on you. It was obvious to everyone but the two of you. But not from the very start. Yes, baby. From the first time I watched the two of you together at dinner, I knew. Both of you were so cute, trying to pretend you couldn't care less whether the other one was even in the room or not. It was all Avery and I could do to keep a straight face. Didn't you think he was Avery's boyfriend, though? She gives me that sideways look again that says she knows way more than she lets on. Neither you nor your sister can fool me, Julian. You think I just fell off the turnip truck yesterday? Whatever that stupid saying means. I shrug and look out my window, embarrassed for some reason. I guess because my mother can see things about me even when I try to hide them. And if she can see, who else might be able to? It didn't surprise you? I fidget with the heater, turning it off and then back on again. Didn't what surprise me? You know. I reach down and needlessly adjust the thermostat. That I liked him. She grabs my hand, moving it from the heater and placing it gently back on the wheel. Both hands, please. And no, why would it? I was glad you finally met someone who tickled your fancy. Okay, Mom. You're really laying on the old-fashioned cliches today, and I don't even think you're old enough to use them. Learn them from your grandparents. I like them. They're fun. Yeah, they're fun, all right. Do you have any idea what my fancy is that Dan's been tickling? She punches me in the arm with more force than I ever would have imagined such a small woman had in her entire body, and I nearly swerve into the other lane. Jesus, Mom, you're gonna kill us. But we're both laughing. In fact, by the time my laughter subsides, I've got tears squeezing from the corners of my eyes. Her mascara is smudged, so I know she's got the same problem. It's a good day with Mom. Hell, it's a good day, period. Christmas Eve, having a great time with the woman who birthed me. A great guy waiting for me at home. For a little while, at least. What are you frowning about? Mom asks. Was I? I had no idea. Yeah, like the kind of frown you're going to need Botox to fix. What is it? I hesitate, wondering if I should tell her what's on my mind. I feel stupid enough even thinking it, but saying it out loud. Spill it, she prods. Okay. I was just wondering if you think it's crazy to want someone to stay, even when you haven't known them for all that long. Like, does it make any sense? Oh, of course it does. She gives me a look of sympathy like she used to when I'd skinned my knee. When people are really attracted to each other, when they have this unbelievable chemistry like you and Dan have, you don't just gradually come to appreciate one another in some vague way. That would be absurd. Instead, it's like lightning has struck. You can't get enough of each other. Your thoughts are consumed. You want to eat each other up, spend every waking moment together. I'll bet you didn't even want to leave him behind to drive me to the airport. A sheepish grin steals across my face, but I don't say anything. See, she continues, and I'd almost guarantee he's moping around the house waiting for you to get back. You can't deny emotion, son. And just because some people don't believe in love at first sight doesn't mean it's not real. At least on some level. It's gotta start somewhere, right? And maybe it turns out to be true love. Maybe it's only a hot flash in the pan. But if you put the brakes on, it won't turn out to be anything. So you're saying I'm not crazy? She laughs. I'm saying you are crazy, but that it's a good thing. Indulge it. Let it be what it will. Don't let logic kill love before it even gets a chance to live. I ponder for a moment, trying to figure out who the heck this woman is. I know she can't have felt these things with my father. How do you know so much about all of this instant love business? I hope I've worded my question in the least offensive way. I've felt it before, believe me. There was once this handsome, charismatic, idealistic guy who made my heart melt the very first time I saw him. And even though he eventually became jaded like his father and his heart hardened until I barely recognized him, I still don't regret following my instincts. People are people, and sometimes they change. But because of him, I got quite a few deliriously happy years, a ton of money, and two of the loveliest little children God ever created. I'm not about to complain. So why did he change? I've never dared to ask such a question, but now the door has been opened. I don't know, baby. All I know is that I shouldn't have let him go. When I saw it happening, when he started withdrawing, changing his habits, spending less time at home, even though I was angry, I should have reached out to him then. I shouldn't have let him go. We ride in silence for the last 5 minutes of the trip, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I can only imagine that she's reminiscing or regretting about my father, and I know what I'm thinking. That I need to get back to the house and give love a chance to live. With my mother safely deposited on her flight and on the way to Atlanta, I head back toward home. I've got renewed energy where my life is concerned. I love my mom. Now I just have to figure a few things out, and I think I'll be able to have a little bit of happiness for a change, instead of moping around asking why me all the time. The power has been mine all along. I just didn't realize it. I can't wait to get home, but there's something I have to do first. I swing by the best jewelry store in town and step inside, the electronic bell chiming at my back. Can I help you? The salesgirl places her fingers gently on the edge of the glass display case. No doubt trained not to leave fingerprints. Yeah. I'd like to get a Cartier love bracelet. No diamonds, just gold. Ooh, someone's lucky, she breathes. Yellow, white, or pink gold? I can't help smiling. Let's do pink. My personal favorite. I'll need her wrist measurement to size it properly. His, I correct without thinking. The girl glances up quickly but doesn't say anything as I pull out my cell phone and call my sister. Avery, quick. Grab a tape measure and measure Dan's left wrist for me. Where would a tape measure be? I don't know. Ask Mrs. Sprague. Tell her I said to make herself useful for a change. While I peruse the jewelry cases looking for something for Avery, I hear her bellowing for the maid. Oh, and tell Dan I'm getting him a watch. Don't make a big deal out of it. Okay. The phone gets jostled as she explains to Dan what she's doing. Then I hear him protesting, something about spending too much money. He says he can tell time on his cell phone and to please make sure I don't spend over $100. That makes me chuckle to myself. I can't wait until he sees what I'm actually getting for him. I won't even consider the possibility that he won't love it. He's got to. The salesgirl waits patiently while I get the measurement and then relay it to her. Snug fit? She asks. Yeah, definitely. She disappears into the back to see if they have his size in stock. You're in luck, hon. On the counter, she sets a pretty red box, the lid popped open to display a sparkling pink gold bracelet with screwhead patterns stamped into the gold at regular intervals. Beside it is a tiny matching gold screwdriver. You use the screwdriver to fasten and unfasten it, just like a real screw, she explains. The bracelet is too tight to slip off. I understand how they work. I hand her my bank card. Oh shit, almost forgot. Throw in a decent men's watch. Something not too terribly expensive just to throw him off. Few $100 maybe. And give me those unicorn earrings from the case near the door. My sister adores unicorns. She grabs the earrings and a sporty-looking watch. These watches are very popular and they're on sale. Want anything gift-wrapped? Just stick a bow on them and put them in the bag. I wave my hand to get her to hurry up with it. I'm tired of wasting time with chit-chat. Dan and I only have a few days before he and Avery are supposed to head back to school, and I want to take advantage of every hour. Don't worry, she says with a smile. He's going to love it. Such a lucky guy. I'll bet he's cute. Do you have any pictures of him? I glance at my cell phone. Not that I can show anyone. Sorry. I think the girl blushes at my admission, but I can't be sure because I'm too busy grabbing my bag and rushing out of the store. Chapter 18. Oh, look, Dan. Our favorite guy is home. Avery's lying on the sofa with her head in Dan's lap again, apparently getting a head massage from the looks of the roughed-up rat's nest of hair on her head. Dan is barefoot and wearing my jeans. I can't begin to say how much that pleases me. He doesn't say anything, but his grin lights the room. I hesitate. How am I supposed to act now that we're dating or whatever you call it? My mind grasps for the appropriate behavior in this scenario. I try to remember how other people who are dating act. Fuck, I can't remember. By the time I make it over to the sofa, though, it becomes a non-issue. My brain shuts down, and my body takes over the decision-making. I lean over the sofa and give Dan a kiss. I don't waste any time going for the tongue, either. Avery squeals and slips out from between us seconds before she gets crushed. Damn, Jules, I am here, you know. She scoots all the way to the other end of the sofa. I don't even acknowledge her comment. Instead, I drop my shopping bags onto the floor and push Dan down into the seat, climbing on top of him while he laughs against my lips and tries to speak. I missed you too, he mumbles before returning my kisses wholeheartedly. Hello, Avery says after I've mauled him for a good 2 minutes. Could you guys have a little sympathy for the single girl? I don't have anyone to make out with, and you two are so good at it. Makes me jealous. I pull away reluctantly, and Dan whimpers, the area around his lips rubbed hot pink by my stubble. He squirms in his seat and adjusts his pants, and that makes me smile. So you got Dan a Christmas present? Avery asks, probably just to break the awkward silence. I nod and hold the jewelry bag out to him. He looks confused. Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow? We always open our presents on Christmas Eve, Dan. Then we spend all day Christmas eating and rolling around the house 20 pounds heavier. Sounds nice. He smiles and takes the bag. We always opened ours on Christmas morning, but this is a cool way to do it too. He holds the bag in his lap, though, looking guilty and reluctant. I didn't get either of you anything. I don't have all that much money, and I guess I didn't really expect this to be such a personal trip, if you know what I mean. I was thinking business arrangement, not new BFF and new boyfriend. He stutters and chokes on the last word, as if he's not quite sure he has the right to say it. Dan. I remove my coat and my own shoes and socks, setting them neatly out of the way before settling in between Avery and Dan. I wouldn't like it if you bought me something. Buying things is what I'm good at, so you just leave that to me. You're great at loving and being fun and dancing and coming up with cool things to say. That kind of stuff is what I want from you, okay? He nods, and I can see his throat working hard to swallow. He opens the bag slowly and pulls out the watch box. It's got a nice red bow on it, and he leaves that on when he flips the top and pulls out the watch. Thank you, he whispers. It's so great. I reach over and put it on his right wrist. I think I normally wear watches on my left wrist, he says with a laugh. It's been so long I don't quite remember. I don't think it really matters, I tell him, silently chastising myself for not thinking things through quite adequately. I want you to wear it on your right, because I need your left wrist free for your real gift. He wrinkles his brow but allows me to fasten it on him without further argument, which makes me happy. It's just that I want to give him the bracelet in private, in a more intimate moment, but I had to have an excuse for the wrist measurement. I hand Avery the other jewelry bag, and she tears into it. Oh, Jules, they're beautiful. She holds the earrings up to show Dan. Julian gets me something with unicorns every year. My room is full of them. And Avery always gets me something photography-related, or just something brown. She retrieves a medium-sized box from under the tree and smiles as she hands it to me. It's been a long time since I've gotten you anything brown, jerk. And I can't help it that most gifts for men are brown. Brown keychains, brown belts, brown wallets. I tease good-naturedly as I tear into my package. When I see what's in it, I have to stop and admire it for a moment. It's a wood carving of a young boy and a little girl playing in a garden. The boy is filling a bucket with water out of a fountain, and the girl sits close by on a bench, a cat curled around her neck. I'm sorry, Avery says. It is brown, but it was special, so I couldn't help myself. It's okay. I swipe at the wetness forming in my eyes, smearing it with the back of my hand. I point at the cat. Is this Rosie? She nods. She was such a great pet. I still keep hoping she'll just show back up one day. She comes over and kisses me on the top of the head. I know you're thinking about getting your own place, so I figured this would be nice as your first decoration. A little reminder of home. And maybe it will also remind you to invite me over every now and then. You can come over anytime you want. I'm so sure you want your annoying little sister over all the time. Avery hands Dan his gift and he blushes. You guys really didn't have to do all of this. It makes me feel so cheap. Haven't we already covered this? I give him a hard stare. We give, you receive. Do your job, man. I kiss him on the lips to let him know I'm only kidding. I'd like to do some giving, too. He pokes his lip out in a pout that's so sexually charged it instantly starts the familiar tightening in my groin. Do you think maybe you could learn to Receive? Does he mean what I think he means? I watch him for a moment, as all of the blood rushes out of my brain and my erection fills out my pants. Then I lean in close and whisper in his ear, "Bring it on, sweetie." My dick is already hard just thinking about it. I can see the effect my words have on him as his breathing quickens and he touches his cheek to mine. Avery clears her throat deliberately. I don't know what you guys are whispering about over there, and I don't want to know, but if Dan would get on with opening his gift, I'd feel a heck of a lot more comfortable. We both laugh at her, and Dan rips into the package. Once the paper has been cleared enough for him to see what it is, he hesitates for a moment, speechless. Then he pulls an old book carefully out of the wrappings and tosses them aside. "Brideshead Revisited," he says with reverence. "How did you know it's one of my favorites?" "I didn't," Avery admits. "But one of the first days you were here, you mentioned looking for first editions in our collection. I thought that would be a perfect gift for you. I recognized that one from that lit survey class we had together, and to be honest, it kind of makes me think of the three of us a little." Dan smiles. "Yeah, I can see that. A little." "Well, I'm out in the cold on that one." I lean against the back of the sofa and stretch my legs, dropping an arm casually behind Dan's shoulders like I'm trying to cop a feel in the movie theater. "While you kids were reading, I was learning all of the practical stuff, like how to run a business." "And taking pictures all the while," Avery adds. "Stop trying to front that you're a businessman and admit you're an artist. If I remember correctly, you were pimping out your ghetto series to Photographica while we were reading that book. You don't think my business training helps me sell my own work?" She frowns. Guess I never thought of it that way." "That's because you have no business sense, Aves. Sorry to be the one to break it to you." "Hey, I have a question for you guys." Dan leans forward, almost scowling, which is unusual for him. "When were you planning on telling me about the Ghetto series?" I laugh, confused by his odd question. "I didn't know you wanted to know about it. It's the first thing I got published in a reputable magazine. Sort of a pretentious bunch of pictures, really, but..." I trail off when I realize he's not even looking at me, and doesn't seem to be listening either. Instead, his eyes are riveted on Avery. She blushes under his scrutiny. "Well, I didn't really know when the right time would be." I glance from one to the other of them. What the hell is going on here? They're still ignoring me, engrossed in whatever this weird exchange is between them. "Okay," Avery sighs. "Julian was sort of right when he accused me of planning this whole thing out. See, I'd known something was wrong for a long time, but I couldn't figure out what to do to help him to be happy. When he ran off to Europe, I was afraid I'd never see him again. Then you got up and did that awesome presentation about his picture, and the things you said. I just felt like you would understand my brother. It was like a sign, you know? The kind you hear other people talking about, but that you never thought were real." We both stare at my sister in stunned silence. What she's just confessed to us is a lot to swallow. At the club, when I accused her of setting me up, I quickly dismissed the idea as absurd. But as it turns out, she set both me and Dan up. Should I be angry? Should he? Or should we be thankful? "Say something," Avery pleads. "One of you say something." Dan glances shyly at me and then at her. "I'm glad you did it. It was sneaky as hell, and you had the two of us losing our minds, but I'm glad." They both look to me, waiting for my reaction. "How did you know we'd go for each other, Aves?" That's all I can think to say. "I told you it was a sign. I know that sounds like New Age mumbo-jumbo, but I just knew I had to make it happen. Remember how you explained that picture of the girl with the bags, Julian? Well, that's almost verbatim how Dan described it." You chose my picture to do your project on, Dan? He grins a mile wide. Apparently so, and now I understand why the first name of the photographer was Jules. But where did you get the last name Coleman? Our mom's maiden name. I'm surprised you remembered. What can I say? You made an impression. Oh, you so did make an impression, Avery says. You should have heard Dan gushing over your work in front of the class. I just knew you guys were made for each other. I feel kind of bad that I had to lie, but I don't regret the outcome for a minute. For the next couple of hours, we chat, eat the sweet treats Mrs. Sprague left in the kitchen, and sing a bunch of dumb Christmas carols we can't remember all of the words to. I pull out my camera and take a bunch of pictures, already imagining the digital album I'm going to create to share with Avery and Dan. When we're done with all of that, Avery goes to her room, and Dan and I take the back stairway to mine. I'm practically sweating to get my hands on him. He follows close behind me in the semi-dark, and when the stairs turn and we hit the first landing, he grabs hold of my ankle and trips me. I land belly down on the wide carpeted landing, and before I can get away, his arm goes around my throat and he mounts me from behind. Even through our clothes, I can feel his hard-on pressing up between my cheeks. The simple act starts a crazy fluttering inside me that won't stop. Are you going to fuck me now? I ask, my voice shaking with anticipation. Yeah. He unzips his jeans and pushes them down his thighs. Do you have a condom on you? No. I hesitate for a moment, knowing what I'm about to say is stupid, but also knowing I'm going to say it anyway. I've always been safe. Have you? Yes, he whispers, kissing the back of my hair. Pull your pants down. He lets up on me enough for me to undo my jeans and work them down my legs, kicking them off onto the stairs. Get on your knees. He helps me into position, then kneels behind me, spreading my ass and immediately licking my hole. I jump from the sudden tickle before settling back down and letting his tongue have its way with me. Oh, feels so good. Yeah, right there. The warm wetness of his tongue is so fucking erotic as he licks over me time and time again, getting me wetter and wetter, stopping to work inside with his tongue every few passes. I can feel my muscles relaxing even as my balls drop up close to my body, and my cock stiffens just to the edge of pain. I have to touch it. No way I can resist. I grasp it firmly in my hand and start to pleasure myself. That's it, Dan says. Stroke it for me. I love it when you touch yourself. He moves farther down and takes one of my balls into his hot mouth, and I moan out loud, Stop! You're gonna make me blow. I stop moving and clamp down on my dick for a couple of excruciating seconds. I'm not ready yet. I want to know what it feels like to have you in me. Dan laughs. Okay, you asked for it. He wets me one more time, spitting on my hole before pressing the head of his cock firmly against the opening and pushing only very slightly. Have you ever had anything in here? He asks. Like toys? I feel suddenly vulnerable. A few times, but I always tried my best not to, even when I wanted it really badly. Every time I did it, it made me feel like I was, gay. Dan chuckles and pulls the neck of my shirt down and plants a kiss on the top of my spine. His dick nudges harder against me, just breaching my opening, but not quite going in. Are you okay with that now? Yes. God, yes, I breathe. I want it. With you, I want it so much. I sit back against him, forcing myself onto his hard cock, grunting loudly as the discomfort becomes nearly unbearable. Then there's a sort of pop through and he's in. Oh, fuck, it burns. But I'm laughing, and it feels so good at the same time. Dan clings to my back, his breathing nearly as erratic as mine. Wow, that's hot. He starts to move slowly, gently back and forth, keeping friction to a minimum. Fuck, you're so tight. Ah, I've never barebacked before. Fuck. I love it. I work my ass even farther onto his dick, then pull nearly off of it. I grab onto my own cock and stroke rhythmically as I slide up and down Dan's, making noises I never thought would come out of me, and certainly not in the stairwell of my parents' house. I can't last long like this, Dan pants. He's barely moving, letting me control the motion, nearly whimpering every time I push back onto him. I glance over my shoulder at him. His face is drawn tight, and he's biting his lips hard, his eyes mere slits. As if I wasn't already on the verge of coming, seeing his face and realizing he's so turned on is enough to take me to the edge. Come inside me, Dan. Let it go. Make me yours. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I feel his arm band tightly around me, and he slams into me repeatedly, slicking me up with his hot cum, crying his passion out into the stairwell. I catch the first spurt of my own cum in my palm, and the added lubrication bumps my orgasm into the stratosphere as I fuck my own hand until I can't stand to touch it anymore. The breath I've been holding all the way through my orgasm comes out in a rush, and I slump to the carpet into a puddle of my own cum. Dan pulls out of me and bends to lick and kiss my sensitive hole, sending shivers through me. Then he falls heavily down next to me on the landing. I came inside you like you wanted. Doesn't that mean you're mine now? I nod, breathless. Yep. You haven't come inside me yet. Am I not yours? I do a half roll onto my side to face him, looking into his sweet puppy dog eyes. I'll make you mine next time. Then there's no going back. He licks sensuously into my mouth, and we kiss for a few endless moments, forgetting time and space and everything but each other. No going back. Let's hit the sack, I suggest in a lazy voice as I sit up and grab my jeans. Dan pulls his up from around his ankles, where they had gradually worked down to. Once he's got them in place, I slap his ass. I fucking love it when you wear my jeans. He laughs, and we scramble up the stairs, so happy in this moment, oblivious to the fact that within hours, we'll be facing a horror like we've never known before. Chapter 19. The sharp beeping of the security alarm jars me awake in the middle of the night, and I jump out of bed before I'm even awake, my heart beating erratically in my throat. God damn it. What the... Dan flies out of bed on the other side. Both of us are stark naked, stumbling in the dark. I glance at my bedside clock. 1:13 a.m. I snatch on my jeans, and Dan quickly follows suit. Then the two of us make our way down toward Avery's room. Her door is open, the room empty. We catch up to her at the bottom of the stairs, where she's standing shivering in the white unicorn pajamas I got her for Christmas last year. I run to the security panel to see which entrance has been breached. Front door, I tell the other two as I tiptoe toward the front of the house. Once I'm in the foyer, I peer around through the sidelights on either side of the door to see if anyone is there. Sure enough, a man is standing on the porch, shifting agitatedly from one foot to the other. I turn to the others, who are now right behind me. It's Hannah's dad. Fucking Frank Garrison. What could he want at this hour? Let him in and find out, Avery says. I'm going to turn off the alarm before it alerts the police and starts doing that whooping thing it does after 5 minutes. I can't stand that noise. It freaks me out. It's after 3 minutes, I correct, so you'd better hurry. When I open the door on Frank Garrison, I'm immediately struck by his wild appearance, his thinning hair disheveled. I've never seen him without his hairpiece, and in fact was unaware until now that he even wore one. His face is haggard-looking and lined, and his eyes remind me of the time I found that lost dog that had been wandering around in the cold for days. This is not going to be good. He steps inside and follows us into the library, where I turn on a light and head straight to the liquor cabinet. "Would anyone else like a drink?" I ask, holding a bottle up. "Where's Hannah?" Frank asks, ignoring my offer. "Does anyone know where my daughter is?" "No," Avery says, coming back from turning off the alarm. "Are we supposed to?" "I got a text message from her." Frank pulls his phone out of his pocket and reads from the screen. "I don't want to live anymore," it says. And she's attached a picture of a bottle of prescription pills with her name on them. I pour my drink, take a deep swallow, fill it to the top again, and move to stand close to Dan. He grasps onto my arm, curling his warm fingers around the inside of my elbow. Frank Garrison's eyes instantly follow the movement, and I can see the hatred on his face as he regards the two of us standing there so intimately in nothing but jeans. "So why did you think she might be here?" Avery asks, calling his attention from us. "Do you think she might be planning to come here?" Frank runs a hand through his sprigs of hair. "Not sure. I know she was devastated by that gossip post. That pig bitch Leslie Jacobs ought to be arrested for her hateful slander." Again, he looks at me and Dan. "What gossip post?" I ask. "The post about the cotillion on that infernal SavannahGossipMag.com. "Hang on," I say. "My laptop is over here on the table." Everyone follows me to the table and crowds around behind me to get a look. I blush several shades of crimson when I move the mouse to wake the machine, and it opens to the folder of Dan's pictures, including the naughty ones I transferred from my cell phone. I glance horrified at Dan, and he appears on the verge of both laughing and crying all at once. "Oh, Jesus Christ," Frank bellows. I just try to act like nothing is amiss as I close out the window and navigate to the web page Frank mentioned. SavannahGossipMag.com has been a thorn in the side of every socialite or wannabe socialite in Savannah for several years. Leslie Jacobs, the mastermind behind it, is known for her tactless approach and her seemingly bottomless appetite for causing human misery. Her snarky style, a heavy-handed mixture of modern blogger and old-fashioned newspaper reporter, makes me want to hurl. But she does run positive stories as well, probably for a fee, if I had to guess. The front page of the website is dominated by the story of the cotillion, and Avery shoves me aside, sits down at the table, and begins to read aloud. "Coming out in Savannah, posted by Leslie Jacobs, December 24th, SavannahGossipMag.com. This year's Christmas cotillion was held last night, and for the first time covering this event, I have to say, it was actually exciting. Not only was it a lovely crop of 9 young, privileged girls, but all hell broke loose on the gossip front. Let's just say it was a coming-out party like we've never seen before here in good old Savannah. From the beginning, there was a different feel to the entire event. Catering was the finest I've seen, provided by the iconic Elizabeth's on 37th. The decorating was also superb, with 5 beautiful ice sculptures and lots of fine linen. Dresses were edgier this year, with uneven hems and fewer straps and sleeves. Taking home the prize for best dress was Selma Edwards of Wilmington Island. The place was as packed as it's ever been, with seemingly everyone who's anyone in attendance. Longtime couple Gayla Bland and Theo Cart, both of White Marsh Island, announced their upcoming wedding after dinner, to a chorus of impromptu toasts. On the opposite end of the spectrum, there were whispers that Mr. and Mrs. George Belzer have filed for divorce, and indeed the couple were rarely seen within 20 feet of each other. Quite a number of young people we haven't heard from in some time made an appearance. Max Leland, Jerry Bishop, Sarah James, Hannah Garrison, and Philip Gray, to name a few. Just between you and me, At least one of them could have used another trip to the buffet table. But the real surprise of the evening came in the form of a newcomer to the social scene, Dan Fisher, a junior from Southeastern State University who escorted the lovely Avery Wakefield of Savannah. Mr. Fisher created quite a stir when he hit the catwalk, with a number of young ladies swooning at the mere sight of him. Small town, new guy, you know the drill. But alas, ladies, as I discovered later on, the adorable Mr. Fisher is already taken. Surprisingly, not by his date Avery Wakefield, but by her dashing older brother. Yes, you heard me right. Hang up your wedding gowns, girls. Julian Wakefield, the man voted most eligible bachelor in last year's Toast of the Town, is gay. Mr. Wakefield has been seen engaged in some pretty heavy PDA with Mr. Fisher on more than one occasion, and by multiple witnesses. A source close to the couple confirmed their relationship as official. Not only that, but it seems that Avery Wakefield and Hannah Garrison may be equally gender flexible. I know, some of you are skeptical, and I can understand that. So for those who require visual evidence, I have posted photographs below. Warning, there is no nudity involved, but some of the following images may be considered unsuitable for persons under the age of 18. After Avery's voice trails off and she scrolls down to check out the pictures, we're all dumbfounded. Of course, Frank Garrison has already seen it. The photos are of me and Dan in various places and poses. There's one of me with my head inclined toward Dan, an intimate smile on my face as I listen to whatever he's whispering in my ear. There's one shot from the perfect angle of Dan looking at me from the catwalk, and me staring back at him with a look of ridiculous admiration on my face. They say a picture speaks 1,000 words, and never has it been truer. Damn, hadn't known we were so obvious. There's a shot of Dan leaving the back room of the banquet hall, and then a matching one of me leaving the same area, smoothing the back of my hair down and looking as suspicious as humanly possible. There's one of us looking goo-goo-eyed at each other at the table, while Avery animatedly runs her mouth. One of us getting cozy in the shadows of the ferry deck. Well, fuck me. There's no mistaking that one. I'm starting to get the idea that Dan and I were being watched from the very beginning of the cotillion, which is odd. But then the next pictures clear everything up. Someone got pictures of the four of us at Club 1. Girls kissing, boys kissing, lap dance and all. And then a shot from behind of me and Dan walking home hand in hand. If I wasn't so appalled, I'd be in awe of the person who put together this amazingly illustrative photo essay, with pictures that gradually escalate from covertly flirtatious to downright raunchy. The photographer has chronicled an unquestionable courtship, and effectively outed me to the entirety of my hometown. Dan stands beside me, not touching me, not saying anything. I imagine he's being cautious, wondering how I'm going to handle this new development. I mean, this isn't some small thing. This is me going from straight to publicly gay within days. This is wildly disastrous, right? So why the hell do I feel so calm about it? Why am I not screaming or having a heart attack? Why do I feel the need to comfort Dan instead? To let him know that he hasn't done anything wrong and that everything is going to be fine. That we're going to be just fine. As soon as I whip some motherfucker's ass for putting my business on display. Because I know that skanky reporter didn't come up with the idea to stalk us all on her own. In the meantime, Frank Garrison is standing in my library for the second time in a week, looking like he's at the end of his rope. Okay, I say in a firm voice, reaching over, hooking my pinky finger through Dan's. This is a shitty blog post, and I hate that bitch, and someone's going to fucking pay for embarrassing the people I love. But we need to focus on Hannah right now. I turn to Frank. What do you know? Where might she have gone? Any ideas besides here? None that I know of. I know she was upset about the blog post, about the comment that she needed to take another trip to the buffet, and the kissing thing, and the other thing. He glances down at our intertwined hands. You know what, Frank? That's none of your business or anyone else's. You have no right to give us dirty looks, and Hannah has no reason to be upset about it. She has always been well aware of where our relationship stood. It was you who wanted more for us. No, she did. She always did. And when you asked her out, she was so excited. She thought it was the first step to making it official. Thought you had finally come around, you know? After all of the breakups she's endured over the last few years, one failed relationship after another, none of those guys ever seemed ready to pop the question. They all wanted to play the field instead of settling down and raising a family like a real man would. Immature, every one of them. But you're different, Julian. She trusted you. I'm sorry, Frank, but the fact that two people could be so unhinged as to imagine some fantasy relationship with me is just plain disturbing. Unhinged? He asks, his voice becoming louder, more desperate. Just then his phone dings to signal a new text message. It's from Hannah. It says, I've already taken the pills, Daddy. I'm sorry for disappointing you. I know you wanted a pretty girl who would marry well. Some girls can be that, but I can't. I'm worthless. I don't deserve to live. He chokes, a bitter moan escaping his throat before he continues. I love you, Daddy. Please remember me better than I was. Oh my God, I yell, letting go of Dan's hand and pacing frantically around the room. Frank Garrison has begun to cry uncontrollably, and Avery is trying to console him. Dan stands open-mouthed where I left him, like a stunned statue. What are we going to do? Is there some way we can find her? How about a LoJack app on her phone? Does she have one? Frank whines and shakes his head. No. What phone carrier do you have? I'm going to call 911 and get them to do a triangulation. You sit tight, and I'll take care of it, okay? Everything is going to be fine. Just fine. I run as fast as I can up the stairs and grab my cell phone off the bedside table, dialing 911, wishing that I truly believed myself about everything being all right. Dan walks quietly into the still darkened room and wraps his arm around my waist, resting his head against my chest. All of a sudden, I'm aware of my heartbeat. Fast, frantic, pounding. We have a suicide in progress, I blurt when the operator picks up. What is your name and address, sir? I rattle off my info. But my friend who's trying to kill herself isn't here. We don't know where she is. That's why I'm calling. We know she has her cell phone with her because she's been texting us. We need you to do a triangulation or something and find her before it's too late. And what is her name and phone number, sir? I'm already running down the stairs with Dan on my heels by the time the question is out of her mouth. Her name is Hannah Garrison, and hang on while I get her number from her father. We rush into the room where Frank is sitting on the sofa with his head in his hands. Hannah's phone number, Frank. Quick! Frank chokes out the number, and I relay it to the operator. All right, sir, the operator says. We're going to contact the wireless carrier and see if we can get a location on Miss Garrison. How serious do you think she is about going through with the threat? I glance at her father, then move to the other side of the room and speak quietly. She sent us a picture of the pills. Then she texted and said she'd already taken them. So I'd say pretty serious. All right, sir. Police are already working on locating her. Is this a good number to reach you once we found her? Yes, ma'am. All right. Keep your phone close. We'll call you as soon as we know something, which could be as much as a couple of hours. Possibly even longer if she's left town. I hang up the phone and wander back over to the others. Avery and Dan send worried looks my way. Frank is still sobbing into his hands, so I take a seat next to him on the sofa and put a hand tentatively on his back, feeling the quiver of emotion running through him. She wouldn't really do it, would she, Julian? His eyes, though wet, are suddenly hopeful like a child's. I'm sure she wouldn't, Frank. Of course not. But I don't really believe that, do I? As much as I hate to admit it, I've got the feeling that Hannah might actually have become disturbed enough to hurt herself. Why don't you lie down in one of our guest rooms, Frank? Try to get some rest. Hannah is going to need you at your best, okay? The police are going to call me as soon as they know something. At this point, there's nothing else we can do unless she contacts you again. Frank nods, looking disoriented, and Avery escorts him to the guest room closest to my room. He leans back onto the pillows without bothering to pull back the covers. It's just as well. We could be up again within minutes. Once we're back in my room, Dan practically throws himself at me, wrapping his arms around my neck and nuzzling into my throat. I'm so sorry this is happening, Julian. I feel like I'm responsible. I'm so sorry. What? I push him to arm's length and look into his worried eyes. Why would you think that, sweetie? Because if I hadn't shown up? I don't know. It seems like everything stems directly from me being here. If I hadn't come here, you wouldn't have liked me. You'd still never have dated a guy. You wouldn't have been outed publicly. Hannah wouldn't have a picture of her and Avery kissing plastered all over the internet. She might even have been able to drag out her fantasy life that the two of you would be together someday. Look, if anyone is to blame, it's her father and me. Not you, not ever. You stumbled into this situation. Frank and I have been nursing it for years. It's just come to a head, that's all. Dan sits on the bed and scoots up to the pillows, slipping his jeans off and tossing them onto the floor. Let's lie down, okay? We're not doing Hannah any good arguing about who's to blame. She needs clear-headed people in her corner, ready to take action when we get the call. You're right, baby. Absolutely right. I drop my own jeans and crawl across the bed to him. He looks sweet enough to eat, as usual. You're my perfect guy, you know that? He giggles quietly as I push my face into the space between his legs and lay a trail of kisses up his body, starting at the tender flesh of his inner thigh and moving up over his balls, his dick, the fuzz on his belly, his firm pecs, the hollow in his throat, and ending at his seductive lips that I don't think I'll ever get enough of. I tuck my body against the side of his, holding on to him in the dark, praying for a bit of peace before what could potentially turn out to be the worst thing that's ever happened to any of us. And you're mine, Dan murmurs as I drift into a half-waking dream of frantic 911 calls and horrors too dark to speak of. Chapter 20. The sun is just a subtle glow on the horizon as we head east on I-16 toward Tybee Island, toward Hannah's hotel. Everything moves in slow motion. The occasional car passes by, slowly illuminating the inside of the car before we're plunged into shadow again. I can't seem to stop glancing over at Dan, watching the emotions play across his expressive face. Every time he catches me looking, I just smile and look back at the road. Avery is driving Frank Garrison in his car, following behind us because the man is in no condition to operate a vehicle. He'd probably daze out and crash into oncoming traffic, or just stop in the middle of the road and have a nervous breakdown. He's not the only one who's terrified of what we're going to find. As soon as the location of Hannah's phone was pinpointed, 911 called me back, and we were all strapped into our cars and headed toward Tybee within a couple of minutes. But now we're playing the guessing game, biting our lips and trying not to imagine the worst. Oh, fuck, Dan whispers as we pull around the side of the Sea and Breeze Hotel. Not good, Julian. Not good. Flashing red and blue lights bounce off the side of the functional white stucco building like some sick disco as the sun continues its orange ascent. They've already strung the crime scene tape, and a few wintertime tourists hover outside their doors trying to figure out what's going on. I'm on autopilot as I park, climb out of the car, and cross the parking lot. The eerie, squelching drone of police radio barely registers. Dan grabs my hand, and I let him. I think I need him. Frank Garrison shoves past us, breaking into an uneven half-run when he spots the only open door that's manned by police. "Hannah!" he calls, his voice broken and sure of disaster even if his mind still can't grasp it. Dan and I look at each other, and Avery comes up and grasps my other hand. "Does this mean she went through with it?" she asks. I take in the ominous scene. Yeah, I'm afraid so, sis. The crime tape sort of answers that question. We move slowly toward the door. Frank Garrison has already been allowed inside, and I know that his high-pitched wails will be in my dreams for many nights to come. "You immediate family?" a cop asks, pushing his fingers gently against my chest to stop us. He's good-looking, young, with soft brown eyes and a sooty fringe of dark lashes that look wet, like he may have shed some tears tonight. He appears genuinely moved, like maybe this isn't just a job for him. "You're the ones who called 911, right?" I nod. Over his shoulder, through the open door with the quaintly ironic life-preserver motif, I can see a bathroom. Frank Garrison kneels beside a tub, his shoulders shaking hard. He rubs up and down his daughter's mottled arm, staring into her lifeless eyes as she takes her last bath in a tub full of dark red water. "Guess she didn't think the pills were enough," I mumble, mostly to myself. I can only assume Avery and Dan are as deeply disturbed as I am. I've never seen anything so gruesome, so real. I think I can actually feel my soul being scarred for life. "I want to go home," Avery whines. "I don't know if I can take this. I didn't even imagine it could be this bad. To know someone who dies." The cop moves closer to Avery, blocking her view of the crime scene. "There's no need for you to stay. You've got work to do here. The father has identified the body, and he says he wants to stay with her." "I drove his car over," Avery says. He touches her on the arm, his brown eyes going even softer. "We'll make sure his car goes wherever he goes. You shouldn't be here seeing this. I don't want you to have nightmares, okay?" A few tears fall from Avery's eyes, and her mouth tenses as she tries to hold them back. "It's awful. Just awful. Why didn't we see it coming? Can't we just turn back time and do it better this time? Be more thoughtful?" The officer pulls her into an awkward hug, patting her on the back as if he wants to comfort her, but doesn't know if he should. He glances at me for confirmation, so I step up and hug her from the back, wrapping my arms around the police officer's back, trapping Avery between us. Dan stands off to one side and shoves his hands into his pockets. The scene would be almost comical if it weren't so real. The thing is, I appreciate this officer's attitude and his concern for my sister, and I want him to know it. As soon as we've ended our unusual gang hug, the officer hands Avery his card. "Call me if you need anything, okay? Anything at all. I see a lot, and..." He smiles and blushes a little. "I'm a really good listener." "Oh ho, what do we have here?" I glance at his left hand. No wedding ring. Then I glance at my sister, whose blue eyes are stretched wide, drinking in that handsome cop face as she runs a finger absently along the edge of his card. "Michael," she says his name almost reverently. "Okay, I'll do that." "Okay," Michael says. Avery smiles shyly. "Okay." "Okay," I say loudly, rubbing my hands together. "We need to get out of here before I lose my mind. Thanks for everything, Michael. See you around." And I'm sure I will. I round Avery and Dan up into my Chevelle and head down the beach a ways, heading away from town and Wakefield House. Where are you going? Avery asks. Home is that way. Your home, maybe. I look over at Dan. Not my home. Not anymore. Dan turns to me, his eyebrows arched in surprise, and points questioningly in the direction of the beach house. I muster as much of a smile as I can, considering the circumstances, and continue driving. As soon as we pull into the drive, he jumps in the seat. I knew it, he says. I look at the front of the darkened house, my house, and almost wish I hadn't bought it. Not only does it make me think of Hannah's breathly proclamation that a beach house will make me sexy, but now I have to live down the road from the scene of her suicide. Frankly, I'm not sure I can handle it. What is this? Avery asks as the three of us climb the steps and I unlock the front door and turn on the light. This is my new house, Aves. We haven't officially closed on it yet, but the money's in escrow, and it's just a formality at this point. Oh my gosh, Dan says, falling heavily onto the white sectional sofa. How the heck did this furniture get here? As part of the deal, I had the real estate agent arrange for the interior design company Mom uses to decorate the house. It's going to take a couple of months, so they agreed to bring in some temporary furniture. It's really nice. Makes a huge difference in here. Dan's already been here, but you didn't even tell me about it? Avery demands. Dan starts whistling in a slightly comical manner, and that is enough to break the tension. Well, Avery puts her hands on her hips. Do you at least have a place for me to sleep? Yes, of course. I walk over to her and kiss her on the top of the head. Upstairs, second door on the right. The first one is mine and Dan's. Without a word, Dan gets up and climbs the stairs, pausing outside the master bedroom door. Avery follows behind him, with me bringing up the rear. The two of them hug for a moment in the hallway before saying their goodnights, and Avery moves on with a backward glance at us. The wistful little smile lets me know she's thinking about Hannah again. I think we all are. Without turning on any lights, Dan climbs onto one side of the wide platform bed in the center of the large room, and I climb onto the other side. Have you noticed you always sleep on the left side and I always sleep on the right? I murmur into his hair as I pull him close, fitting my front snugly against his back and wrapping an arm around his waist. I like that, he says quietly. We have sides. We don't speak again. At some point, I fall asleep, though it's not easy to shut out the things I've seen tonight, and what I know. Hannah is gone, and I can't help feeling partially responsible. Like Avery said, maybe we could have done something. Been a little kinder. In my dreams, her ghost is even more specific. She insists that it's all my fault, tries to drag me into that awful red bathtub. When I wake in a fevered sweat, Dan is snoring softly beside me, and I snatch him close for the kind of comfort that only he can give. The aftermath of the Hannah incident is pure hell. During the 3 days leading up to the funeral, when we were all plunged right in and drowning in it, I kept thinking it would be just a while longer, and the nightmare would be over. But now that it is finally over, there doesn't seem to be any relief. If anything, it seems more of a beginning to the nightmare, rather than the end. That was just the prelude. Now we have to live it. The funeral and the visitation that we all seem to sleepwalk through is done. My old friend is in the ground, covered with dirt only hours ago, and now time has stopped and found me here, not knowing quite how to feel about it all. I want so badly to strike Hannah from my memory altogether for the sake of self-preservation, but wouldn't that be the ultimate disrespect? Is wanting to escape the pain selfish? How exactly does one balance mourning with moving on? I keep thinking I'm on the verge of getting over it. Just telling misery to fuck off and leave me alone. I could do it, you know. But then the guilt sets in and just fucking gnaws at my heart. shreds my thin soul like paper. I should have loved her more, should have paid some goddamn attention. Now that she's buried and everyone has retired their own dark corner to mourn, we've returned to Wakefield House. I can't seem to make the move yet to my new place. It seems too empty, too dead, and too damn close to the Sea and Breeze Hotel. I keep replaying all of the moments I can remember from when Hannah and I were teenagers. The late-night movie marathons, lying on the bed listening to music, playing video games, Hannah talking about boys. Funny, I'd forgotten about that. She told me everything. What their bodies looked like naked, the dirty things they said to her, what they did in the dark. I always listened in secret fascination, wishing that for one hot moment it could be me instead of her, pulling a bedpillow across my lap to hide the inappropriate wood that always seemed to be popping up. Fuck. I'm ashamed even now. But those old bittersweet memories keep getting mixed up with visions of the last couple of weeks. The way Hannah looked unwell, the unsettling light in her eyes when I asked her out, the library showdown and the suicide in all of its dark glory. If only I could tear out my own eyes and erase that vision for good. Oh, Jesus. I don't want to see her like that anymore. Her face in the tub, eyes dead, water dark and stinking with her blood. I'll never be able to forget it. And the cold, lifeless feel of her hand in the coffin, like one of Sebastian's mannequins. I'm messed up. I know it. The only thing that squelches the pain is liquor. Scotch, to be exact. The kind that burns its way down into your belly and obliterates everything in its path. My body is so accustomed to the drink that after that initial feeling of intense, muscle-melting, brain-numbing relief, I'm unaware of where it's taking me until it's too late, until I'm no good for anyone and I might as well go jump in front of a bus. Or into a bathtub. Are you going to be okay, Julian? Dan gets down on his knees to be level with me where I'm sitting on my bedroom floor. What the fuck do you care? I slur dramatically, waving him away. I know I'm being a dick, but I feel powerless to alter my personality. It's like bad Julian has taken over. I almost wish Dan would leave, because I don't want him to see me like this, but another part of me, the selfish part, wants to take him down right along with me, to cast a shadow over that light I love so much about him, and make him dark, just like me. Ruin him. I set my bottle aside and lunged toward him, knocking him onto the fuzzy rug and climbing on top of him. Why does nothing bother you? You're such a smiley, happy little shit. What does a person have to do to be so unaffected, huh? I'm drunk, but not quite drunk enough to miss the uncomfortable expression on Dan's face at my words. Things do affect me, Julian. This thing with Hannah has affected me a lot, but I didn't know her as well as you. He touches my face. What hurts me is seeing what it's doing to you. I know it's tearing you up inside. How much have you had to drink? Not nearly enough, I tell him, lowering my face to his for a kiss. He turns his head to the side, and my mouth connects awkwardly with his cheek. What the fuck is that about? I drag myself up off of him, stumbling backward and bumping into the dresser, ignoring the clink of cologne bottles toppling over. Are you too good for me now that I've shown my true colors? I knew you were a fucking goody-goody little prick. As long as everything is rainbows and puppy dogs, you're all over me. But let a little darkness creep in, and suddenly you don't want me anymore? I've got news for you, little boy. Life is not all rainbows and puppy dogs. He stands and faces me, looking more irritated than I've ever seen him. You've had too much to drink. You have no idea what you're saying. I know you wouldn't be talking this way if you were sober. If the last few days hadn't been so awful, kiss my ass. What? He moves in closer, almost challenging me. You heard me. Whatever happened to wanting me to drink more to prove I wasn't perfect? It's okay if I drink when it suits you, but when it doesn't, suddenly I'm a fucking alcoholic? I didn't say that. Well, you insinuated it. Didn't he? I grab my bottle and take another long pull, the taste doing its job to calm me a little. Yeah, at least that's one thing I can count on. Julian, this is getting out of hand. I'm only trying to help. You're not... He looks away, as if he doesn't want to make eye contact when he says what he's about to say. When he speaks, his voice is barely audible. You're not yourself. Not myself? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Dan reaches out and presses the palm of his hand to my chest. There's sympathy in his eyes, but also worry. I just mean you're not acting like the Julian I know. The Julian I think I'm falling... Before he can react, I grab onto his wrist and back him to the nearest wall. I stumble against him, slamming him against the wall with an audible thud and knocking the breath out of him. He struggles through the shock for a few seconds before frantically trying to push me away, but I'm like a bull plowing into him. You think you know me? After 2 weeks and a couple of fucks, suddenly you're an expert on me? I reach between us and grab onto my dick. This is all you know of me. I would never give your ghetto ass any more than that. Fucking hell. Did I just say that? Dan doesn't cry. It's worse than that because I swear to God it looks like he's actually going to throw up. His expression is so stricken that even through the alcohol haze it hurts me. Breaks my fucking heart that I've said that shit to him. But I'm not stopping. He needs to see how twisted I am. He needs to leave and never look back. But I can't stop wanting him. I run a hand around to his ass, following the curve, nuzzling my face into his neck and breathing in his scent, needing to bury myself in him. I want to become one with him. For one heady moment, his body answers mine, driven by pure instinct and adrenaline. We clutch at each other, moving as passionately as two people ever moved, devouring each other with desperate kisses. But suddenly Dan bites my lip hard and shoves me off of him. Go fuck yourself, he says with more menace than I would have thought him capable of. I taste the metallic tang of blood and touch the tip of my tongue to my swelling bottom lip, feeling the teeth marks there. You better hope that doesn't scar. I lash out as he passes me on his way to the door, shoving him hard in the back and sending him stumbling to one knee. He skids across the hardwood. Fucking prick tease. He draws himself up slowly, visibly struggling to regain his composure, and continues on to the door. Opening it, he turns back to me for one long, uncomfortable moment. His indecision is palpable, as if he can't decide whether to break down and cry or go to the kitchen for a butcher knife. Even from this distance and through the whiskey blur, I can see the fine trembling of his body, the overwhelming effort it takes to keep control of himself. And then there's that thing in his eyes, an unsettling mixture of fear and hatred that I hope to never see again. In that moment, I know I've just lost him. Then he turns and walks silently out of the room. I don't need him, I whisper to myself, knowing I don't mean it. My lifeline just walked out on me, and it's all my fault. I slam my nearly empty bottle down on the bedside table and dive into the bed face down. Maybe I'll die here, drunken suffocation. I remember the conversation Dan and I had in this very bed the morning after the first time we made love. The one about being found starved in each other's arms. But at least they died happy. Only now I'm alone, and being found piss-drunk and suffocated isn't nearly so romantic, is it? My heart squeezes so hard I think it might stop beating. I've alienated Dan. Just like Zach predicted last summer, the morning after my graduation party. That life-altering morning when I woke up in Zach's bed, naked and disoriented, remembering glimpses of the night before, the fevered kisses, his lips on my cock, and what we almost did. I freaked out and hurried out of Zach's room without thinking, carrying my shirt in my hand and leaving my shoes scattered somewhere in his messy room. And you know the stories you hear about the walk of shame? That shit is fucking true. When I stumbled out of Zach's room in his frat house, I had to walk by at least a dozen guys, all clothed, all busy doing their normal frat house stuff, eating breakfast, watching TV, talking on the phone, playing pool, having conversations. I couldn't tell you who they were, but I remember their smug faces. The stares and the winks, the cat calls. I snatched my shirt on as quickly as I could, but the damage had already been done. Cold ass busted. Later that day, when Zach met me in the student center to return my shoes, I was hateful to him. I mean, he can be a real prick, but he didn't deserve the way I talked to him. He gave it right back to me, and what he said was absolutely right. "You're going to alienate everyone in your life, Julian," he said. "You're going to die alone, a cold and bitter man who never knew love. Meanwhile, I'm going to be living on the beach, fucking some devoted young stud and thinking about how I'm glad I never got mixed up with Julian Wakefield." He handed me my shoes and turned and walked away. Within a week, I was bound for Europe. And that's the last time I saw Zach before he showed up at my house party and started flirting with Dan. He did that to make me jealous, of course, but it didn't work in quite the way he'd hoped. I was only jealous because I wanted Dan. The one I love. The one who despises me now. Chapter 21. Dan. I'm aware that something is off as soon as I wake up. It's as if I've just developed a sixth sense or something, but I know the feeling really stems from the fact that I went to sleep after having fought with Julian. Oh God, that was awful. I touch my lip, remembering what I did to Julian's. Even now I can see the blood in his mouth, the rage in his glassy eyes. He broke. I looked up to him so much, and he fucking broke. I don't know how to handle that. How do I pick up the pieces of someone I thought was stronger than me? The one person I thought could take care of me? Hell, I don't even know what to do now. I have to leave for SSU within hours, and I don't even know if I'll speak to Julian before I go. Don't know if he wants to speak to me, or if I want to speak to him. Part of me wants to ignore his ass after the things he said to me. Ghetto ass. Prick tease. My face heats with humiliation at the memory of it. Is that really how he sees me? I want to cry, but I'm dry today. All of my tears are soaked into my pillow from where I cried myself to sleep. Maybe that's a good thing, because I'd rather die than have him see me cry when I leave. The bastard fucking pushed me down. At any rate, and no matter how I feel, one thing is for sure. I have to get up and get ready to go. The sun is already high in the sky, which lets me know that I overslept. I have a tendency to do that when I'm stressed out. As I roll out of bed and walk naked over to the closet to find something to wear other than Julian's dirty jeans, I become aware of an itch at my left wrist. There's also a heaviness that wasn't there before. When I look down, I'm stunned to find that there's a gold bangle-style bracelet there. I run my finger over the shiny surface of the pink-hued gold, feeling the unusual screw-head pattern that's deeply etched into it. It doesn't even cross my mind for a second that it's not real gold, or terribly expensive, but only because I know Julian bought it. My heart rate picks up when I imagine Julian tiptoeing into my room and latching this gift onto my wrist as I slept. This can only mean one thing. He still cares. I run to the door, but when I realize I'm still naked, I have to detour back to the closet for a pair of pants. I grab my old jeans from the hanger where Mrs. Sprague hung them after she did my laundry. It's going to be hard to get back to dorm life, because staying at Wakefield House has spoiled me a little. Or probably a lot. Once I'm halfway decent, which means dressed in nothing but jeans, I rush out the door into Julian's room. Never mind that he called me a prick tease and I bit his lip. Never mind that he knocked me down. I'm crazy about the guy, and that's all there is to it. He's just lost his old friend, and he feels like he's to blame for her death. Add liquor to the mix, and you've got what happened last night. Julian is worth fighting for, even if he's the one I have to fight. And I don't care what he called me. I know he didn't mean it. He couldn't have. He told me he was mine. And I know him well enough to know he wouldn't say that lightly. Quite frankly, it's surprising that he said it ever. He and I have just got to figure out how to stick by each other during this rough time. If we can do that, I believe we've got a real shot at having something special. Something like Beck and Jeremy have. Julian doesn't answer when I knock on his bedroom door, which is not surprising. I overslept, and I didn't even have anything to drink the night before. He was hammered. When he doesn't answer on the second round of knocks, I try the handle and find it unlocked. Pushing inside, I'm immediately struck by the strong smell of alcohol. I cross to his bed, noticing that half of the covers are puddled in the floor. Something on the floor near the window catches the light. Broken glass, brown liquid. I have to hop to avoid stepping on a piece of the shattered liquor bottle. What the hell happened in here after I left? I squat to pick up the largest piece of glass, the one with the label. "He left early this morning," says a female voice from behind me. I turn to find Mrs. Sprague standing in the doorway with a broom and dustpan, her expression decidedly more compassionate than it usually is where Julian is concerned. She steps closer, just inside the door. "I need to clean up in here before anything is ruined, but you're welcome to stay." "Do you know when he'll be back?" I can hear the fear in my own voice, feel my muscles tense in anticipation of bad news. She shakes her head slowly. "I don't know, Mr. Fisher. No one does. She looks down at the floor. "He had his suitcases." "What?" I cross the room in a panic, pushing past Mrs. Sprague and running back to my room. I get a sharp pain in my palm and look down to discover that I've still got the broken glass clutched in my hand and it's drawn blood. In my bathroom, I set the glass on the counter and run my hand under the water. Then I roll off a bit of toilet paper and ball it up to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. Where did he go? I ask myself aloud in the bathroom mirror, feeling my heart pounding in my chest. Why didn't he say goodbye? He just left me. I wander back to my bed and sit on the foot of it, trying to make sense of things, racking my brain for clues, trying to remember every word he said to me during our fight. Then I notice a red jewelry box on my bedside table, presumably for the bracelet on my arm. The name Cartier is printed on top. Inside it, there's a spot for the bracelet, and a small empty slot that holds some other object that is missing. Beside the box is a set of keys and a note. I grab frantically onto the note, knocking everything else into the floor in the process. It's handwritten, and I laugh bitterly, realizing that the first time I've ever seen Julian's handwriting might also be the last. Dan, the bracelet was your real Christmas gift. Never found the right moment to give it to you. Please hang on to my car. I won't need it where I'm going. Yours, Julian. Really? That's it? I flip the note to make sure there's nothing else on the back. That's all I fucking get? Someone knocks on the door and I yell for them to come in. Sounds like you're arguing with someone in here, Avery says, ducking into the room and closing the door behind her. You okay? No, I'm not, actually. I slump onto the bed, the note still clutched in my hand. A little smear of blood has gotten on the paper. Avery sits down beside me, not touching me, bringing with her the sweet smell of honeysuckle perfume. He made me drive him to the airport this morning, she says without being asked.
He wouldn't tell me where he was going, but he had his suitcases. He was kind of, I don't know, manic, I guess. He said to let you take his car back to SSU, that no one was to give you a hard time about it. She smiles. Actually, his exact words were, nobody better give him any shit. Why? I ask, the tears returning. He said he won't be needing it where he's going. What does that sound like to you? I don't know, hun, she admits. I really don't know any more than you do. He was so quiet all the way to the airport, but his demeanor was oddly hyper, very fidgety. He was scaring me a little, so I was afraid to ask too much. You know how he can be. She glances at the crumpled paper in my hand. He left you a note? Yeah. I shove the note at her. Basically, it says, here's a bracelet and a car. Fuck you and goodbye. She picks up my wrist and examines the bracelet, laughing quietly. Most guys would be over the moon to get a classic muscle car and an expensive piece of jewelry, especially considering what this particular bracelet means. What? I turn the bracelet on my arm, inspecting it carefully. It's got screws on it. What does it mean? Screw you? No, silly. It's a Cartier love bracelet. I've been dying for one for years, but no one has ever loved me enough to give me one, I guess. She pokes her lip out in a cute little pout. I think this one is the pink gold. Is the screwdriver in the box? Oh, that's what goes in that spot? Yeah, a tiny gold screwdriver that opens the bracelet. It's gone? I nod and she smiles. Oh, how romantic. Jules has it. That means he's definitely coming back. Really? I ask hopefully. Yeah. She gives me a big, sappy grin. Basically, what you've got there, Danny boy, is a $7,000 chastity belt. And my brother has the key. When late afternoon rolls around and we're all packed and ready to go back to school, Zach shows up, his own car loaded down with suitcases. What the hell does he want? Avery rolls her eyes before letting him in the front door. He shuffles his feet nervously. Bad news about Hannah, huh? Yeah, Avery agrees, not bothering to point out that it was more than news to us. We went through every minute of it from the first suicide text to lunch after the funeral. I'm here to see Julian. He looks over Avery's shoulder, trying to spot Julian, but finding only me. He's gone, Zach. Yeah? Do you know where? I thought maybe he wanted to see me. I cock a brow, but don't say anything. Why would you think that? Avery crosses her arms and glares openly at him. Well, he left me a message. He lowers his voice a little, but I can still hear him. I think he knows it, too. We had, a falling out, lover's quarrel kind of thing. He texted me an apology, so I thought, he left town, she says irritably. And he's seeing Dan now, so took off again, huh? He smirks over Avery's shoulder at me. Don't take it personal. That's what he did to me, After we had our thing, he couldn't take it. He went to Europe. Guess he still can't handle getting his dick sucked by a guy. Oh, no, he did not. There is no mistaking what just happened. Zach threw down the gauntlet. He's been after Julian the whole time, and now he's trying to mess with my head. Anger wraps itself around my heart and mind, and everything momentarily goes black in front of my eyes. I've never felt so jealous or so territorial in my life. I dish Zach's smirk right back at him. Oh, he did way more than get his dick sucked this time. I initiated him right. He won't be gone long, because I fucking own his ass. I wince in Avery's direction, ashamed of my crudeness. Sorry, Aves. No problem, hon. He's your guy and you need to stake your claim, though I could do without the pictures I've got in my head now. She moves to my side and holds up my arm, showing Zach my bracelet. See this, asshole? They're together now, So back the fuck off. I'm tired of you coming around here and trying to cause problems.
Zach gives me an evil smile, and he doesn't accept that he's been bested. Then he strolls casually out the door into his car.
I can't stand that guy,
Avery says with a shudder as she closes the door.
He just seems so sneaky and calculating.
I just want to kill him because he's touched my man.
Aw,
Avery smiles and punches me playfully on the arm.
Your man. That is so sweet.
I can't help blushing.
Now let's get going, she says. I don't want to be driving after dark. We leave Wakefield House at the same time. Her mother and Mrs. Sprague wave tearfully from the front porch, and her dad watches through the living room curtains, his face its usual mask of blank respectability. I feel like an imposter behind the wheel of Julian's Chevelle. I'm used to watching his capable hands on the wheel, and now it's up to me to tame the beast of a car. Once we hit the interstate, though, a surge of adrenaline changes everything. This is my car, at least for now, and with it comes a sense of power like I've never felt before. Who would have thought the first car I get to drive regularly would be this nice? Things like this just don't happen to me, do they? The guys are gonna freak when I show up at school with a new car. But I'd rather have the boyfriend. Chapter 22. Where Julian has gone remains a mystery to everyone. Avery seems so calm about it, especially since she found out about the bracelet, but I can tell she's worried. I get the feeling she's putting on a brave face for my benefit.
"Oh my God and holy fucking shit, Dan!" Seth exclaims in one long string when he meets me in the parking lot.
"Did you carjack a rich guy on your way home? Can I drive it?"
He's already climbing in behind the wheel at this point.
"Damn, I just got it. I'll let you drive it some other time, though, I promise."
Seth frowns and gives me a stern look from beneath lowered brows.
"You mean like you promised to invite me down to Savannah over the holidays?"
I shove my hands into my pockets.
"Sorry, man, but I don't think I actually promised." "You certainly did, but that's okay. You and I just have a different definition of friendship, that's all." He runs his hand around the steering wheel. "This is sweet, dude. You fucked her, didn't you? When is the wedding date?"
"No, Seth, it's not like that." He raises one brow and gives me a look that says he knows I'm full of shit. "Seriously, she and I are just friends.
Friends who give each other fancy cars?" Heat rises to my face. I never considered how embarrassing it was going to be to tell anyone about Julian. Why would it be so embarrassing? I open my mouth to try to explain, but nothing comes out. "What is wrong with you?" Seth asks, taking a break from checking out the car interior long enough to scrutinize my face. "Why do you look so skinny? And what are you wearing? Who the hell are you? I could have sworn we were only gone a couple of weeks." I roll my eyes, my face going so hot it feels like I've got a fever. "I told you I was getting clothes."
"Yeah, clothes. You didn't say you were getting a whole new image and a fat bankroll."
"I'm serious, dude. What is going on? I'm not stupid. Did you join the mafia or something?" His eyes go round. "Oh, shit. Her dad is the Godfather, isn't he? Did they make you whack someone?" Just then, Avery pulls up beside us in the parking lot. "Got almost to my apartment before I realized you forgot these in my car." She holds out my sunglasses through the window. "Oh, thanks." Suddenly I feel awkward with both Avery and Seth here, like my two worlds have collided. Seth may not have been too far off when he suggested that I've become a different person over the holidays. "Seth," Avery says blandly. "Avery," he replies. "So," I rock back on my heels, trying to appear casual. "Still no word, then?" Avery gives me a dark look and shakes her head. "You either?" I shake my head. "You have my number and I have yours," she says meaningfully. "No secrets. Pinky swear?" I step over to the car and link my pinky finger with her delicate one. Then I lean over and kiss her on the top of the head. Another move I seem to have stolen from Julian. I can't help it, though. She seems like my sister now, too. After what we've been through in such a short time, the two of us are linked by more than our pinkies, that's for sure. We've forged a bond. I can feel it, and when I look into her eyes, I can tell she feels it, too. "Call you tomorrow," she says, wrapping her fingers around the bracelet on my arm. "Please don't give up. No guys, okay?" I look at the ground, embarrassed that she thinks I'd even consider screwing Julian over. Maybe she thinks I'm ghetto, too. Of course not. I whisper just before she drives away. As soon as she's out of earshot, Seth starts laughing like a hyena. "I fucking knew it! You're a rich bitch's bitch! Who can I tell? I have to tell someone or I'm gonna go insane. This is too damn good to keep to myself. Jeremy, that's who I'll call." He fishes his cell phone out of his pocket and touches the screen, putting it on speaker so I can hear. It starts to ring. I grab Seth by the shoulders and shake him. "No, Seth, fuck, I got a boyfriend, okay?" Seth freezes in shock, his mouth hanging open. He attempts a couple of words, but nothing comes out, so he just starts laughing again. Jeremy answers on the other end of the phone, but neither Seth nor I acknowledge him. "What is it?" I ask Seth. "You find it that hysterical that I could have a boyfriend?" "No," he says. "Just, who is he, Michael Corleone?" Jesus, would you please stop with the mafia references? "He's Avery's brother Julian." "Really?" Seth does his chin grab. "Does he look anything like her?" "Actually, a lot." I can't help but smile. I feel like I look like one of those moony-eyed chicks in the romantic comedies. "You know what? You're an asshole. Why can't I have luck like that?" I laugh and wink at him. "It's got nothing to do with luck, my friend." "Oh," he says. "I see. You've got a rich boyfriend, and now you think you're hot shit." "What the hell?" Jeremy yells from the phone speaker. "Dan got a boyfriend?" "A rich one," Seth says. "Get this, he's dating Avery Wakefield's brother." "Fuck a duck," Jeremy yells. "No shit. Beck told me he was trying to get you to go for it. He didn't think you would, though. He's gonna be so proud of you. Meet us at Hopper's at 10. We've got some serious celebrating to do." "I don't know," I say. "That trip wore me out. Thought I might just turn in early." Seth frowns. "It was an hour-and-a-half drive, Dan. Not exactly a cross-country trek." "No, no, no," Jeremy keeps yelling from the phone. "I just don't feel well, guys." "Are you feeling all right?" Seth puts a hand to my forehead. "What?" "I just said I don't feel well." "Oh, yeah, I guess you did. You're going, though, even if I have to drag you." Jeremy's laugh sounds thin through the phone speaker. "Someone's been asking about you, Sethy." We both know he's talking about Pharrell. The handsome ponytailed owner of Hopper's, the only gay club in town, has had a crush on Seth for over a year. Personally, I think they're fucking, but Seth would never admit it. Seth acts casual. "He hasn't found another pot-smoking buddy since I've been gone? I'm sure there are plenty of guys who would take him up on the offer." "I don't know," Jeremy says. "I may have seen a couple of guys going into the back room with him." "Really?" Seth looks devastated, but I don't dare comment on it. If he and Pharrell do have something between them, they obviously don't want it known. "I don't know," Jeremy says. "I'm just messing with you." My phone starts ringing from the passenger seat, and I nearly break my neck trying to get to it. It's a number I don't recognize. "Julian?" My voice is frantic, my heart pounding out of my chest and making it hard to breathe. "No, Dan, this is Blake. What's up?" "Oh." I feel bad that I sound so obviously disappointed, but I can't help it. "Just pulled back into SSU, man. Haven't even made it out of the parking lot. I tried to call you a couple of days ago. I didn't leave a message, so... I don't start school till next week, so I'm just kind of hanging out doing nothing. I'm bored as shit, you know? Thought I'd see if you wanted to do something, but apparently you're already gone. Yeah, our dorms don't officially open until next week, but they allow early check-in. Seth and I need to get our roommate situation worked out, so... I clear my throat, struggling to come up with something to say. The guy you were with in the club, he's not with you? No, it just feels wrong telling him what's going on with Julian, so I change the subject. You don't work at the club tonight? He laughs. That's just something I do for fun, not like real go-go dancing or anything. I used to strip at a club out in the boondocks, but the cops closed it down. Really? What for? Against my will, I'm intrigued. Seth taps me on the shoulder. We go inside or what? Oh, Blake, I'm sorry. I've got to go. We're getting ready to go to Hoppers tonight, and Seth is getting antsy. Hoppers? Yeah, our local club. You ought to check it out. Come dance with me sometime. My friends and I are sort of regulars, and I think the owner misses us since we've been gone. I stick my tongue out at Seth, and he flips me off. All right, then. Blake hesitates a moment. Guess I'll see you around. I click off and follow Seth up to his dorm room, which I'm about to be sharing with him. This place is like a ghost town, I whisper as we drag the suitcases Avery gave me through the empty halls. You don't have to whisper, he whispers back. As soon as we're in the room, he cranks up the stereo, making sure to leave the room door wide open. Let's take advantage of it while we can. Next week, we won't be able to do this without getting demerits or some jock beating the shit out of us. For some reason, that reminds me of Julian. Our fight. I sit down on the bed and mope, not bothering to try to put away my things or get ready. Seth notices. What's the matter, Dan? Things not all happy-go-lucky in the land of rich boyfriends? You know, not everything is a fucking joke, Seth. Do you have any compassion? Well, why don't you tell me about it, then? I can't read your mind. When you drove up in that sweet car looking like a runway model, I just naturally assumed you were happy. No, not even close. Don't tell anyone, but something really awful happened while I was in Savannah. A girl died. Killed herself, and... Well, she and Julian used to be close friends. It's a long story, but Julian sort of feels responsible for her death. Things got bad, Seth. Julian got drunk and we got in a terrible fight. I bit his lip, he pushed me down, and then he left me a car and a bracelet and got on a plane, and then there was Zach, and I said I owned his ass, and I don't even know if I'll ever see him again. By the time I finish spilling my guts in one big nonsensical gush, the tears have come back. They've been hovering right there under the surface for days, and it doesn't take much to call them up. Hey, calm down, Seth says, soothing me with a hand on the shoulder. I didn't follow a lot of that, but I'm here for you, and I'd be glad to listen to the whole story when you want to tell it. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me, Seth. I cried to 3 separate songs on the drive from Savannah to SSU, and one of them was a freaking rap song. A sad rap song? I laugh, sputtering tears. No, it was about boobs and butts, and I think maybe weed. Poor Rumi, he rubs my shoulders. What are we going to do with you? Suddenly, I let loose with the real, unbridled torrent of tears I've been trying so hard to hold back. The ones I never wanted Avery to see. Seth pulls my head down to his shoulder, and I tremble and whimper there for a long time. He's a lot more patient than usual, which lets me know he really cares about me. I'm sorry, I tell him finally. Guess that's been needing to come out. That's just fine, he says. This shirt needed washing anyway. Do you know if Tide works for snot stains? Fuck you, Seth. I pull back, sniffling and drying the remainder of my tears with the back of my sleeve. And I'm sorry for neglecting you over the holidays. Forgiven. Seth points to the mirror. Now go look at yourself. You're all red and we're going out. How are you supposed to get any man love looking like that? Then he covers his mouth. Crap, you have a boyfriend. How does this work now? I shrug. I don't know. I don't even know where he is. Seth's expression turns serious. You think he's coming back? Hell if I know. Suddenly, I'm feeling all cried out again. And tough, like I just need to get moving, get ready, and get out on the dance floor. Chapter 23. The club isn't as crazy as it is when school is in session. A few locals hang out year-round, but mostly it's college kids who fill the seats. Raoul, the beefy bouncer, smiles and rubs his mustache when he sees us come through the door. Well, well, the twins are back. I didn't realize I'd actually missed his thick Jersey accent and his attitude until now. He waves us in without a cover, presumably as a welcome-back gift. Not that we ever really pay anyway. We get it all back in free drinks and special treatment. Good to see you, Raoul. I pat the man on his thick shoulder. Is Pharrell in the back? Yeah. Let me go tell him you're here. I'm sure he'll be glad to see you. Seth smiles and waves him away. Don't worry about it, Raoul. We'll just surprise him. I think he might be in the shower, Raoul says. I give him a thumbs up as we pass into the cool darkness of the club. Music is playing, but they haven't turned on the strobe lights yet. No one's dancing, Seth remarks. That's because no one's here. It's pretty dead without us, huh? Well, at least you don't have to worry about bumping into people on the dance floor. Come on, let's go see Pharrell. Then we'll come out here and dance. Seth leads the way to the back room and knocks excitedly on the door. It takes a few minutes for Pharrell to come to the door. When he finally does, he's shirtless and his sandy blonde hair hangs in loose waves around his shoulders. At first, I think maybe we've woken him from a nap, but then we have to step aside as he lets some cute young guy out of the room. The guy ducks by without looking at us. I glance over at Seth, and he looks a little like someone just punched him in the gut. Fucking hell. Sethy, Dan, come in. Pharrell rolls a hairband off of his wrist and gathers his hair into a ponytail that falls below his shoulder blades. Glad to see you guys. It's been a while. Not that long, motherfucker. I feel I should be pissed at Pharrell, but I don't even know what the deal is between him and Seth. Maybe it's just a coincidence that Seth looks upset. Maybe he was just embarrassed about possibly interrupting Pharrell with a guy. Who was that? I ask, sensing that Seth won't. Pharrell shrugs. Some guy from town. Not a college student, so you guys probably wouldn't know him. And that's all he says. The fact that he's being evasive tells me a lot, and it really makes me sick to my stomach because of Seth. Now I'm pretty sure that there's something going on between Seth and Pharrell, and I'm also sure that what we just witnessed wasn't church visitation. Before things can go any further or get any more awkward, there's a knock at the door, and Pharrell goes to open it. Beck and Jeremy stand on the other side, looking super hot as usual. They make the sexiest couple. Beck is so big and strong with his sandy buzz cut and golden brown eyes. Jeremy is quite a bit shorter and compact, with dark hair and blue eyes. Beck stands behind him, his muscular arms draped over Jeremy's shoulders in a protective embrace. Seeing how they are with each other makes me long for Julian. He and I had just begun to build something together, and now it feels like a dream that never actually happened. I look down at my bracelet just to reassure myself that it was real. I miss him. It's funny, but for the first time I feel like I was part of something. Half of a unit. Now I'm alone, floating around half aware of things, feeling displaced and empty. I know we haven't known each other that long, but my heart hurts. Well, look-a-here, Pharrell says loudly. If it ain't the wrestling team. Come on in here and do a little wrestling for us, boys. Whoever wins gets the first hit off the bong. You know we don't smoke that shit, Jeremy says. Pharrell laughs. I know, man. I just keep thinking I might talk you into wrestling. I mean, I don't have a mat in here, but y'all can do it up on the bed. I won't mind. He points to a king-sized platform bed in the corner of the large, homey room. You fucking wish, Pharrell.
Beck grabs Jeremy by the hand and pulls him past Pharrell, and behind them is some guy I've never seen. He's tall and really fucking big, his muscled body built just right without going into overdone territory. The corded muscles of his neck hint at the perfection beneath his shirt. His face is finely chiseled, his brown hair cut short. "Who the fuck is this?" Pharrell asks. He's particular about who comes into his private sanctuary, and I don't blame him. A lot of illegal stuff goes on back here. "Chill, Pharrell," Beck says. "This is Liam. He's a new guy at school, and he's cool." Liam leans silently and casually against the wall just inside the doorway as Beck and Jeremy take their usual detour by the seahorse tank in the corner. Jeremy always has to ooh and ah over the strange little creatures. Then they move to the sofa where Beck pulls Jeremy onto his lap and rests a hand on the inside of his boyfriend's muscular thigh. Everything about the way Beck interacts with Jeremy says, "This is mine." And that is so fucking sexy. But that gets me thinking about Julian again, and the way he took me over. The way he needed me and made me need him. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself until he comes back. I don't know how to be the old me again. I don't even think that guy exists anymore. 3 weeks, and the old Dan is dead. I claim one of the chairs, dropping into it with a sigh, lingering on thoughts of the searing blue eyes of the man I'm longing for. Seth stands awkwardly between the sofa and a chair. He normally sits beside Pharrell, but tonight things are different. Pharrell sits down on the sofa, looks at Seth, and pats the seat beside him. "Come on over here." Seth hesitates. He shakes his head, slinging his long auburn bangs out of his face. "Sethy." Pharrell pulls his pot tray from underneath the sofa and sets it on the coffee table. "Come on, quit being a little bitch and sit down." Suddenly, I've had enough. I jump out of my chair and rush Pharrell, standing over him, my fists trembling at my sides. "Don't you fucking talk to him that way, asshole. You're the one who was getting your jollies when we got here, and obviously he's not feeling too good about that. I don't know." "You're right," Pharrell interrupts. "You don't know. You don't know a goddamn thing about me and him, so you need to keep your nose out of it." Beck and Jeremy both stand up to get my back if necessary. I have no doubt whose side they would take, but I also know they would do their best to keep the peace. Or at least Beck would. Jeremy's a little hothead, mainly because of his fucked up past and his abusive father. Beck has been a calming influence on him, but there's still no telling. Maybe Jeremy and I could get in a few good licks on Pharrell before Beck put an end to it. Even Liam moves in behind me, his large presence impossible not to notice. I don't think Seth would be able to do much of anything right now. He just looks so lost, standing there staring at Pharrell with that vacant look. "Pharrell," he says, his voice soft and sad. "Look, Sethy, I didn't expect you back for another week. What can I say? I have needs." He drops a bud into his bong and offers it to Seth, along with a lighter. "Come on and take a hit. Calm down. You know how I feel about you." I jump at Pharrell, knocking the bong out of his hand, shattering it on the coffee table and spilling nasty bong water onto the carpet. I've never punched anyone in my life, but my fist connects squarely with Pharrell's mouth before Beck catches me and pulls me back easily. "No, Dan," he yells. "This is his place, man. You can't do this. Not here." Pharrell covers his mouth, catches blood in his hand, and looks at it. Then he glares at me. I seem to be getting pretty good at making people's lips bleed. I could work up to this fighting thing. "You little prick," Pharrell growls. "Get him the fuck out of here," he says to Beck. All of us turn to go at once, but Pharrell calls out to Seth's retreating back. "Come back in here now, Seth. This ain't cool at all. You know that wasn't anything earlier, just some guy. It got lonely without you here." Seth turns back. "You could have called. You've got my number, but you never called, never even texted."
Now I know why you want to keep everything a secret." He slinks out of the room and into the hall, following Jeremy. I'm behind him, and Beck brings up the rear, slamming Pharrell's door behind him. When I turn to look, Beck's mouth is a grim line, his eyes full of anger. He and Seth dig at each other a lot, but when it comes down to it, they're like family. All of us are. We're sort of a tribe, I guess, and when you mess with one of us, you'd better be ready to take on the rest. Seth's usual energetic aura has been snuffed out and replaced with something else. We've got to figure out some way to fix it. I mean, we can't have a sullen Seth running around, can we? It's bound to mess with the equilibrium of the universe. I throw an arm around Seth's shoulders as we storm through the main room of the nearly empty club. "You want to talk about it?" I ask. He shakes his head. He's despondent, but he's not crying or screaming, so that's a good sign. I'm still shocked that I learned Seth was seeing Pharrell on the same day they broke up. And that gets me thinking about all of the times Seth had to stay late after class for this or that. How many times he said he was just checking the artwork in his storage building. The fact that he seemed hesitant to have a roommate. Shit. The signs were there, weren't they? I was just too blind to see them. "Dan!" A voice rings out from a dark corner, and I have to squint to see who's calling me. "Oh my God, Blake! What are you doing here?" "I told you I was bored." He approaches and goes in for a hug, but he seems cautious, so I take the lead and wrap my arms warmly around him. After all, we've done a lot more intimate touching than that on the dance floor. No harm in a friendly hug. "Come with us," I gesture, toward the exit door where my 4 friends have just exited. "But I just paid a cover," Blake says. "You can stay if you want, but I just punched the owner in the face, so we have to leave." Blake covers his mouth with his hand and follows me outside without another word. On the sidewalk, we're suddenly surrounded by Beck, Jeremy, Seth, and Liam. Beck reaches out to shake Blake's hand. "You must be Julian." "Nope." Blake accepts his handshake anyway. "Sorry to disappoint, but I'm Blake." "Blake is a dancer," I explain. "A really good one." Everyone mutters niceties to each other for a few seconds, and then we're all standing silently on the sidewalk like we're lost. "What now, guys?" Jeremy rocks back on his heels and rubs his hands together. "We've just lost our hangout. No offense to you, Seth. So, what the hell are we gonna do?" "Everyone can come to our house," Beck suggests. "Not much to do there, but have you guys ever been to Big Ed's truck stop?" Blake asks. We all look at him like he's lost his marbles. Beck laughs. "Do we look like truckers to you?" "My granddaddy was a trucker," Liam offers. "He's probably been there. I know he used to like to take showers at the Flying J." Blake chuckles. "It's not that kind of truck stop. This is a truck stop for men who like men. It's actually a bar." "Oh." Liam's face reddens a little. "Yeah, my granddaddy probably didn't go there." Jeremy reaches up to put a hand on Liam's shoulder. "Go easy on Liam, guys. He's straight. He's not used to all this stuff." "All the more fun," Blake says. "The only reason I suggested the place is because it's not far down the road. And it's got dancing." He nudges my arm. "You regret coming with us now?" Beck asks Liam with a smirk. "Nah," Liam says. "I'll be fine. I'm not that easily ruffled." "I'm just gonna go back to the room," Seth says. "Oh, no, you don't," I ruffle his hair. "Remember what you told me earlier? That I was going out if you had to drag me? Well, here I am, and now you have to return the favor." "Let me drive your car?" he asks with a scowl. I dig the keys out of my pocket and dangle them to him on the tip of my index finger. And just like that, Pharrell takes a back seat. Seth and I hop into the Chevelle. Beck, Jeremy, and Liam pile into Beck's jacked-up black pickup truck, and we follow Blake's sensible Volvo back towards Savannah for about 30 miles. Chapter 24. Blake,
I do not even want to ask how you know about this place. I squint to see the building at the end of the dark gravel parking lot. No lighted signs, no nothing. Just a dilapidated-looking warehouse with a few 18-wheelers and pickup trucks parked around it. He laughs. You'd be hard-pressed to find a strip club I don't know about in this part of Georgia. Hell, in most of the state. Strip club? Jeremy asks, seeming a bit nervous. I've never been to a strip club. Hopper's is the only real club I've ever been to. Am I allowed to come in? I'm only 18. Blake winks and puts his finger to his lips. Just don't volunteer that information and you'll be fine. Trust me, when they get a look at you boys in here, they might not let you leave. Jeremy looks even more worried, but then Beck puts a hand to the small of his back, and he seems to relax. Blake holds the door for all of us as we enter the smoky bar. It doesn't smell that great in here, and it's really dark, but there are quite a few patrons inside. Definitely more than there were at Hopper's. Music is thumping from a surprisingly good sound system, some industrial song I'm not familiar with. Well, at least the inside looks better than the outside, I say near Blake's ear. He laughs. It's not bad. Don't worry. We all order drinks, and just as Blake said, there's no problem at all with Jeremy being underage. No one even bats an eye, much less asks for ID. Haven't seen you boys around here before, the bartender says as he slides me a White Russian. No, is all I can come up with to say. Actually, I've been here before, Blake says. Where's Big Ed? The bartender indicates a corner table with a jerk of his head, and Blake grabs me by the wrist and drags me toward the table. Our three friends follow along awkwardly. Grab a table, Blake tells them. Get that empty one right next to the stage before someone else gets it. Dan and I are going to speak to an old friend of mine. The boys squeak their chairs back and sit down at one of many empty tables, while Blake and I approach Big Ed's table. Big Ed, Blake says, running an arm around the broad shoulders of the largest man at the table. Hell, probably the largest man in the club. Big Ed leans back and takes a long look at Blake. Well, damn if it ain't Blake. Boys, you remember Blake? He wags his eyebrows at the two men sitting across from him who grunt in response. Where you been keeping yourself, Blake? The man rakes up and down Blake's body with his glassy eyes in a way that makes me slightly uncomfortable. Savannah, Blake says. Going to college down there. Ooh, a college boy. The man and his friends all laugh. How about your friends? Are they college boys too? The way they say college boys turns my stomach a little. Yeah, Blake says. Thankfully, he doesn't point out that we go to SSU. Where are the dancers? Blake asks Ed. On break. Only got 2 tonight, and if I had to guess, they're burning one together in the back. Blake hesitates for a moment. You want another one? Just for the night? What? Are you hard up for money? Big Ed laughs. I'd love for you to dance anytime. You know you're the best dancer I've ever had in here. Blake gives me a smug smile and nods. I just thought I'd show Dan how it's done, that's all. He's a dancer too. Oh, no, not really. I shake my head, mortified. I'm not really a dancer. I just do it for fun, just to blow off steam. I'm not a professional dancer or anything. Blake pats me on the shoulder. I didn't have any training when I worked here, Dan. But now that I have, I think Big Ed is going to be proud of me. Big Ed chuckles and takes a swallow of beer. Show me what you've got, Mr. Professional. Blake grabs me and drags me along again. Run over there and tell the DJ to put on Strange Clouds for Blake, please. I hurry to do his bidding, caught up in the urgency and strangeness of the evening. Blake's back? The DJ asks excitedly. Tell him to come see me when he's done. I nod and join my friends at their table as Blake comes out onto the stage. As soon as the music starts, Blake walks out onto the stage. He's still wearing his skinny jeans and button-up shirt, but he's barefoot now. He comes right up to the edge of the stage where we're sitting, running a hand through his spiky black hair and smiling directly at me. Is he really going to take his clothes off in front of us? This from Beck, whose expression is a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. I hope so, Seth says without taking his eyes off the stage. Jeremy keeps looking from Beck to the stage and back again, as if he's not sure how the two of them are supposed to handle this development. I certainly don't know how to handle it. I'm just sort of along for the ride at this point. My life seems to have become one surreal moment followed by another. Maybe I really am dreaming. Almost instantly when Blake appears, the other patrons in the club begin to migrate toward the stage. A couple of them whistle, and one of them calls him by name. Blake twists his hips seductively, not overdoing it. His moves are very controlled, very deliberate. I know he's got a lot more in his arsenal, probably even more than I've seen. But I also know he's a master of seduction when it comes to dancing. He doesn't do anything by accident. Blake spends the first verse teasing the crowd with his movements without taking anything off, thank goodness. But just before the chorus hits, he steps it up tenfold, unbuttoning his shirt and revealing that sexy dragon tattoo that dominates his upper body. The crowd gets excited, and my friends look nervously at me. Liam especially looks like he's going to implode with embarrassment. He's going for it, Seth says, and I almost have to laugh, he looks so excited. I think he's going to take it off. I silently thank Blake for taking Seth's mind off of that asshole Pharrell. And damn if he's not doing a really good job of taking everyone's mind off of everything. His skill is just awe-inspiring. I find myself sinking into that jealous funk he puts me in when I watch him, and I've got visions of enrolling at SCAD and taking classes to become a professional dancer. It may not be practical, but it's something I'm passionate about. Dancing makes me feel so alive, and like there's at least a little something special about me. Blake drops his shirt to the floor and grabs onto the pole in the center of the stage. It never occurred to me that he might be able to dance on a pole. I personally have never even touched one, but he spins around and works that thing like he's done it 1,000,000 times. He drops to the floor and snaps open his jeans, eliciting gasps from my friends on either side of me. Opening the pants into a V at the front, just enough to show hair at the top of his underwear, he turns directly toward me and crooks his finger, his lips turning up into a wicked little smile. I shake my head no, but then Seth, of all people, pushes my arm hard, trying to get me to go up. What the fuck? I yell at him over the music. Just go, he says. You'll love it. It disturbs me a little that my best friend is pushing me onto a stripper stage, but Blake hasn't actually stripped, so maybe it'll be okay. I jump onto the stage, and Blake immediately grabs me by the hand and pulls me into an embrace, my back to his front. As he grinds his hips and I match his moves with my own, he reaches down to the hem of my shirt and pulls it over my head. I hold my arms up and let him do it, caught up in the music and the moves and the performance adrenaline that gets me every time. Now we're both naked from the waist up, and I'm keenly aware that Blake's pants are open behind me. I try not to think about it because it makes me feel awkward. Speaking of awkward, as Blake dances behind me and runs his warm hands all up and down my bare torso, the straight guy Liam looks like his face is about to crack off. His eyes are wide, his body stock still, his lips slightly parted. If one of the other guys turned and blew on him, I think he'd fall right out of his chair. Truckers are throwing tips into a pickle jar at the edge of the stage, and some of them hold up bills, beckoning us to come closer so they can tip us properly. One of them jumps up on the stage and stuffs a bill into the band of my jeans, and it gives me a silly little feeling of power. I've never been paid to dance before. Do what I do, Blake says, and spins me around to face him. Then he starts taking his pants down, first one side, then the other, revealing the top half of his blue briefs. I shake my head, knowing that I don't have any underwear to reveal. With me, it's either denim or skin, but Blake keeps prodding me silently with his motions, and I can hear the encouragement of the crowd. Finally, I give in and unzip my jeans, folding them back enough that now everyone in the room is aware that I don't wear underwear. The truckers go wild. Since we got up on the stage, the room has gone from catatonic to raucous. Amazing what a little ass shaking can do. Blake moves over to the edge of the stage where the truckers are and motions for me to follow. With him dictating the dance moves, the two of us tease the truckers with a little skin at the front, collecting bills in the edge of our jeans, and then we turn and pull our jeans down to reveal just the top halves of our asses, dancing all the while. A huge surge of adrenaline sets my body trembling and the blood rushing to my groin. "Take it off," one of the truckers shouts, and the others join in, chanting. Then the song is over. Blake pulls his jeans back into place and motions for me to do the same. Doesn't have to tell me twice. Then we collect fallen bills and our shirts from the stage floor and exit out the back as a new song begins. "Fuck, that was a rush," I yell. "I can't stop shaking, I'm so excited." Blake laughs. "I knew you'd love it. Hope I didn't take you too far out of your comfort zone." He claps me on the back. "Well, for a minute there, but then I just got caught up. That was awesome." As we make our way through the backstage area, two glassy-eyed guys I'm assuming are the other dancers stop making out on the couch long enough to watch us pass by. Then they resume before we're even out of the room. We sit down at the table next to my friends, who look at me like I've lost my mind. "What the fuck, Dan?" Beck fixes me with a stern look I recognize all too well. He's disappointed in me. "I'm just dancing, Beck. Just blowing off some steam." "But here?" He gestures around the room. "This isn't the place for you." He looks suspiciously at Blake. Blake shrugs. "Hey, I know it's not the king's bedchamber, but it'll do for a little practice. Nobody starts out at the top. Didn't y'all think Dan did great?" "Yeah," Seth agrees. "I think you did great, buddy. I mean, I don't think I want to see any more of your ass, if you know what I mean, but you're a natural." The straight guy keeps his mouth shut. "I thought you did great too," Jeremy says. "Don't listen to Beck. You've got to start somewhere." "Start?" Beck asks. "Does this mean you're going to continue doing this?" He's obviously not pleased. "No, I'm not planning on stripping, but I have considered going to SCAD and studying dance." I smile at Blake, and he smiles back. Big Ed saunters over to our tables with a huge smile on his face. "So are you back for good, Blake?" Blake shakes his head. "Too far of a drive, Ed. Gotta focus on school." Ed turns his attention to me. "How about you? Are you looking for a job? The boys really liked you a lot." He runs a meaty finger through one of my curls, and he laughs when I pull away instinctively. "I ain't gonna bite you." "You ready to go, guys?" Beck stands and pulls Jeremy with him, crowding Ed a little and making him back up a step. Then Liam stands as well, pulling himself up to his full height, his head even with Big Ed's. "Damn, there's a lot of testosterone flying in this room," Blake says with a laugh. He stands. "It was good seeing you, Ed. We're gonna go now. These growing boys have to get their rest." Ed casts a doubtful look in Liam's direction. "This one looks like he's pretty grown." I can't help but laugh at that, and Seth joins in with me. "You've got that right," I agree. "But we do need to get moving. It was nice meeting you, Ed." I shake his hand, though I don't particularly want to. "Nice meeting you, too." He squeezes my hand. "Come back any time. I'll let you dance whenever you want." "Okay." I extract my hand from his, and my friends and I file out of the club and into the dark parking lot. Then we all race to our vehicles, trying to outrun the cold. "My house, everybody," Beck yells. "It'll be after midnight by the time we get back, so the dorm will be on lockdown." "Crap, I forgot about that." Seth jumps into the driver's seat of the Chevelle and cranks it. "I kinda wanted to sleep in my own bed tonight." That reminds me that Seth has had his heart broken tonight.
at least on some level. Now that the action is winding down, it's going to hit him hard again. I'd like to comfort him, but my own heart is just as broken as his, so I don't know how much good I'll be in that capacity. "Follow me," I holler to Blake as I climb into the passenger seat. "You sure?" he yells back. "Yeah, come on, Blake," Beck calls from his truck. "We've got room." The drive is long and quiet back to Beck and Jeremy's house. Finally, I get up the nerve to ask Seth about Pharrell. "Just fucking," Seth says. "That's all it was, just fucking. Now it's over." He doesn't look like that's all it was, but then hurt pride can feel an awful lot like a broken heart. "I know how you feel, buddy." "I'm not feeling so hot myself." He scoffs. "What do you have to be sad about? You actually have a boyfriend, and apparently he's like the most amazing thing on the planet, right?" "Yeah, but where the hell is he? I miss him so much, and I don't even know if he's coming back. He just got on a plane and left, not a word to anyone. When I met him, he was in the closet big time, Seth. I think maybe it was all just too much for him." "Hello?" Seth glances away from the road to look at me like I'm an idiot. "You don't know if he's coming back? Who the fuck loans their boyfriend their car and then just doesn't show back up? That's absurd. Think about it, Dan. He gave you that bracelet and his car. The dude is coming back." "I'd love to believe that, Seth. You don't know how much. But you didn't see his face the night before he left. You didn't hear the—" I swallow around a huge lump in my throat. The hateful things he said to me. He said he'd never give my ghetto ass anything more than sex. "But he did," Seth argues. "He gave you everything. His heart. Don't you see that? You've got a car, and didn't Avery say that bracelet means love or something?" "Yeah, but those are just things. I don't know how to explain it, but those things don't mean anything to me. I know what they're supposed to mean, but they just don't. Nothing means anything but him. And now that he's not here, nothing feels real anymore." Seth focuses his eyes on the road for the rest of the way to Beck's, and we're both silent. We can't help each other. Each of us has had a chunk of our heart ripped out, and now we're just limping along together, hoping things will get better. Holding our breath. Chapter 25. We all pile into Beck's house and fall asleep watching TV. Beck offers Liam the only guest bed they have, and I think it's so he won't feel awkward being the only straight guy in a big gay boy pile-up on the living room floor. When I wake up, the sun is up, and Seth's arm is choking me. He's also got his leg twisted around mine like a vine, and I have to work to extract myself without waking him. Blake has climbed onto the sofa sometime in the night and is snoring quietly, his head hanging off the edge. Beck and Jeremy are drinking coffee and eating eggs in the kitchen. A big plate of cinnamon rolls sits untouched in the center of the table. "So that's what woke me up. Smells heavenly." "You hungry?" Beck asks. "Because you look like you haven't been eating well. I think you've lost about 7 pounds. "Really?" I cross my arms. "You just pulled this random exact number out of your ass?" Jeremy shakes his head, chewing and swallowing before he speaks. "That's not random, Dan. He's probably right on the money. You forget we wrestlers track our weight all the time." "Oh, yeah." I look down at my body. 7 pounds? You think? They both nod. Beck takes a sip of coffee. "So what's the story with your new man? I figured we'd have met him by now." "Well..." I try to figure out how to explain the situation without sounding too pathetic. "He went somewhere, but he left me the car and this bracelet." I hold my arm out for them to inspect my new piece of jewelry. "Wow, looks expensive." Jeremy stares wide-eyed at the sparkling bangle. "It's a Cartier love bracelet, supposed to be some kind of chastity thing. He's got the key." I try to keep the pride out of my voice, but I doubt if I've succeeded.
So, you're not allowed to sleep with anyone else? Beck asks with a wide grin. That's cool as shit. Yeah, I agree. Except where the hell is he? I don't even know when he'll be back. You don't think you can hack celibacy? The look on Jeremy's face is serious. Of course I can. Truth is, I don't even want anyone else, like not at all. I just want him, and he's gone. I drop onto one of the kitchen chairs and shove a cinnamon roll into my mouth. It doesn't taste as good as it should. Beck puffs out his chest like a proud father. Looks like our boy Dan is officially off the market, Jeremy. Gay men should be crying all across the globe, Jeremy adds. I throw the last bite of cinnamon roll at Jeremy. All right, you assholes don't have to mock me. I know I'm whipped. Chastity bracelet, Jeremy breathes. That is so sexy. He gets up from the table and puts his empty plate and cup in the sink, then turns to leave the kitchen. I'm going to change my underwear. Beck and I give each other a confused look as he shuffles out of the room. When he's out of sight, Beck leans over to me and speaks quietly. Write the name of that bracelet down before you leave here and give it to me. Don't let Jeremy see. Okay, but I think I should warn you. These things cost like $7,000 or something. Dollars? Beck blinks silently for a moment before he finds words again. Guess I'll have to save up then. You are so sweet. He laughs. No, I'm not. I'm a badass boyfriend. Beck, Jeremy calls from the bedroom. Could you come here a minute? I need your help. I wave him away. Go be a badass boyfriend. I'm gonna get Seth and Blake up and head on over to the dorm. He heads to the bedroom, and I go in the other direction. Seth, Blake, get your asses up, I yell. They both jump a mile high and start babbling like idiots. We gotta go, guys. Beck just went to help Jeremy do something in the bedroom, and I don't want to stick around to find out what that something might be. What smells good? Blake mumbles. Cinnamon rolls. Grab one and let's get going. Come on, Seth, rise and shine. Seth drags himself up, and he and I fold the blankets from the floor while Blake wanders into the kitchen to grab a roll. He's wearing nothing but his blue briefs now, and Seth and I look at each other and laugh quietly. Guess he doesn't like to sleep in clothes, I say. At least he's hot, Seth whispers, leaning to check out Blake's ass as he rounds the corner. Damn. After we get the blankets folded and stacked, I notice something odd. I turn around, scanning the room, then I lean over and whisper to Seth, where the hell are Blake's clothes? Seth checks under the couch and between the seat cushions. They're not here. Bathroom, maybe? I suggest. Seth shrugs and slips his shoes on. I just want to get out of here, go mope in my own damn room. I pull my boots on. Blake, you gonna follow us back to the dorm? Nah, he calls from the kitchen. You guys head on out. I'm just gonna cruise on back to Savannah. I'll call you, okay, Dan? Okay. Good seeing you. Seth grabs the car keys off the end table next to the sofa and opens the front door. Dan? Didn't I park the car right here? I shove Seth out of the way to get a look at the driveway. Beck's truck is there, and Blake's car is parked in the grass, but the Chevelle is gone. Oh, holy fuck, someone stole it, I yell at the top of my lungs. Beck, someone stole my car out of your front yard. Oh my God, I'm gonna hyperventilate. I immediately bend over and try to shove my head between my knees. Seth thoughtfully brings me a plastic bag to breathe into, and the rest of the guys come running out. Jeremy is wearing a pair of Batman boxer briefs, and Beck has got a bedsheet wrapped around his naked body. Blake is still in his underwear, and he's got a cinnamon roll in one hand. Liam comes running out of the guest room, bleary-eyed from sleep and also wrapped in a bedsheet. He and Beck give each other puzzled looks, taking in their matching outfits. I'm calling the cops, Jeremy says, taking charge of the situation. You guys calm Dan down. Everything is going to be fine. A policeman knocks on Beck's door a few minutes later. Even in street clothes, he's instantly recognizable. By this time, all of us are fully dressed. Even Blake, whose clothes have suddenly materialized from the black hole they had disappeared into. Come in, Anthony, Beck says, clapping the man on his muscled shoulder. "Good to see you." Anthony is the cop we know best around SSU. He's been called out to so many parties, thefts, and fights on campus, there probably aren't many students who haven't met him. He looks out for us, too, instead of being a dick like some of the other officers. But Beck and Jeremy know him a little better than most. He worked the case of Jeremy's sex scandal ordeal first semester, and he was a great source of support for them both. "Okay, guys," he says without beating around the bush. "This is really going to be painful for me to have to tell you." "What?" Jeremy asks. "Well, we got a report in the middle of the night that a car had been taken without permission by a college student. The owner showed up at the station and said he was confiscating his car, but he wanted us to know about it, to be on the up and up. He had the title, insurance paper, car keys, driver's license, everything. Said he didn't want to press charges. To be honest, when he said it was stolen by Dan Fisher, I couldn't believe it." My stomach sinks, and I feel like I'm going to lose the cinnamon roll I just ate. "What was his name, Anthony?" "The guy who picked up the car." "Julian Wakefield. He said he'd been dating you, Dan, that you were staying with him in Savannah, but you two broke up. He left town, and when he got back, he discovered you had driven his car back to SSU. Is that how it happened?" "Not exactly, but what can I do?" I make my face a mask, trying not to let them see how badly this whole thing is breaking my heart. I had hoped maybe it was Julian's dad who came for the car. That would leave me with at least a little hope. One more question will seal the deal and either leave me a spark of hope or snuff it out for good. "How old was the guy? Was he a young guy like us, or a man who could be my father?" "Actually both," Anthony says. "Julian's father brought him in and supplied all of the paperwork and the car keys. Julian seemed a little shy during the whole exchange, said he didn't want to confront you or make a big scene about it." "What about this?" I hold up my bracelet to him. "Did he leave the key to this fucking thing?" My voice rises an octave, wavering slightly, threatening to give out on me. Anthony gives me a sympathetic look and shakes his head. "I'm sorry, Dan. I don't know anything about that. He just wanted his car back. I wanted to knock on the door and let you know what was going on, but the chief wouldn't let me, and I didn't want to push the issue since he wasn't pressing charges. So I made the chief promise to call me in when you found out about it. I didn't want any of those other guys handling it." "Thanks, Anthony. I really appreciate it." I sit down on the sofa and stare down at my hands, hoping I'll wake up from the nightmare I seem to be caught in. This can't really be happening, can it? Anthony says goodbye, and Beck walks him to his car. I'm sure they're talking about me, but I'm beyond caring. "Okay," Beck says when he returns. "This is bullshit, Dan. Jeremy and I are going to get in my truck and go down to Savannah and kick the ever-loving shit out of this dude. You with us, Liam?" "Definitely." Liam pulls up to his full height. He looks like he would kill Julian if he got his hands on him. Julian could probably do a little damage to any one of them, but he wouldn't stand a chance against all three. And certainly not Beck or Liam. Hell, Jeremy's small, but he's scrappy as hell. So yeah, they'd kill him. I worry my lip with my teeth. Guys, please don't mess with him. This is humiliating, but when I think about anything happening to him, maybe this was all just a misunderstanding. I pull out Julian's note I've been carrying around in my jeans pocket and reread it. The other guy's reading over my shoulder. "No mistaking that," Seth says. "He told you to take his car, plain as day." "He signed it yours," Beck points out. "That's got to mean something." "And he put his blood on it," Jeremy adds. Even as bad as I feel, that makes me laugh a little. "That's my blood, Jeremy." "Oh." He sounds disappointed. I can't understand it. I fold the note carefully and slide it back into my pocket. He said he was mine. He said he couldn't stand not to be with me. He said... I hide my face in my hands and groan as realization hits me hard. Oh, Jesus.
Who says that over-the-top shit? I'm a moron. Kill me now. I fucking hate that bastard.
So you do want us to beat the shit out of him? Beck asks, his voice quiet and serious.
No! I said no. I get an image of Julian beaten and bloody, and it upsets me so badly I have to walk away from my friends to catch my breath. God, I don't know what to think. How to feel. Cheer up, Dan. Blake shoves his hands into his pockets and rocks back on his heels. Don't beat yourself up about it. I hate to be the one to point this out, but your boyfriend was a little wishy-washy from the start. Was he? Seth asks. Yeah, Blake continues. Closet case from hell. 1 minute he was claiming he was straight, the next he was paying Dan $100 for a lap dance with the whole club watching. Really? Jeremy gasps. That is so cool. How did you do it, Dan? Show us. Give somebody a lap dance on the sofa. I'll volunteer. Blake raises his hand and plops down on the sofa, adopting Julian's spread-legged position from the club and motioning for me to come over. He digs a dollar bill out of his pocket from our stripping tips the night before and folds it between his fingers. That's exactly what he did, guys. I shit you not. He called Dan over like some big shot with $100 bill between his fingers. Then he pats the inside of his leg, imitating Julian. Come on, Dan. Show them what you did. No! I shake my hand, pulling at my hair in exasperation. What is wrong with you two? I'm not giving anyone a lap dance. The only man I ever thought I was actually falling in love with just repossessed his car from me, guys. I feel about as shitty as a person could feel right now. He was my... Hell, I don't know what he was. My future, my soulmate, my first real boyfriend? I thought he cared about me. I thought it was even, you know? Everyone stares at me for a moment. I'll do it, Liam tells Blake suddenly, as if I haven't just had a meltdown. He jumps over onto the couch and assumes Julian's role in the lap dance reenactment, and everyone crowds around as Blake mounts his legs. You sure about this? Beck asks Liam with a puzzled look. This seems kinda strange. Liam doesn't bother answering. He's too intent on watching Blake imitate my hip wiggling from the club, brushing his crotch gently back and forth over Liam's lap. Without being coached, Liam grabs onto his hips just like Julian did mine, and Blake leans over and latches onto Liam's throat with his teeth, sucking gently before hopping off his lap. Blake winks in Liam's direction, and that's basically what happened. Liam shudders visibly and gives Blake a look that I'm pretty sure straight guys shouldn't be giving another dude. Wow, Dan did that? Jeremy is awestruck. I'll bet that was hot. I can't believe the guy asked for his car back. He should have bought you a new one, Dan. Blake laughs. Yeah, Dan was hot as hell that night. He sure got my attention. And I don't care what anybody says. He had that rich boy wrapped around his little finger. Yeah, I agree sourly. Too bad he came unwrapped. I grab the Chevelle car keys off the table where Seth dropped them, shove them into my pocket, and head to the front door. Now will somebody please take me and Seth home? We've got a lot of wallowing to do. Chapter 26. New Year's Eve comes and goes without even a nod from me or Seth. We've been holed up for days working on Glyph. I've written enough storyline and dialogue for several months, and Dan has a few weeks' worth of posts if he posts a page a day. The fans are going to be so excited, Seth says. Thanks for doing this with me. It's really going to step the manga up. I'll bet we have 10 times the subscribers by the end of the year. It's therapeutic, actually. I towel dry my hair, glad to be freshly showered for the first time since returning to school. By the way, we've got plans later on tonight. Really? Seth jumps up and runs to his closet. Because I've been thinking it's time we were going out. But where will we go? We can't go to Hopper's anymore, and Beck and Jeremy are still on the road coming back from Blackwood.
Jeremy's family physician, Dr. Ben Hardy, and his boyfriend Corey host a big New Year's bash every year. They invited us all this year, but Seth and I declined at the last minute due to broken hearts. Now I'm almost wishing we'd gone, because self-pity has given way to anger. And I'm ready to start living again. I already know where I'm going. I heft one of my unpacked suitcases onto the bed and drag out the mesh sweater I swiped from Julian. My jerk-off sweater. I pull on a pair of bright red briefs from Sebastian's, and then I put Julian's dirty jeans right back on my clean body. You ever gonna wash those jeans? Seth asks. Nope. I'm not washing the sweater either. Seth curls his lip in disgust. Boy, I don't even want to know what might be on those clothes. I let out a wicked laugh. Yeah, you definitely don't want to know. Are you driving me, or do I need to hitchhike? Hitchhike? Seth stops checking his appearance in the mirror and stares at me. Where the hell are you going? Well, I kind of like the idea of having a car, and since that asshole took his back, I'm going to have to make some money to buy a new one. Seth raises a brow. Not following you, buddy. I grin. Big Ed gave me a job dancing. He said show up whenever I get ready and he'll see to it that I make at least $100 a night on weekends. I can probably get a car in 2 or 3 months. Dancing? Seth comes over and puts his hands on my shoulders. You mean stripping? Yeah, stripping. No. Seth starts pacing up and down the room. Absolutely not. I'll call Beck if I have to. I'm not letting you do it, and definitely not at that seedy joint. Dan, there's no telling what might happen to you out there. Did you see those men? What if you don't take it off fast enough for them or something? Come on, Seth. Stop being a drama queen. It's just a bunch of lonely truck drivers and local men blowing off some steam. If you don't want to take me, I'm sure I can walk down to the interstate and catch a ride with one of those truckers. You've lost your fucking mind, Seth says. What is wrong with you? Next time I see you, it will be on the news when they're dragging you out of the woods on a tarp with your throat slit and your rims disarticulated. Not all truckers are serial killers, Seth. No, but with your luck, you'd get the one who is. I smile sweetly at him. Then drive me. He grunts, realizing he's been outmaneuvered. I've successfully used his own fears against him, and yes, I am proud of myself. Now I'm going to take a nap until it's time to go, I tell Seth, and you'd better not call anyone. Fine. He puts his headphones on and settles back on his bed with his drawing tablet. On the way to the club, Seth asks me if I'm going to be taking it all off. Probably. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I won't have to go on the first night. I pick at a thread on the seam of my jeans. I'd like to kind of ease into that part of it. What if they won't let you ease into it? I chuckle. Then I guess you'll be seeing more of me than you want to tonight. Screw that, he says. If you're planning on doing the full Monty, give me a heads up or something so I can look the other way. All right, but hopefully it won't come to that. Maybe they'll be satisfied with my little red briefs. Seth looks skeptical. Big Ed greets us at the door when we arrive at the club, quickly ushering us back to the dressing room. He seems eager to get me on stage. It's a lot busier in here tonight than it was last time we were here, I comment. Yep. He rubs his coarse beard and grins. They know we've got fresh meat tonight, that's why. Is he referring to you? Seth whispers. I don't think I like the sound of that. All right, Dan. Big Ed gestures around the messy dressing room. Here are the costumes. Find something that fits you until you can visit a tailor and get some of your own clothes altered. It's a hell of a lot easier getting out of them when they've got these Velcro seams in the side. He demonstrates by pulling apart a pair of black pants and sticking them back together. I look around at the clothes scattered everywhere, wondering where to begin. Thankfully, Seth begins sifting through them and I join him. Oh yeah. Ed turns back toward me. What song should I tell the DJ to play for you? Gosh, I hadn't thought of that. Just tell him to surprise me. And can Seth sit front center for moral support? I'll clear the best seat for him, Ed says as he leaves us alone. Ta-da! Seth comes out of the pile with a pair of snakeskin pants that look to be about my size. I test out the Velcro in them a couple of times to get the hang of it. These are good. I'm wearing Julian's sweater, though. I can take it over my head just fine. You need more things to take off, Seth says. He tosses me a pair of Wayfarer sunglasses and a tattered scarf. What about shoes? Should I just go barefoot? Keep your combat boots on, he suggests. Naked guys in combat boots are as sexy as hell. I have a whole folder of porn dedicated to that alone. Yeah, I didn't really need to know that, Seth. I might have to start wearing sneakers. I look down at my outfit. So how do I look? Seth laughs. I hate to even say this, but you'll look a lot better when you take all that shit off. Oh crap, I almost forgot. I fish my eyeliner out of the pocket of Julian's jeans and smudge it around the rims of my eyes. Then I return the pencil to the pocket and hand the jeans off to Seth. Do not lose these jeans. They're my life. That's sad, Rumi. But he clutches them tightly to his chest and goes to take the closest seat to the front center of the stage, which Big Ed has reserved for him. As soon as I'm dressed, I peek out through the curtain. That's when my stomach turns inside out and my hands start to shake. Usually dancing doesn't make me so nervous, but this is different. I'm about to be taking my clothes off for a room full of burly men I don't know. Oh my God. What was I thinking agreeing to this? I wish Julian was here. The thought comes from out of nowhere, and I try to shut it out. Being nervous is bad enough without being sad, too. I'm terrified and lonely, and all I can think about is the guy who destroyed my soul. I keep trying to fool myself, but I can't do it. Not when I'm standing here in a seedy truck stop about to walk out onto a stage and take my clothes off. I have to admit it. I'm doing all of this as a big fuck you to Julian. Yeah, I want a car, but there are plenty of jobs I could take if that was my main concern. The truth is, I need revenge, even if the bastard will never know about it, even if he doesn't care. I look down at the bracelet I haven't had the courage to take off. I realized days ago that I could use a regular flathead screwdriver to unlock it. I even borrowed one from Beck just for that purpose, but in the end I couldn't do it. Julian put it on me, and I just can't take it off. Not yet. The way I feel now, they'll probably bury me with the damn thing on. Fear and depression get the best of me, and I'm a breath away from backing out when the song ends and the DJ starts introducing me. Gentlemen, we have a special treat for you tonight, he announces as I tremble behind the curtain. We've got a brand new performer on our stage tonight. Please give him a warm Big Ed's welcome. The men clap and hoot a little as he continues. By request, here's a sweet little tune by Michael Jackson. When the music starts, it takes me a moment to recognize the song because it starts with some sound effects and the sound of a crowd cheering. Then it hits me. Dirty Diana. Hell yeah. The music works its magic on me as usual, calming my nerves and putting me into that special place I go when I dance. It's as if I become a different person, one who isn't afraid to move or to get down and dirty. I love it. I make my way onto the stage incrementally, milking the entrance for as long as I can before I have to start taking stuff off. The first thing to go are the glasses because I can barely see with them on. Then the scarf comes off. When I get almost all the way to the end of the stage, adrenaline is surging through me, and the cheering of the men has got me so amped up I feel invincible. It's not easy to do Michael Jackson-esque moves with my rubber-soled boots, but I get a modified version of his moves going that works like gangbusters. I'm no expert pole dancer, but I do know how to swing on it a little, and I can definitely shake my hips and act like I'm humping it. I twirl around the pole a couple of times, just getting started with my performance, when the door opens at the back of the room. A group of people come in. Beck, Jeremy, and Liam crowd the doorway, and out from behind them step Avery
and Julian. What the fuck?
My hand slips off the pole and I stumble backward a little when I see him, my face turning red. But all eyes are on me, and I have to struggle to regain my footing and my poise. There's no way I'm going to let him see me make an ass of myself. My heart is pounding out of my chest, and all I want to do is run to him. But he abandoned me, took his car. What is he doing here? Why do I still want him so much? He strolls forward with that air of entitlement that he has, the one that affects me whether I want it to or not. I keep dancing, a little distractedly now as I try to figure out what he's going to do. He's more self-possessed than I've ever seen him. His signature confidence is coming off of him in waves as he steps up behind Seth, grabs him firmly by the shoulder, and motions for him to get up. One look at Julian's face, and Seth scrambles out of the way, moving to join our friends when he spots them near the back of the room. Julian sits down in the seat, owning it as surely as he owns the leather chair in his library. I don't think there's a person in the room who's unaware of his presence. King Julian on his throne. My dance moves have gotten a little weak during his approach, but once he settles down in his seat and focuses those electric eyes on me, everything on the periphery of us fades to black. There's nothing but me, him, and the music. I start to move just for him, only for him, the overtly sensual beat of the song urging me on. My dance takes on a whole different tone now, something dark and purely sexual as I slip his sweater off over my head and toss it out of the way. I spin around the pole a few times, wrapping my legs seductively around it and sliding down and back up again. Dollar bills slide across the stage, and the voices of the men rise around me, encouraging me to entertain them, and I do. I give it my all, trying to communicate sex with every move I make. Eventually, I move directly in front of Julian and swivel my hips, running my hands slowly up and down my thighs, rubbing over the curve of my ass, showing him. Then I turn my back to him and bend straight over, presenting my ass for him, and I snatch the snakeskin pants off and throw them across the stage. Now I'm fully hard, wearing nothing but the red briefs and my combat boots. Julian twirls his finger in the air, and I catch sight of my friends across the room. They all turn their backs to the stage on his command. Then he spreads his legs in that sexy, casual way he does and grabs onto his cock through his pants, showing me just how hard he is. He continues to move his hand up and down his shaft through the fabric, never averting his intense gaze from me for a second. Sexual energy unlike any I've ever felt sizzles through me as he fucks me with his eyes. I've never been this turned on, and it doesn't matter that I'm shaking a rock-hard erection around on stage for every man in the county to see. I drop to my knees, dizzy from watching Julian touch himself, and then I fall into push-up position and hump the floor suggestively. I pull the dirtiest moves I've got, ending each fluid roll of my hips in a forward thrust, giving Julian a perfect side view of just exactly what I'd do to him if I was between his legs right now. He licks his lips, reminding me of the feel of his skilled mouth as he sucks me. I can hardly wait to feel that mouth on me again. As the song nears the end, I hop back up to my knees and lean back onto one hand, reaching down into my briefs with the other and pushing down, going for a big finish. Just as the waistband drops below the head of my dick, Julian jumps up and snaps it back into place. Then he drags me off the stage and into his arms, pushing my back against the edge of the stage and kissing me with a passion that makes my heart skip. I don't mind you dancing, Dan, but this, he palms my erection and rubs it gently. This is for my eyes only. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him hard, moaning my pleasure against his lips, threading my fingers into his hair and practically climbing up his body. All of the confusion and anger I've been feeling during his absence has magically evaporated. I don't know where he's been or why, and at that moment I don't care. All I know is he's here now and I'm happy. Then the cheers at the end of the song mingle with the real cheers of the men in the bar. Apparently they can appreciate a sappy love story, because they don't seem at all irritated that I've abandoned my performance to make out with my boyfriend. To what do I owe this strange and happy turn of events? My backstabbing roommate, of course. While I was napping earlier in the day, Seth was busy making phone calls. Concerned that I was going to end up disarticulated on the side of the road or raped in the back of Big Ed's parking lot, he called Beck and Jeremy, who in turn called Liam. Then he stole Avery's number off of my phone and called her. The fact that Julian was already on his way to town was a last-minute development that surprised even Seth. He's a pain in the ass, but I can't complain about how things turned out. My friends are nearly as frenzied as I am now that Julian is back. I can tell they're happy for me. They all want to see us together, but I want to be alone with him. And I have questions. They all head back to campus, and Julian waits patiently for me to get dressed and get my stuff together. Big Ed gives me my money and thanks me profusely for coming. He doesn't mention me coming back, though, and I can tell by his demeanor around us now that Julian has said something to him, probably informed him that I won't be dancing again. That's fine with me. I have no desire to do it now that Julian is back. The Chevelle is sitting in the parking lot when we get outside, and I freeze when I see it, remembering the pain I felt the day I lost it. Julian senses my apprehension and pulls me close, tilting my chin up and looking me in the eyes. I did not take this car from you, Dan. I wanted you to have it. I left specific instructions that no one was supposed to mess with you about it, but my dad had other ideas. But the police said you were with your dad. My father has his ways, he continues. He meant for you to believe I had taken the car and that I didn't want to see you. I don't know if he got someone to pose as me or if he just bribed the cops. I don't have any idea. We didn't exchange enough words for me to find out all that. He and I are through, and I couldn't be happier about it. Are you sure? I ask as he opens my door and waits for me to climb into the passenger seat. He is your father. Julian closes my door, rounds the car, and climbs into the driver's seat. It's just blood, Dan. Doesn't really mean much when it comes down to it. What matters is who stands by you and who cares. Morris Wakefield has never cared about me as a person. He will never accept me for who I am unless it falls in line with what he wants. That's just a fact, and there's nothing I can do about it. He cranks the car, gunning the engine and listening to it roar. Then he winks at me and takes off, spewing a little bit of gravel on our way out of the parking lot. Where have you been, Julian? I can't keep myself from asking any longer. He purses his lips and keeps his eyes on the road. Rehab? I don't ask any more. I get the feeling it's a touchy subject with him, and that he'll fill me in on the details when he's good and ready, but I can't help being excited about it. I realize now why he seems so clear, like he's really come into his own. Claimed his own power. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but he's even sexier now. And he's mine. Chapter 27. Julian. Not exactly the Ritz-Carlton, I know, I mutter as we step into the hotel room. It smells a little like dusty carpet and cheap soap. Not good enough for him. As if I care, Dan laughs. Who are you trying to impress? You, I admit. But I don't really care about the room if you don't. I just want to be alone with you. He backs up to the bed and sits down, looking nervous. I like that, because I'm nervous too. Besides my father, Dan is really the only person who's ever made me feel vulnerable. But he makes me feel vulnerable in a good way. It's a soft, needy way that makes me want to give him everything I've got. What I'm feeling now is a far cry from the heady, over-the-top passion from the strip club when I almost lost it and ravished him in front of everyone there. Not that I don't still want him like I want my next breath.
The truth is, his brand of sexuality calls so strongly to me and answers so perfectly to mine, there's no way I can resist it. He's the yin to my yang, my matching puzzle piece. He's everything I'm not and everything I want to be. I sit down on the bed next to him, feeling a familiar magnetism and a fine tingle of nerves through my limbs. "Come over here," I say with a subtle incline of my head, trying not to betray how much I'm trembling inside. He climbs onto my lap, straddling me, and when he speaks, his voice is thick with emotion. "I'm glad you came back." No poetry there, just the naked truth. "I hated you for leaving me alone," he says. "You made me care about you so much, and then you just left me. How could you do that?" His eyes well up with unshed tears. He turns his face from me before they fall. "Could you not feel how strong—" He rests his hand over his heart. "Those feelings—" A chill dances across my skin. Shame for what I've done. Excitement that maybe he feels as much for me as I do for him. "I was always coming back, sweetie. There was never any doubt in my mind. My voice breaks, remembering the fear. "I didn't know they wouldn't let me call you. God, I didn't know. I was so afraid of what you thought of me and of what you might do if I didn't hurry and get back." He trains his expressive eyes on me, red-rimmed and wet, breaking my heart. "Thought I wasn't going to see you again. I thought you didn't want me anymore, that you had moved on, and I was just... nothing." He chokes up and lashes out, pushing against me even as he sits on my lap. The heels of his hands connect with my shoulders, knocking us both off balance, and I have to grab his wrists and lock his arms within mine. He struggles against me. "I gave you the bracelet, the car, everything I could think of to let you know how I felt." My heart pounds against my rib cage, my breathing ragged. "I left for you, Dan. What I did to you that last night, the things I said to you, I couldn't let that happen ever again. That look on your face, even as drunk as I was, I still can't forget it. You were afraid of me, Dan. You despised me. It will kill me for you to look at me like that again." I shake him gently, forcing him to look at me. "I couldn't be that same person and keep you. And after you made me feel... oh, God. I couldn't go back to before. I love you." I clutch him tightly against me, and I can feel his muscles relax as my words sink in. As he begins to believe, he gives in and molds himself to me, and I rock him gently. We sit like that for a long time, hanging on, learning to feel secure in each other. After a while, when all of the tears have subsided and we're just calm and quiet, I unwind myself gently from our embrace. I run a finger just inside the waistband of his jeans and glance down at them with a smile. "You still wearing these old things?" He blushes and laughs but doesn't offer any explanation. There's none needed anyway. He's got my marks all over him. My jeans, my bracelet, that look of admiration he still has in his eyes even after the hurt he's endured because of me. "Take them off," I tell him, my voice rough with emotion. He climbs off my lap and drops them with an adorable eagerness as I unfasten my own. By the time I'm stripped naked and leaned back on my elbows, he's standing in front of me in nothing but the red briefs, his dick standing tall enough to peek out the top. "Are you shy all of a sudden?" I ask, indicating the briefs. I don't take my eyes off of him as he peels them down his legs and lets me get a good look at his sleek body. I can't help grinning when his gaze drops unapologetically to my own erection. I grab onto it, blatantly offering it to him, and he doesn't waste any time leaning over me and taking it into his hot mouth, wetting it, warming it, stroking it with his lips, his tongue, and his hand. "So what are we doing?" he asks quietly, continuing to suck me as if it's just part of the conversation. "Everything we can," I reply, sucking in a sharp breath at the sensations his mouth is causing. "For as long as we can. I want it all." "Does that mean you're staying?"
He looks expectantly up at me as he wraps his lips around my cock again, working me with his tongue while he waits for an answer.
Oh, fuck yes. Most definitely.
I push up into his throat, grabbing a fistful of his hair, forcing him to keep eye contact with me.
I start an outpatient program here tomorrow. I'm here, Dan. Not going anywhere.
I pull my dick out of his mouth and drag his body up onto mine. I situate him right where I want him, straddling my waist with his ass in the perfect position for fucking. I can hardly wait to get in there.
It means so much this time.
He watches me tenderly, waiting, while I spit in my hand and rub my hand down his crack. He bites his lip and rolls his hips as I prepare him, working him loose with my fingers. Then I push the head of my cock in a little too roughly. He squeezes his eyes shut for a moment, his bottom lip turning white where he's clamping down so hard on it. But as I begin to move, his face relaxes, and he starts to make those little moaning noises that I fantasized about every night in rehab, the ones that make my cock so hard I think it will burst. In a flash, I've got him under me, wide-eyed with surprise, grunting his pleasure and pain loudly. He wraps his legs around my waist, and I raise up on my knees, angling his head down with only his head and shoulders resting on the bed, his hips pointing toward the ceiling.
"Fuck me hard," he says,
his voice barely above a whisper as he stretches his arms back above his head and lets go, letting me have free rein. Turns me on so much, him giving over to me completely like that, his tight body laid out for me to use however I want. I pound into him so hard his body slides back and forth across the bed with every thrust, his face oddly serene, eyes riveted on me. For long moments I pummel him, trying to erase the memory of every man before me and the pain of the last weeks, needing to bury myself in his heart as well as his body. I already belong to him. Now this is me making him mine.
"Julian, oh fuck, oh God."
The corner of his mouth lifts into a sexy little smile of extreme pleasure just before cum spurts out of his cock and across his belly and chest, without either of us ever touching it. I stare in amazement, not slowing down, my stomach twisting with desire for him.
Baby, love that.
I lower my head to his body and lick the cum from his chest as I grind out the most intense orgasm of my life, filling him up with all the love I've been saving just for him, letting go of all the fear, feeling real peace roll over me possibly for the first time in my life. My cock twitches and spurts for a long time inside him before it starts to retreat. Then I drop down beside him and run a finger through what's left of the cum on his belly.
"God damn, how did you do that?" I ask, breathless and still amazed.
He shakes his head, his eyes fluttering.
"You did it."
He stretches his arms above his head again, arching his back, basking in the afterglow of orgasm.
"Never happened before."
"You know what else you did?" "Came inside you," I chuckle.
"Yep. That means I'm yours now, right? Officially? It's done now. No going back. No escape."
I spoon my body up to his and wrap him in a lazy embrace. It's all I can do with the endorphins making my muscles all tingly and weak.
"You know I love you too, right?" His voice is so tentative, nervous. It makes me smile.
I was fairly confident. I can't see Dan's face well, but I can see enough from the side to catch the huge grin that spreads across his face as he adjusts to fit me, his back to my front. We lie there in silence, holding each other until we both fall asleep. Exactly 3 months after my stay in rehab, I'm opening up a nightclub. Some people have looked at me funny when I've told them that, but they don't understand my situation. I still visit a therapist once a week and go to AA regularly. Dan goes with me sometimes. But I don't have a drinking problem. I used to have another sort of problem, and I used alcohol to self-medicate. But I don't have that problem anymore. For the first time, I feel comfortable in my skin. If my sister had not taken the initiative and set her sneaky plan in motion, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'd still be in a downward spiral, no telling where I'd have ended up.
Avery is my hero.
She smiles at me from across the room, looking stunning in a new outfit she bought just for the grand opening of the club. Michael, the officer she met during the Hannah incident, returns to their table with her drink.
"What if he doesn't remember me?"
she asked when I suggested she call and invite him. You can't shut up talking about him. I laughed and pulled her hair. I guarantee you he's doing the same thing. Just call him. Sure enough, the guy nearly broke his neck trying to get down here. Now the way they're looking at each other is giving me butterflies. Hey, Julian, which band is which? Liam taps me on the shoulder, looking intimidating as hell, towering over me in his tight bouncer shirt. Damn, man, you're fucking scary. I look at the 4 glow-in-the-dark rubber club bands he's got in his hand. Pink is for straight, white is for gay, green is for bi, and purple is for undeclared. Got it, boss. He slips a purple band on his own wrist and trots off. I can't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. Boss.
I like the sound of that.
I survey the room for the millionth time, loving the way it all turned out. Ultra-modern decor, neon colors, edgy vibe, perfect. Pillars break up the space, each containing an ambient light in either pink, yellow, purple, or blue. Seating on this level is all built-in white leather sofas. Jeremy says looks like a bunch of beds everywhere, and I have to agree. It looks like a lot of fun is going to be had in this room. But my favorite part is the dance floor. No expense was spared to design it exactly to Dan's specifications, with different lighted levels and acrylic-enclosed go-go platforms. It's his fantasy dance floor. I catch a glimpse of Beck running around like a papa bear taking care of the staff. He's got the 6 waiters and waitresses lined up, making sure they know what is expected of them and that their loincloths and suede bikinis fit properly. We all agreed up front that we wanted the club image to be seductive but not raunchy. When Beck told me he wanted to buy into the club with me, I was resistant to the idea. But as I got to know him a little better, I realized he would be the perfect business partner. Responsible, tolerant, and loyal. We signed the papers and never looked back. We're gonna stomp Pharrell's ass in the ground. Jeremy comes up beside me, moving in his springy wrestler fashion, watching his man from across the room with that same look in his eyes Dan gives me. Like love bordering on hero worship. That'll teach him to fuck with our tribe. Well, let's try to be humble about it, I say, chuckling to myself. Jeremy probably thinks I'm a hard ass, but secretly I admire his spirit. And he's still such a kid in a lot of ways. Don't get us into trouble, I remind him. No alcohol. He pouts. I'm never going to be 21. Don't rush it, man. Plenty of time. Dan comes running out of the back wearing one of the hot little neon go-go boy outfits we had custom made in club colors. The tiny shirt frames his chest, leaving his tight abs on display, making me drool. And the sexy little briefs hug his hips perfectly and accentuate the dancer's legs below. A pair of tall sock sneakers finish off the outfit. Dan refused to put the sneakers on at first, but once he saw how hot he was in the mirror, it was hard to get him to take them off. In fact, the first time he tried it on, I had to take him into my office in the back, snatch the shorts down to his knees, and fuck him on the spot. We made so much noise none of the employees would even look at us when we came out. I fucking loved it. Now it's hard looking at him in that outfit on opening night and keeping myself from grabbing him and doing a replay. As soon as Dan sees the expression on my face, he blushes, and I know he's thinking about the same thing. He nuzzles up to my side and bumps my hip with his.
You like me like this, don't you? He whispers in my ear.
I grab his hand and move it briefly to the front of my pants, letting him feel just how much I like it. Then I regain my professional composure. There will be time to take advantage of my little go-go boy later. Right now, I have to be the boss. Beck finishes with his last-minute inspection and runs over to us, grabbing Jeremy and kissing him long and hard. This is it. Opening night. We all give each other silly grins, and my breath actually gets a little shallow with excitement. Knowing it's almost time for the doors to open, all of my new friends begin to migrate over to us. Avery and Michael join us, smiling so hard at each other I think their faces are going to crack. "Almost time," Seth says with a serious look. He smooths his long auburn bangs out of his eyes. "How do I look?" "Very cute," I say. "Extremely cute," Jeremy agrees. Beck just grunts. I try to ignore Blake as he slinks out of the back in his go-go outfit. I still don't like the guy. He's had his fucking hands, and other body parts, all over my boyfriend. Sometimes I think about beating the shit out of him just for fun. Not break any bones or put him in the hospital or anything. I just think it would feel so good to watch him bleed a little. But Dan likes him, and he's made friends with the other guys, so I hired him. I guess time will tell if I made the right decision on that. "Ready for the sign, boss?" Liam asks with a grin. "The finishing touch?" Beck and I look at each other. Then we both nod and follow Liam outside with Jeremy close behind us. We all stand on the street in front of the club and look up at the darkened sign. "Put a finish on it, Liam," Jeremy yells. Liam walks away, and a moment later the neon sign above the door flickers on. "Tribe," it says. Adrenaline surges through me, followed by that feeling of peace I'm coming to recognize. I look around at all of my new friends and my sister. They all seem so happy, but I can't imagine they could possibly be as euphoric as I am. I move up close behind Dan, wrapping my arms around his shoulder and pulling his back snugly to the front of my body. So sweet, so hot, so perfect. And he's mine. I drop a kiss on the top of his head, his curls tickling my nose, and I wonder what I ever did in my life to get so lucky. The end. Julian. The night of the party. I pause in the hallway, swaying a bit, feeling like I must be forgetting something. "My bottle," I say aloud, running my hands through my hair and groaning. No, I should not go back in there, definitely not. But I turn my feet around and head back to Dan's room anyway. Oops. I almost forget to knock, but when I do, Dan bellows something unintelligible from the other side of the door. "Sorry," I mutter, closing the door behind me. Somehow my foggy mind seizes on the sound of the door clicking into place. I know there's something not quite right about that, but I can't really make sense of it right now. Forgot my drink. I stumble toward the dresser to retrieve it, and for a moment I'm seeing 2 bottles. Dan starts laughing, rolling onto his side on the bed, squinting to focus on me. "I think you came back to tuck me in," he slurs. "Avery said you weren't supposed to do that, but I won't tell if you don't." I laugh. It won't be the first time I've done something I'm not supposed to do. In my mind, I sound cool, like a bad boy. I've done some really messed up stuff. I move to stand over him, preparing to tuck him in, whatever that may entail. "Bet you haven't done anything as messed up as what I did tonight before I came downstairs." He lounges back onto the bed and rubs his belly beneath the sweater. "What?" I ask, my voice low and conspiratorial and drunk. Dan laughs again. "Never mind, I probably shouldn't tell you." He keeps rubbing across his belly. "What? Tell me." My voice goes high, and I'm almost sober enough to know I sound like a fucking idiot. "Come on, tell me. I won't say anything to anyone. Oh, God. I drank too much. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing in here. What did I come in here for?" I look around the room, trying to remember if I had a purpose. "Not even Avery?" Dan asks, turning serious. "You promise you won't tell Avery or Aves?" That is so cute that you call her that. Can I call you Jules? I don't care. But what did you do? God, this is so embarrassing, Dan covers his face with his hand. I can't say this to you. No way. You don't even like me. I do like you. Then, just to be contrary, my drunk side says, I'm afraid of what I might say to you because I like you. Trust me, you don't want to know what I'm thinking right now. Does it have anything to do with how good I look in your clothes? Dan peels the sweater clumsily over his head. The sight of his bare chest sends an electric sizzle through my veins, so I glance away. Supposed to be tucking you in. Let me unlace these, I tell him, bending to remove his boots. As soon as I'm on my knees, he spreads his legs farther apart, making me think very bad thoughts as I try to keep focused on my task, fumbling over the laces with clumsy fingers that are about as useful as wooden sticks. I don't stop to ask myself why I'm bothering to help Dan get undressed when I could just drop him in the bed and leave him to sleep in his clothes. No reason for me to be so concerned about his comfort. No legitimate reason, anyway. Drunk minds are illogical, and horny drunk minds are downright ridiculous. There's no way I can justify what I'm doing, and yet I continue to do it. Why? Because I fucking want to. I get his boots and socks off and set them to the side. Damn, even your feet are cute, I say. Then I realize what I've done. Did I just say that out loud? It's getting harder and harder to be this close to him without doing something stupid. I raise back up to a standing position, and there's that bare torso again. He's got a nice, flat belly and a delicious-looking golden happy trail leading down into the waistband of the jeans he's borrowed from me. Right now, I'm thrilled as hell that they don't fit him that well, because I'm getting quite a view. This is wrong, Julian. So wrong. Let's just get you comfy and I'll go to my room, okay? I try my best to ignore my increasingly dirty thoughts as he looks up at me with those emotional eyes. He licks his lips and nods, and it's all I can do to keep my cool. Since the jeans are so loose, I don't even have to mess with the fly, which is a good thing since I'm still working with the wooden stick fingers. Instead, I just yank them down his legs, and his hard cock springs up out of them and bounces against his abdomen. Boing, he says, and starts laughing. Jesus Christ, Dan. I back away a couple of steps, as if distance will save me. Why the hell aren't you wearing any underwear? He runs his hands up over his abs and his chest before stretching his arms out straight above his head. Sorry, he says, but the look he gives me is anything but sorry. Fuck, this is not happening. I run my hands through my hair and look around frantically, absurdly checking to make sure no one is watching. I'm in no condition to handle this shit. My dick is suddenly hard enough to use as a weapon, and I'm afraid I'm just fucked up enough to do something with it. The devil is laughing at me right now. Why are you looking at me like that? You look... I'm at a loss for words. You ever thought of doing any modeling? Then I roll my eyes, feeling dizzy. God, I sound like one of those sleazy guys who come down here on spring break with the cameras, taking pictures of drunk girls. Dan smiles. You want to take my picture, Jules? Stay still. Don't move, I whisper, bringing my cell phone out of my pocket and touching the camera icon. I wish I had my real camera, but this will have to do. Oh, God, that is so hot. Not that I take a couple of shots of Dan with my jeans shoved down to the middle of his thighs. His cock is so beautiful standing out from his body. Why are you hard, Dan? He laughs again and covers his eyes with his forearm. I get a couple of shots of that pose. This is so embarrassing, he says with a smile, keeping his eyes covered. Tell me. I jerked off wearing your sweater before I went down to the party. I lower the cell phone slightly, stunned at the boldness of what he's just said. I don't know what I was expecting him to say, but it definitely wasn't that. He moves his arm from over his face and looks directly at me, a soft honesty in his eyes that makes me feel like I'm having a freaking heart attack. I take a picture of that look,
because even as drunk as I am, I know I don't ever want to forget it. You gonna help me take my pants off, or am I gonna have to sleep in them? He slurs. I don't know. My twirling brain tries to grab onto something that makes sense. I can't even see that well in front of me anymore. You're fucked up, Dan. I know this is not good. He rolls over, pulling the jeans clumsily down his legs, and I take a picture of his bare ass. Then I slide my cell phone back into my pocket and quickly help him off with the jeans, folding them and placing them neatly on the bedside table where he'll be sure to see them in the morning. I'm not too drunk to know, he says, closing his eyes, talking like he's already half asleep. I spin him around and arrange his naked, pliant body as it should be in the bed. My resolve breaks when I see him lying there sweetly ready to go to sleep because I told him to. I lower my head and take his plush lips in a gentle kiss, savoring it, knowing this will be the only thing I can ever have. Then, as he begins to snore, I go back to the dresser and drop down onto the floor. I can't help myself. I can't touch him, but I can touch myself. That would be okay, wouldn't it? I undo my pants and reach down into them, just before the world goes black. This has been an Audible Studios production of Smitten, an SSU Boys novel, number 2, written by Maris Black, narrated by Chris Patton, producer Mike Charsik, copyright 2014 by Maris Black, production copyright 2015 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc. If you enjoyed this audiobook, be sure to get more books in the SSU Boys series today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.